where was it? And I think Hamas leaders discussing hostage situation, and then Biden's going to talk on it earlier. I think Boeing could be an interesting one. I think Boeing is it's both defensive, but also like it has the ability to come back up. So like if there is more defensive stuff, you might see it go crazy. SFM on the high. Interesting. That's another I mean Sprouts, it's like a grocer. That one's very interesting. If that one keeps going up again, Target's giving up by 0.75. SPY kind of looking a little weak. Again, the bonds are not looking too good either. And then dollar's actually down, so maybe that's at least something good. It's barely down. And then Tesla's still rocketing. You're up 1.2 now. AMD, NVIDIA, Amazon. Again, watch the China names. They kind of chilled out a little bit, but those are the leaders. Yeah, Tesla's up 1.2. NASDAQ's up by 0.16. It's still a very small day. We could quickly go red as soon as we want to. 4341. Microsoft, Apple, red, Google, Amazon, green, and then Young Meta too. They're up. But honestly, today is still, it kind of reminds me of yesterday. You know, the China news in the morning was good. Europe was doing great, but with the bonds seemed like they're selling all day. And then, I mean, we've heard sirens, but you're not getting headlines and updates kind of like yesterday. So we're going to see. XLB on the materials. Are we seeing utilities? I feel like we haven't talked about utilities ever since they had that little drop there. And they're still kind of clapped. Tesla's 1.3. Baidu, again, that's another China name. Roblo on the high, Carvana, and then SPY still under a quarter. Dow is closest thing to going red. And then regionals, they just slipped 0.5%, right, literally right there in the last 2 minutes. And NVIDIA's on the high. The dollar could come back up. I mean, if it does, we'll see. If anything, though, the bonds, I think bonds and SPY are matched up. The dollar was still the outlier from last week. Remember, dollar went to last week's levels before anything. Russell is looking good. It's up by 0.5. Looks very nice. NVIDIA, again, regionals, that's something. Keep in mind, you know, BlackRock, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, those are all Friday. Spotify's on the high. Amazon's moving up. Walgreens selling off. That has earnings literally tomorrow. DraftKings, 2.2%. Not bad. I don't know if, actually, when's their earnings? I played a DraftKings game the other day. I made a lineup. So now I'm thinking November 3rd. So they still got like a month till their earnings. Weed stocks pumping. Again, DraftKings, 3 candles. AMBA's on the high. And NVIDIA again. Or is it MSOS? Now they're kind of down. Honestly, I feel like weed is kind of chilled out ever since all of those headlines. Overstock is on the high. What is this? Via low, big pop. A little bit. It's like it's up 1.6. It doesn't look like it's like popping, but it's just straight up. I think energy was down. I think oil was down earlier. Yeah, oil is just oil has actually not moved the last. This is crazy. Now that I'm thinking, like, does this not look weird to anybody? War, I mean, everybody's brushing it off for now. Again, that was the attitude. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it. I think it's still lurking around the corner, but I don't, dude, this right here. Oil is like pinned at 86. Procter & Gamble, Philip Morris on the high, even Service now. Altria is even popping there. SPY literally right below VWAP. Celsius on the high. I was trying to find the body. You're talking about oil, right? Because this thing looks very odd, as if we're waiting for something. I mean, it makes sense considering what we have, but very wild. Walgreens and Disney are still good buys. Yes, I do actually. So Walgreens, you have earnings tomorrow. So that's kind of the risk. But Disney, I like a lot. Again, I don't think you have to go like too crazy on them, but in the long run, I do think both those plays have value. Israel says Gaza Strip invasion is imminent with 305,000 soldiers already mobilized. Mo's on the high. Again, SPY's getting a candle. GM's on the high. Square 2. Yeah, I forgot the PPI. PPI tomorrow will be big. If anything, in a weird way, like obviously CPI will be bigger, but tomorrow's PPI has the ability to move the bonds. So that will be the key to watch. PayPal's been selling off. China, some of the China names gave up from the morning. Apple looking weak. They were down in pre-market, so they're kind of just holding that. And then bonds, bro, this whole time, bonds are down another 1/3%. The Disney value, I can detail it later. Otherwise, I mean, I would just look into it yourself for now. Yeah, you're right. I don't know, man. This is the high of Friday, and then like the first level we broke out to after after like an hour. Need eBay. I think all of their earnings, there's a lot of companies that'll have earnings in a long time, like or in a month. So it's like which one do we just check? DraftKings. So like we have we have the big names in like value and banks starting next week, and they're this week, and then the week after that's going to be Tesla, and then it's going to be like a couple of other like Dow Jones type plays, and then it's like coming into November, we're going to have that. So ironically, we're starting earnings right around but we're going to find out. So keep in mind, you have earnings to prepare for, but the big earnings in a lot of the companies happen in a couple of weeks, whereas this one, You have earnings literally tomorrow. And then, today, I thought Pepsi was supposed to be on Thursday, but they came out today. NVIDIA flipped red. Watch the bonds. So if you don't see it this whole time, again, dollar hasn't moved, stocks haven't moved, but then the bonds are slipping. So there is a little bit of divergence right now on the day. And then you had Fed Bostic comments like a minute ago. Impact of war in Israel on the economy is uncertain. And then Gaza crisis threatens to spill over border into Egypt, Financial Times. I don't know. Again, let's see if Bostic's not a voter, but I don't know if he's going to raise the market. Where is it? Uber strong. Tesla's on the high. Let me see Bostic. I don't know if we're going to get Bostic live. New agency. Oh shit. I think we might get it. FedEx new high, Ford, cannabis, bonds bouncing off the bottom. Tesla's still killing it. And then dollar getting its first down candle. Again, right now, equities are moving more than anything. So again, bonds have sold off way more. SPY barely moving up until now. And again, little dollar drop is kind of causing all of this. Fed Bostic, Fed needs to be nimble and ready to adapt to risks. Egypt CC says the current escalation is highly dangerous and has consequences. Fed Bostic, impact of Israel on the economy is uncertain. Inflation has improved considerably. Still a long way to go before target. Ford on, dollar's starting to break down and then bonds are bouncing off the bottom. So let's see. Oh shit, it's on Twitter.
Not longer than people expected.
Yeah, so this is live.
This has been a long series.
So again, yesterday we had moves off of the Fed speakers, and that's why everyone's like, we should listen to them today. Again, that was the news that we went over in the morning. SMCI is running, SPY just hit a high. And now here is Raphael Bostic.
For us to do. And as I said, we're at 3.5 to 4. That is not 2. We've got to get to 2. I actually expect that there will be bumps along the way. But I actually think we're in a good place for policy to get us to 2%. And I will also just share that, we have to do those, the summary of economic perspectives or the dot plot. In my outlook on the dot plot, I don't have a recession in it. I have the economy slowing down, but not moving into a recessionary mode because there's a lot of momentum that was present, and I think that is going to be able to sop up a lot of our slowdown.
Okay, so let's talk about the momentum. One of the things that's been dominating the news on the economic side, while we're not talking about wars, has been the 10-year yield and the question of whether that has been, is it doing the work for the Fed? Basically, look, everybody in this room wants to know, are we raising interest rates again or are we done? I know you may not be able to answer that directly.
Well, I'll answer it as directly as I can. And look, I've been on record for a while to say I think that our policy rate is at a sufficiently restrictive position to get inflation down to 2%. We have clearly moved into a restrictive place. The economy is clearly slowing down, and a lot of our policy impact has yet to come. There's a lot of refinancing, as many of you know, that is going to come over the next year and a half or so. All of those are going to...
Not mortgages, commercial debt.
Commercial,
right, okay,
commercial and corporate bonds and the type of thing. Those are all going to come in at a much higher basis, which is going to limit the amount of energy that those are going to be able to produce into the economy. And, I talk to businesses all the time. They're all telling me things are actually starting to move back to a more normalized place. And that means that supply and demand are getting into balance. We're going to get that inflation at 2%. So I actually don't think we need to increase rates anymore. And I think we are at a good place in that regard. Now,
everyone hear that? Did everybody hear that? Thank you.
Now, of course, I'm an economist, so on the one hand...
Did she really just say that?
That's where we are. On the other hand, if things come in differently, we've just had these unexpected things happen that could affect my outlook.
Inflation is coming down.
We might be able to...
That was wild.
We might have to increase, but that's not my outlook right now, and that's not my expectation.
So literally, he said we don't need to raise rates anymore.
Direct and saying something on stage.
It's flashing red on the wire right now.
Don't get direct answers, so we appreciate you.
Transparency is our friend. So
let me ask a different question, and this has to do with the mortgage market.
Did you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Did you hear it?
Policy goals of inclusion.
That's amazing.
And we know the importance of home ownership. We know the importance of giving people a place, giving them wealth creation, all of that. And while we have some policies right now that are making it much more difficult for Americans to get into homes with high interest rates, and we're not going to talk about Basel, but Basel III Endgame proposal has some capital charges that would make mortgages less affordable for, banks would have to raise their prices. And at the same time, we have other policy initiatives that are designed to encourage more homeownership.
The Bostic bubble is back.
It's
not moving too much.
The way I think about it is
what he said was pretty wild. Pretty wild, but nice very direct, like she said.
For people to have. I don't think it's
Remember, he's not a voter.
Thing for every person to have. What we saw in the Great Financial Crisis was there were a lot of people who did a lot of things to try to get into home ownership.
Yes.
And it put them in a worse place. So when I think about housing in particular, I try to focus on making sure people are housed well, sustainably,
the bonds are moving.
For some, that's home ownership. For
so
others,
it's like
it's
he's
not.
talking,
and
but
that's an important thing
the bonds moved ahead of that statement.
I also think that
it's not like getting juiced.
We
but
have
if anything,
to get inflation under control.
Are in their own little world right now.
Right, and we've had historically low interest rates for an extended period of time. By any measure, 0% interest rates. That's probably not the right interest rate. So we're going to have to get somewhere else. And what we're going through right now, I think, is the process of finding that new equilibrium. I think once we're past this and our policy rates move back to something close to neutral, I think mortgage rates will level out as well. But we're not there right now.
Right.
And so for me, I can't let that factor and the disruption that it's causing in housing markets distract me from getting inflation under control, because if we don't get that done, then there's going to be a lot of other chaos that happens in the economy, such that for homeownership will be far less possible
he is the one that made
for
the
many more
trade.
people. So we've got a short run issue now. We've got to take care of it. If we do that well, the long run stuff will take care of itself.
So watch, if bonds can recover off
Okay,
this,
I want to talk about, I'm going to combine a section
not,
on the local economy and what you're seeing in your district and the health of the banks in your district. How is your district doing, Atlanta, Tennessee, all of the other states? And you mentioned you love getting information from banks. I'm glad that we are candid with you. What's the information you're hearing from them that's helpful? And how are you seeing the health of the banks in your district?
Sure, so I think there was actually 4 questions, but I'll try to get through all of them. So first, the basic U.S., the six districts economy. The economy is solid and it is strong. The economy has been strong for quite some time. And I should just say for those of you who aren't in my district, I got the state of Florida, state of Georgia, all of Alabama, the bottom half of Mississippi, the bottom half of Louisiana, and the eastern 2/3 of this state of Tennessee. So it's a large district. It's a very diverse district. If you mapped out the economic activity, it is almost a mirror image of the broader U.S. economy. So we're a mini United States in some way. And what we see is business leaders are telling me things are strong. They're seeing demand for their products. They're being able to produce. Supply chains have sort of resolved themselves, and they are feeling very positive. Now, things are slowing down,
right,
but they're slowing down from, frankly, record levels. And so that slowdown is not creating a lot of consternation, and that is quite reassuring. When I talk to banks, in my district, they're telling me basically the same thing. Certainly, the higher interest rates now are putting stress on their interest rate margins, right? And so we understand that is going to happen. But beyond that, they're not hearing high delinquencies and significant deterioration of their loan portfolios. They're seeing the deposits that are staying with their banks. So banking is sound. In the wake of SVB, the Silicon Valley Bank thing,
a couple things moving.
We called every bank in the district.
Lows,
I wanted to make sure that we were in contact with them for two reasons. One, to know if they had sufficient and adequate risk mitigation protocols in place. But two, to find out what's happening with their client base, their customer base, and what they were thinking. And what they told me was reassuring on both fronts, that they had their risk profiles in place. In my district, just for context, in the great financial crisis, more banks failed in my district than any other Federal Reserve district.
Hold up. So literally, wholesale inventories are coming in right now, negative 1.0 or negative 0.1 versus estimate of 0.1, and then wholesale trade sales 1.8, estimate was 0.4. So I mean, on it, I think people are like, I'm surprised the bonds aren't selling off on that, but active. I mean, again, the sales did good, inventories came in negative, but you are getting data right now. So now you're mixing in Bostic with Fed data, with wholesale trade data right now. So again, I think if anything, the read on the wholesales, the wholesale trade sales or the wholesale inventories, I think it's borderline. Just I don't want to call it Goldilocks, but that's better than not. But watch the bonds; you are reacting to that right now.
One signal that we're getting closer to normalization, and then the second, and I mentioned this before, is loan performance. And to understand how loans are performing across the full range of the portfolio, because that's another measure of an increase of stress in the economy that would suggest that we're, again, starting to get to places that would mean that balance is being better achieved. So those are the two main things. And to date, both of them are in a good place.
That's great. Thank you so much for all of that. One follow-up question on SVB. I think there was, the report shows that there was blame to go around, but one of the areas of concern was what happened on the supervisory side. I think banks always respect their supervisors and they want to be responsive, but sometimes, as we know, the reaction to an incident can be an overcorrection. What would your advice be to a bank if they feel like their supervisor may be overcorrecting in terms of what happened?
So I'll just speak for my bank.
Yes.
I really encourage my supervisory team to have frank and honest conversations with the banks that we regulate and supervise. And that is a two-way street. So I want us to be fully transparent. Let's get everything on the table. Let's hash this out so we are both comfortable. And one of the things I try to remind everyone, I like banks. I need banks to survive. I need them to be successful. They do important things for communities. We just heard all of these award winners. That is banks being out there doing great things. And if they're going to do those great things, they have to be alive tomorrow. Right? So we have to have those hard conversations. And if we ever have a doubt that a bank or institution is going to be alive tomorrow, we need to be saying that. And we need to
What is he saying right now?
I would say for all the bankers, if you're talking to my staff, tell us exactly what you think. The transparency
How many banks are going to die
have a better
tomorrow?
relationship, and it will allow us to really be able to resolve any issue.
Great. And thank you for coming from a place of recognizing
All right, new high
that
on the
banks
SPY.
really are.
Bonds are
we're
coming
all
back
trying to
up.
make
You've
things
recovered half of the
better.
loss.
So I know you've
So
been
that's
a leader
very good
in
with the
financial
dollar
inclusion,
not
and
moving
thank you
down,
for all of that.
or with the dollar
and
moving
you
down.
heard our incoming chair, Julianne Thurlow, talk about
you're back into yesterday's
dispelling
highs.
the myth that when you serve
On the bonds
majority
and
minority
even market,
communities or traditionally
you're approaching
underserved
another level right
communities,
now.
that you have to do it at
So
a loss,
43.60.
that there's no money there. There is money
That
there.
is the
These are
next
great
level.
customers, but trust is important. One of the things that ABA has been
Damn.
really leaning in on
So 4,400,
is
that might
encouraging
be the
all of
next
our
spot
banks
you
to
go to.
offer bank-on certified accounts.
Or 43.75.
Part of that is low-cost
And then
accounts are
4,400.
important. Part of it is that the
25 points
account
at a time.
features are, safe, and part of it is establishing trust with communities. What would you say to any of our banks who have not yet offered a bank-on account?
Well, let me say this to start. I've worked my whole professional career since I've got my PhD
bigger dollar
in
job.
banking and community banking, the intersection between banks and communities
So
and
again,
people.
new high on the bonds.
So I've seen firsthand
not
the
intraday,
importance of banks.
but not like
And moreover,
green.
I've seen that,
And then dollars
as you
still coming
noted
down a
in
little bit
the
more.
beginning of the question,
Watch the
there
yen.
are profitable opportunities in every community.
The yen's not
How
gonna
what they
react
look
right now,
like
but still
varies
down
from
on the
community to community, but we should really recognize that is sort of where things play. In terms of financial inclusion, my bank convened something that we call the Special Committee on.
What happened? What happened, Twitter? I think it cut off. This was the only place that it was live on. So even on the Fed website. Oh. Well, I can't hear it.
Get the bank on product more present in the financial system. It is a really important thing for people to have connections
my
to
birthday.
the banking
Wow.
sector.
Cody
So many
Phillips, baby.
services
God bless you.
And so many
Happy
things
birthday.
that allow businesses and families to thrive.
I hope you got
are
that over
offered
Boston.
through the banking sector.
Let's go, baby. Another
And
year
so
for the long term.
Getting that entry point is super important. And I would say if you're not doing that, there are some opportunities out there that you're not taking advantage of, and you should definitely think hard about that. The committee was really compelling in how it characterized this, and it really did speak to me in a very specific way.
Thank you. And I'll take a point of prerogative.
New high on the
one
SPY.
of the things
Again,
that
watch
makes
out.
bank-on accounts work for banks
43.60,
is they're sustainable,
43.75, and then 4,400.
They don't lose money for the
Affirm on the
banks.
high as well, too.
Some of that is funded through very active debit card use
Always 10%, amen.
of our customers. Debit interchange is constantly under attack. We expressed yesterday deep concern that the Federal Reserve may reopen something called Reg II at the urging of the
watch if
merchant
the bonds
community
calm down or
to
not.
impose even deeper price controls on that revenue.
The bonds are the only thing that
concerned
don't
that
look
that
good
would
right now.
affect the sustainability
So, like, literally
of
dollar,
accounts like Bank
that's
On. So it's just
fine.
something
China's
we're
helping.
always
If
watching.
the bonds are red, that'd be the only
It has
bad
to be a
thing on the
win-win
day.
for customers and banks. So Speaker's prerogative to interject that. And
So I'm not going to say anything on Reg II. What I would say is, I know you had Vice Chair Barr here yesterday. He encouraged open communications, participation in these processes. I'm going to say exactly the same thing, because in many instances there are costs and there are benefits, and we need to make sure that all of those are brought forward so that policymakers can make the best decisions.
That's great. So we have only 2 minutes left. I'm going to give you a choice. Would you like to talk about the most exciting innovation in payments that you would like to highlight, or would you like to talk about your role as a trailblazer? Okay, which innovation in payments
all I did was
excites
insider
you
trade.
most?
The
While
innovation
working
of
at the
payments
Fed.
for me is instant payments.
Okay.
We've got this Fed Now.
That's the only
tool that is
trailblazing I
now
did in
out
the
there.
last 48 months.
I would encourage all of you to take part of that. This is really an opportunity
I
for us
graduated from
to,
Harvard like 20 years ago.
to bring something
Lately,
forward
the
that I
only
think
thing I
will
did
help
was the
consumers
bonds.
and small businesses really be better off in that context. In terms of me being a trailblazer, it has been
Tell us about the
really
municipal
one of
bonds.
the best experiences that I've had. First Black president of the Reserve Bank, first openly gay president of the Reserve Bank. So many people who I did not know have come up
First
to me
person
and
to
just
insider
been
trade twice.
excited, happy, saying, I never imagined I would see someone like me in a chair that you're in. And
Google
it's really
dying.
changed how I think about that.
Yo, Google.
I've actually, it's very interesting.
It doesn't
One of the
look
things
like
I've
news,
had
but
to do is we've
5
had to
minutes straight
redo
down.
our entire programming for me at events, because I can never get out of a room. People who want to do, like, I'm not a selfie person. I have been in more selfies in this job. It has just been an incredible thing. But it's so nice to just see people as a policymaker and have them be excited to see you as opposed to wanting something from you. So it's been very nice.
That is amazing. Well, personal thanks for all of your trailblazing activity and for being open and being willing to talk to us and so direct. Please join me in thanking President Raphael Bostic.
Yeah. That was a bank. That was a banger. It's a bank. All right, that was Bostic. I mean, the market got a little lift during him. You even had wholesale inventories, and I think you started going up on wholesale inventories because it was kind of a sign of not the no economy deteriorating, and then also no buildup in inflation. Also, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Again, PPI tomorrow alongside of the Fed minutes will be big, but PPI could be big. But so far, we're up. I was trying to say this during Bostic's speech. The dollar is down. So, like, the dollar barely moved. That could help up the market. The market is now up by like 0.5%, SPY and NASDAQ. But then then TLT, that's the only thing down right now. So other than that, I mean, you had good news out of China in the morning. Europe is good right now. We still got, like an hour and a half? Yeah, you got an hour and 20 minutes till Euro closed. So we'll see. Clarita did it first, but Bostic did it twice. That's the thing. So anybody else who got in trouble, they pretty much left after the first time. But and that's the thing. To give Bostic credit, his was just like municipal bonds that were managed by somebody, whereas Clarita was like actually trading. So in a weird way, Clarita is a lot worse than Bostic, to be honest with you. In the sense, like Clarita was trading like $1 million of Netflix. Like Clarita was like responding to policy, and at least Bostic was like somebody else managed it. We see. I think he sounds like Lil Wayne, if you've never heard. And then SPY's still working its way up. Again, I'd watch bonds or dollar. Simple. It's either bonds recover, that justifies everything. Dollar drops more, but like if market goes up, dollar goes down, and then bonds don't go up, I'm not going to like that. But then again, don't forget what we talked about. Then U.S. Treasuries rally as investors scale back rate rise expectations. Just what we got to watch out for. Remember, we're still in October. So there you go. But remember, I was telling you guys, just watch out. We'll see. But remember last October, where was it? Yeah, last October, we eventually had rates going crazy. Let me see if I can pull out the one here. Looks cleaner. You still had rates go crazy while the market was rallying. So that's the only thing we got to watch out for. But dollar down, that's good. Bonds going up, but still down, that's mediocre. But then SPY's working its way up. That's what we got to watch out for. And then further UK rate rise needed due to persistent inflation, IMF predicts. AKRO, they had something. Morning SPY, new high. So again, watch out for 43.60, then 43.75. TLT's on the high, so there you go. That's at least helping. AKRO, they're down 50%. My goodness. Not bad. They're all front running the data drop. Well, we have a lot of data. So again, I think PPI tomorrow, and then we're going to have to deal with CPI in minutes, but maybe. And remember what we've been, again, the whole theme of October what we are waiting for is to see if October is actually going to be good or not. So these last two data sets this week, I mean, it is the set all be all, and then boom, before you know it, it's earnings. Dollar kind of moving around here at the low, but SPY's kind of gassing into the high. And again, Pepsi. So again, honestly though, Pepsi's not even that good. But remember, they died leading into it, and then boom, right off the bat, earnings not as bad as feared. So we get good data, good earnings, we're good to go for the rest of the month. But at the end of the day, if we don't get any of that, we still have a, if the seasonality turns negative, that will not be good, when it should seasonally be a very green month. But get ready, there is a lot of data along the way. Pepsi. Again, SPY just wicked into a high. Is that JKS on the high too? Yeah, you're above 43.60 now. So let's see if we hold this, and then next level 43.75. That's crazy. And then if you do really 44.02, you have not filled that gap since September 20th. So almost a month ago, a little less. Bonds are going up. So again, the bonds are like rallying. Like this is now, maybe there was pressure in the morning, and we'll see again. We have the data coming out, but for the most part, bonds they're getting back up to that level. So remember, I was telling you though, you need bonds like right here though, low key. Otherwise, they're still underperforming the dollar in markets. So the dollar, that's back to 2 Fridays ago. The market, it's back to 2 Fridays ago, and then the bonds, they're the only one that is not. So that's the victim so far. Bro, you're going up, still melting up right now. Four, 3, 6, 1. Oh, it's nonstop. My goodness. Let's see. Chevron halted natural gas exports from Israel via EMG pipeline to Egypt using alternative pipeline through Jordan, says Israel's energy minister. So bonds are getting a little cheeky at the top. So is the market. Dollar stopped moving down. High ticker is just absolutely gassing though. Right now, damn. What? Yeah, dude, today is like solidly green. What the hell? You have 24 names in the green and then 6 names in the red. And then NASDAQ 186 green, 15 red. And then S&P 500, 440 names green, and then 63 red. So literally, bro, all of today is in the green right now. All of the momentum is just, you know what I'm saying? It's all up. Yeah, SMCI's up 8%. Damn. What's the other one? Broadcom? Bitcoin red slightly. Good morning, Chattadonia. Good morning, my friend. How are you, Wesley? What's the day? Today's Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Oh my God, it's only Tuesday. Wow. Happy Tuesday. That's great. That means we have so much data this week too. And then SPY 434.81 or 61, excuse me. 75 all the way, I guess 75 to 87. But again, 90% of every market is up right now. So Dow, NASDAQ, S&P, like literally 80-90% of the names are in the green. We say Bitcoin, yeah. Bitcoin is it's a fun thing to call it. Do you think higher energy is priced into CPI? A little bit. I mean, gas prices have been higher, but, that's why there's going to be the difference in core and not. The real issue will be core. But, I mean, we saw a lot of uptick on certain things in the last couple of months. It'll be very interesting to see how it plays out this time around. So I'm going to hopefully try to give an update either tomorrow or the day before. But it's right now, I think it's a higher expectation, but just like all the other data events, if we get a surprise, if something is sticky, surprises to the upside, then we'll have a problem. But other than that, I think things will chill out. Apple is starting to go up. Is that DraftKings again? They've been on a high literally all morning. DraftKings is up 2.6. Where's oil? Chevron's green, XOM. They're not bad, honestly. Oil could have been killed a lot more, but oil is not. Oil looks creepy. The last 2 days it's there. Bostic said no more rate hikes. And don't forget, he is not a voter. So that's the only problem. He was a voter last year. Not this time. Ford is still going. Citi's on the high. They're up 2. Again, a lot of the banks have been on the high as well. I think all of them. XLF is up 1% right now. Yeah, Bostic, he does not vote. Last year he was a voter. This year he does not. That's why, like last year when you heard him, I'm pretty sure he was a voter. And then one of the times it rallied, like he wasn't a voter, and it still went up. Oil it's all related to the Middle East stuff right now. So again, remember, like oil has been going through a wild ride. I'm telling you, like even like this little pop is crazy, but don't forget the drop, and then don't forget the run up that we had with the dollar. So like you had to deal with a lot of stuff there. So oil, it's both supply demand related to inflation, but then the other part is related to the movement here and like what it's actually saying. And then that's why the Middle East is so important, because now we don't know if it's going to affect oil production or not, and then if there's any other issue with Saudi Arabia or if anybody else gets drawn into the conflict. That is the problem there. So for now, we're seeing, but the thing that's creepy about oil, like I'm saying, is like all this stuff happened, and then you pull out the last 2 days, it looks like nothing. Bro, high ticker's running. PayPal, Robinhood, ON, and a couple of others. Absolutely going crazy right there. Bro, PayPal just launched up. We talked about this happening in June due to the movement in the first 6 months. I put it on a video. There's a lot we've talked about with oil, so I could see that. But it's like right now, the last like 5 days of like oil dropping when we dropped, and then coming back up, and then getting like a literal Middle East war. These are all it's like a weird remix of what we dealt with at the beginning of last year. Big lots pop. PayPal's on the high. I still have PayPal in the long term, yes. LXRX up 16. When's their next approval? I forgot we still had that one. Honestly, we got to go over the FDA calendar too. CRSR Corsair on the high. Flex U, bro. High tickers going crazy. PLNT again. Big lots on the high. Bro, there's a lot of names. eBay. I know that someone in Jazz said they needed that one. Yeah, Pinduo, Bob. Again, Baba, there was China stimulus stuff. I don't know. You didn't get everybody as excited, though. Unfortunately. eBay, bro, you wanted it. You got it, baby. You got it. Everything right now. Jack in the Box, DraftKings, DIN, Starbucks, GME, VAC, Airbnb, JMPR. Bro, high ticker is going insane. Pump it up. You will get pump it up at 4,600. They secured preferred formulary status for NPEFA. Good, hopefully, as long as they don't do an offering. If any of those, if the market wakes up too, I'd like to see some biotech runners. McDonald's. Teledoc, yeah, I saw that one going crazy. Welcome, Christian. Welcome, my friend. Happy Tuesday. I don't know, is it Tuesday, Monday? It feels, I don't know, this kind of feels like a Thursday already. I'm just waiting for data again this week. And then it's nice. I mean, you guys don't forget. Remember, it was like last week, things were crazy. Then we had the data, and then we dropped, and then now it's coming back up. I mean, we've rallied like, 100-something points just in the last couple of days, which is kind of crazy. And with like war and all that, yeah, you're up 130 points right now, even from the low of Friday. So you were literally up 130 points from Friday's low. And then we're still working our way up here. That squeeze is still kind of fighting. Amazon, Meta, all the big tech still kind of holding up. Mindset for business. Welcome, my friend. You got a member just to tell me that, bro? That was very rude. I don't like that. So again, man, my issue in the morning is I'm good. My voice is even a little better now, but I was just giving a philo on like complaining and shit. So it's just like, I don't know. I was very disappointed to see that across the board, and a lot of like, weird comments about it. The whole point is, I can't really talk as well. I'm glad I sound a little better now, but that's why the whole thing is kind of just, I don't know, people giving me very weird vibes with it. But God bless you. But that's weird to spend money to tell me that. Sounding better. Yeah, I think even in the morning we're doing a little better here now. And then even right now, where are we gonna? I spent $5 worse ways. I feel. Yeah, no, it's not even that though. Like I'm just I don't I hate to. I'm just I don't like complaining. I don't know. I don't want to view you like that because then just what I saw this morning was that a lot of people don't listen. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, wow. So that was very disappointing. Mm. I love you too. God bless you. That's why. I'm sorry if you had to deal with it, but you guys are members, you're chill. You'll have it. But I had, like I said, I just too much complaining in the morning. I was like, all right, let's just focus and call it a day. So even then, even in the chat now, I mean, if that's what you're still on, I feel you, but don't mind me. Don't mind me. I will gently move you out of the way and tell you I love you. Thank you. God bless you. What is that? BHACU, pause due to volatility. Sound a serious or Cyrix. Intel got an upgrade earlier. How dare you get sick vibe was crazy. I feel you, bro. But it's okay. I forgive them all. I hope they forgive me too. We'll get everything live tomorrow for anybody else. But at the same time, like, just I will not tolerate any complainers. I don't want that energy around me. I just had a philo on it, so that's why I won't even complain about it now. And we go Tesla, big pop. That's like the third big pop right there. The volume in the hour, 13.9 million. That's actually kind of bad. I guess it's a little higher. It's like a little higher than like 10 million, but like below like 15, 20. That's weird volume. I'll take it though. That means, we could either like really slow down or speed up for the rest of the day. We'll see. If you like graphs, you might like wavetable synthesis with music and production. I just learned about it. I have no idea what that is. I'm telling you, there's so much to learn in that area. After having Chad's like edit stuff and send it back to me, it's crazy. Yellen comments, she says World Bank needs internal process improvement to increase speed and agility of decision making. She expects World Bank governors to endorse use of portfolio guarantees from shareholders, pave way for hybrid capital issuance. Yellen says World Bank and other MDBs should establish concrete targets. She says Treasury has asked MDBs to prioritize steps to incorporate prudent share of callable capital in capital adequacy frameworks. Whoa. And then Gaza health minister says 830 Palestinians killed, 4,200 wounded in Israeli strikes since Saturday. I don't know if you guys want to listen to Jigglypuff. And then SPY's hitting a new high right now. Again, TLT, they're near the high of the day, but it's still down by 0.5. Watch the dollar too. I think it's a little lower. Yeah, I still call her Jigglypuff. SPY coming down. 4366. Yeah, we're getting a little better, baby. October 10th. Oh, I already have them. Oh, wait, no, that's a different one. I thought Yellen made a couple of statements already today. And then oil extends losses. Brent is down by $1 a barrel. SPY is just running. Again, Europe and China did very good today. And then overnight, there wasn't any attack. And then everybody was saying how the market is going to brush off global tensions. So, and then the bonds are down, which wasn't good. But then the dollar, that dropped, helping out a little bit. But that would be the simple thing to do it. Twist on the high. GE, Crowd, SWKS, that thing's running as well too. NVIDIA, AMD, chip makers, again, SMCI, that's still like what, 9% right now. That's crazy. And then you're 10 points off, I think, the high level. Yeah, so 43.67, you get to 43.75. We'll fill a gap from a while ago. And then 44.02. So literally, this is all from September like 20th. We've recovered that all in like 3 days now if we get through here. And then we have never filled this gap of 44.03. It could turn into the most hated rally. We'll see. But, just remember, we were talking about all this stuff last week, and that's why we confirmed the data this week, and then we'll have earnings. But before you know it, we're going to find out what October has. This is what we were talking about. Wait for that confirmation. Amazon up 125. Weren't they down earlier? No, which one was down? Was it Microsoft and Apple? Yeah, Microsoft barely moving. Apple came back up a little. And then Google still break even. And then SPY's hitting another high. You're going up. Yeah, big move. Again, this is like 130, 140 from Friday. Okay, so 43.67. It's early in the day to get too excited, I feel. It's still very early. We have like 3 other Fed speakers, so as long as any of them don't say anything stupid, and all of them have sounded very positive lately. So who do we have next? We have Fed Waller at 10:30 my time. So you got Fed Waller in 3 hours, then Kashkari right before the bell. And then we have Euro close in about an hour. And then volumes like slightly above average. Airbnb's up, Netflix going up. Again, Baba, that's part of today too. So all the China names. Remember, there was news of China's stimulus. That's why we are moving up here. Okay, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will BRB.
Will still have that as a challenge in trying to hire, but also retain their current workforce. And that's where compensation increases come into play, which is still really elevated for the small business sector, and trying to retain and recruit qualified applicants for those positions and keep their current workforce.
Holly, we've looked at this data before, and there's certainly been a sense of frustration maybe among small business owners that they are not able to deliver on the demand that they are seeing. Is that demand still there? If you look at what is happening in the economy right now, still doesn't feel recessionary. In terms of what they're saying about what the demand picture looks like, what is it? And is this as gloomy as the other aspects of this survey?
Sure. So that is one of the most frustrating areas of business operations is when you can't take advantage of the sales opportunities that are out there because you don't have the workforce to accommodate for those sales. And so that's still a reality for many small business owners in trying to take advantage of those opportunities and having to, either adjust business operations or scale back, which is certainly one of the bigger frustrations that many small business owners are facing because, as you said, the economy is still moving along quite well, and small business owners are trying to take advantage of those opportunities and are having a really difficult time doing it.
So, Holly, the broader conversation is that maybe the Fed is done because they've been able to see the rise in yields that have kind of crimped everything. If the Fed isn't done, or if the Fed kind of just stays here at these levels, what do you think small businesses feel like in the next 6 months?
I think a lot of them are frustrated with the higher cost of financing, but if they have an opportunity to reinvest in their business, they're certainly going to do it if it makes sense with the higher costs and absorbing those higher costs. But, higher financing costs is just one of those inputs along with inventory and supplies that are still elevated. And so it's, kind of one of the many components of cost increases that they're having to deal with. And on top of, increased health insurance costs and things like that. So it is a challenge for small business owners, an increase in financing costs.
Man, this is different from yesterday. You have people now. It went from yesterday was all about Israel. I've not had Israel break any headlines here so far today, at least while we're watching financial news. So very interesting day, but at the same time, Europe is up 2%, like we've been saying. And then don't forget young China. They were talking about stimulus. It's been a while since you've heard from China on any of this stuff. So they're coming back there with more stimulus. What's this? PepsiCo serves up lukewarm reassurance on consumers heard on the street. So Wall Street Journal hit piece on Pepsi. Interesting. And then SPY's still here near the high of the day right now. Again, you're like 5-6 points, I believe, off the high. Yeah, you're about 5 points from hitting. That's great, which is wild to think about. Like we've been talking about, 130 points since the Friday low. First Coca-Cola, now Pepsi, man. Yeah, Airbnb woke up out of nowhere. I know Expedia was running early in the morning. Airbnb's up 3, which is good. But then again, this thing moving all over the place. And then we have to confirm everything with the data. Don't forget this week, we waited for this. Now it's like, I feel like everybody gets caught up in the moment. On the way down, we're like, oh, October, you know what I'm saying? And then now on the way up. But I don't know. You guys tell me. But I feel like this is just looking more and more like last October, which sucks because I don't want to imply the rally, but that is what I believe. But like this right here, you see what I'm saying? Like you had the run into the lows, bounce off the top, sell back off, and then you confirmed it. But it's the same setup as last October for the most part. Again, that's what we have been going over on the watch list. That's why I'm looking at it. I'm like, man, you had your little pop here. We're dropped. We're running up. So now even if we could still come down is what I'm saying. And then we have to confirm it with all the data. But if the data confirms it, October could be pretty nice still. But as of now, we woke up this week ready to respond to rates, but it was all about global tensions. Now, we're mounting that wall of worry, so we'll see what's up. Of Dollar General, I like it a lot. We've talked about it a couple of times, but I also do think there's a little bit more downside with it. However, the farmer never plants if he waits for perfection. So if you really like Dollar General, I'd like... I said it the other day, though. I think Dollar Tree is nicer. Yeah, I think Dollar Tree is the nice one, though. So I would rather go with Dollar Tree, but the general idea, there it is. There's a headline. Salvo of rockets fired from South Lebanon towards Israel, 3 security sources. So you just got to, I don't know, watch if bonds or anything moves, but you just got a headline there. That's the first thing I've heard, except for like midnight. DG is more liquid for options. Yeah, I think Dollar Tree just similar in different demographics. Again, dollar coming up a little bit. you think that the SPY will hit 450 by end of the month? Oh, I don't know about the end of the month. Again, I need to confirm that. I think if the data is good, we could go as high as new highs if we wanted to. Data and Powell for the next 3 months have to be good. Otherwise, if it's not, I mean, look around. We just saw how quickly the fear came back into things. So anything is possible. I've been saying that, though, the last couple of weeks. I know some people haven't liked it, but the last 2 weeks here, literally all of October, I've just been saying, unfortunately, no move is confirmed until we actually, get outside of it. Dyson, baby. Is it Dazon or Dyson? Dyson. Dazon. Dyson. Dyson? I don't know, man. The pronunciation. Is it D-E-I? Hold on. Dyson. Well, welcome, baby. I'm trying to I'm trying to find the pronunciation. I feel you. I gotta get it. Biden to speak at 1 p.m. on Israel. We had that in the morning. Top officials in South Korea and Japan highlighted potential risks in conflict of Middle East, including possibility of higher energy prices. I think 1 p.m. Eastern, yes. So 10, 11, 12, 1, yes. De Ison. Ooh, I love that. Is that say it right? That's unique, baby. So I'm talking about. Ison. Am I still messing it up? We're going to get to the bottom of this, baby. And then SPY finally coming down again. You just had a headline, dollar went up. So we'll see. Finland Ministry of Economic Affairs, gas prices could increase this winter. FSLR. Damn, was Enphase up? Yeah, even Enphase is up 5%. Energy did good. Ironically, even though fuel energy is down. Wheat. Corn. And then Tesla's still up 2.8. My goodness. Google barely green. Remember they had that little red sell-off earlier. Y'all good. We tried. We got close. I'm sure it's easier in person. Not on the internet. I like LMT. I mean, I don't know about playing it just yet. And even then, unfortunately, depending on how the conflict plays out, I mean, it's not going to be one to, just like the war trade last year. It's here today, gone tomorrow, and then it comes back up. Like Dyson. So it's like Dyson. That's all I thought I was saying, but then I was like, I don't know if I mispronunciated it. Tesla, I don't know if it's it probably could be the China stimulus stuff. And then I don't know, what was the other news they had? The other day they had something. Shocking Snap reports before Meta this earnings? No. That'll be terrifying. That will be terrifying. I think didn't it do that last time though? But my goodness. That would be good for sympathies, though. All day. Pretty much play Meta through Snap. And then, all right, we're coming down here. I mean, it was 1 hour of going straight up. Literally 30 points up. Now we've sold off 7 points from the high. You're still above the 43.60 level. They mix it up with Snap. Sometimes Snap is ahead. Sometimes Snap is after. It just lately they've been changing it up since Snapchat destroyed the market. Walgreens said low Q4. Walgreens has earnings again tomorrow, I believe. Tomorrow's no Thursday. I'm tripping. Oh yeah, why did VWAP disappear? Yeah, it did. I don't know where it went. I thought it was on there. I swear I was looking at it this morning. That was trippy. Snap is popping. Again, a lot of earnings too. Keep that in mind. You have a lot of earnings literally right around the corner. And again, after this week, it's like a couple of smaller names. Like, not smaller, but like bigger or earlier names like Tesla and Netflix will be reporting. UAE to provide Palestine with $20 million in aid. State-run WAM. So UAE is giving $20 million to Palestine. Walgreens needs a win. I mean, I hope their guidance is bad, but sadly, I hope their guidance is low enough to beat. But Walgreens is going to, their win is going to be announcing a new CEO. So if they get that Cigna guy, the market will love it. But that's pretty much going to be their positive catalyst. That stab has an impact on the market. It doesn't as much. I mean, to be honest with you, I think now we could talk about it today. So Snapchat has had big sympathies, but I don't know if you remember last earnings. Snap ended up doing bad, and then Meta had no reaction. So, where was it? July? Yeah. Israel military says they're responding with artillery fire to rocket launches from Lebanon. So, hopefully you guys see that. Last earnings, Snapchat did bad, and Meta ended up going higher. I think the last two. So, in a weird way, they've kind of got themselves out of it. So low key, I don't think Snap controls the tech market as much anymore, or the sympathy. It's not going to be that strong. Matthews China active ETF halted due to news pending. Tesla again on the high. What is this? MCH halted news. Nobody even trades this. The dollar is still, dollar came back up recently. That one was a little bit weird. It seems like the dollar's like almost back to break even, and then bonds are still there right on the only thing doing good is equities. So this is one of those days for now. It's still very early, but for the most part, you're literally watching the market go up regardless of yields, and the dollar a little bit. You got a little support, but the dollar was leading all last week. 6J, bigger green. Yeah, yen is down by a quarter right now. Not too bad. You think UWMC will ever see $10? Yes and no. So I think eventually, but I say no because who knows what could happen here. But their yes revolves around interest rates. Again, when interest rates go down and people want to refinance and all of that, UWMC does very well. They own a lot of the market, but they are tied to interest rates. So that would be the only problem. And then market still working up. Meta on the high. Tesla again. No, yeah, SPY is kind of popping back. 4368, 4375. That's the level we're looking for. And then it's like 4402. maybe 43.80, but I really think 43.75 than 44.02. Slow melt up. It's very squeezy today. I mean, it's only been straight up. Bonds gap down. Only got a bid after the first 15 minutes. Dollar was weak, didn't really move, and then only went down. But it's not like there's too much crazy global currency moves. So other than that, very wild one. Your oldest came home with pink eye. Oh, no. I haven't had pink eye in a minute. Can you still get pink eye as an adult? Or is it just something that happens as a kid? Because I feel like I had it as a kid. I don't remember the last time I got pink eye. You can. If you don't wash your hands. Past 6 weeks, you had COVID, hand, foot, mouth. Roseola? What's roseola? Now pink eye. Yeah, sending vibes. Yeah, man. And wash the hands. UAW orders 20 million urgent aid. That's coming across again. Oh, shit. Bro, you know what I forgot is happening right now? It's literally dude, it's week number 2 of the Sam Bankman trial. What the hell?
Which is recordings of a critical November meeting between Caroline Ellison and staff at Alameda, in which the financial troubles at Alameda became far more known. Now remember, when the market was all up, everything was fine. People made a lot of money, particularly the employees of Alameda and FTX. But you hear now from Gary Wang, who is saying that as a technology officer at FTX, he created code that essentially served as a back door for Alameda to be essentially borrowing hundreds of millions of dollars, unlimited amount of funds from FTX to Alameda. This is the first time you are hearing these accounts from these people that were so close to the matter. Remember, when 3 of your friends have already pled guilty, this is quite a defense that Sam Bankman-Fried have had to put up in the course of just a couple days of this trial. Remember, we are going to hear from many others, investors, including people like Anthony Scaramucci, who had been on tour with Sam Bankman-Fried to raise money and saw him bring some of this information to the fore to potential investors as well.
Charlotte, we're looking forward to the coverage. Thank you very much indeed for providing us with some coverage today as we work our way through this trial. Charlotte Basak. Let's talk about where European markets are. We're coming towards the end of the day here. Stocks pop higher. Number of reasons potentially for this. There is this narrative doing the rounds that the Fed is done. Certainly we're hearing that from Fed speakers. That's it.
I wanted to hear about the trial. I forgot about that. Caroline testifies today. Man, I totally forgot that thing was going on. That is wild. BA numbers in 3 minutes, supposedly. Order number, I think we got Airbus numbers yesterday, so yeah. Good call, baby. Good call. And then LRHC paused due to volatility. Caroline, bro. I did forget that trial was going on. You're out of Palo Alto, finally. How was it? They killed it, bro. I think you had like 5 days in a row of like rally. Honestly, that was a great hit. GRPN, Groupon, no. Oh, what happened to them? Damn, we had a random play in there. Yeah, Groupon got murked. Oh my goodness, Netflix on the high, ZI, Zoom Info. Amazon. Again, where's Google? That was the one that was weaker today. And then SPY is still holding up. Bonds are leading right now. Bonds are the ones going up right now. And then dollar is like awkwardly, it's low, but it kind of stopped moving. And then ELF, that's up. Oh man, they're at 100? Yeah, wait, weren't they at like 130? It sucks, though, because they have a lot of gains. That one's an interesting one if you're into that. Cloudflare helps discover new online threat that led to largest attack in internet history. My goodness. And then 30 minutes till Euro close. So not bad. SYM on the high. Dude, again, 90% of the market is up right now. So you have like 440 names in the green, 663 in the red, and then everything else. I think NASDAQ maybe less than 20 or so in the red, and then Dow Jones less than 5 or 10. Net is the Cloudflare ticker. Yes. ELF is going up. I don't know. Remember we wanted to play that, and then it was just too high on earnings. They're down $30. So that's like 30% low key. But yeah, Net is already up 3. They have that press release, but I don't know if there's anything crazy. OLID, that's another headline too. And then Treasury boosts size of 4-week, 8, and 17-week bill auctions. Why? No. That's crazy. So that's not good. I'm surprised. We'll see if the market reacts. That's for the short term. So that's 4, 8, and 17 weeks, but that literally means they're raising more money. So 2 billion more supply on the shorter end. TLT around the corner. Well, what that news makes TLT a little harder. However, it's not about, thankfully it's only the short end of the curve. But what it's saying is that they're going to, they're going to add more bond supply, which would make bonds go lower. U.S. consumer inflation expectations came in 3.67 versus 3.63. So you just had consumer expectations, then New York Fed, September year-ahead inflation, 3.7 versus August, 3.6. Then Boeing delivered 27 jets in September, including 10 Dreamliners. That sounds low. I think Airbus did like 50 yesterday. They booked 224 orders against 10 cancellations. Boeing sales included 150 MAX 10 to Ryanair, 50 to 787 to United. They're a defense stock, but they don't have as much like defense exposure as of late. And then again, New York Fed expectation numbers are coming in now. Yeah, New York, again, September median home price rise at 3 versus August 3.1. 5-year expectations 2.8 versus August is 3. So that sounds kind of good. Yeah, the 1 year only went up by like 0.3, but then the 5-year expectation dropped. And then the bond dog, you had a lot of things, and then Boeing right now is still reacting. So you just had like 3 different things right here, all just come out. 1 Palestinian in West Bank killed, 6 wounded by rocket fire, apparently from Gaza, local official. And then Boeing 737 MAX output falls to lowest in 2 years. So here are all the Boeing numbers. They're on the wire. It's the lowest monthly total since August 21. So stock's ripping, but the headlines sound awful on it. Again, they've just dropped from 240, which is kind of crazy. In the video on the high, they're still going up. Boeing still moving. And you check dollar. ELF too, that's another dollar. That's actually crazy. A&F. Why are retailers got clapped yesterday, and they're still doing good. Boeing quarterly total airplanes 105. A big tick, big money. And again, everything is up. So NASDAQ, Dow, SPY, a majority of all these names are just killing it right now. All right, you're making another move up. Bonds, Boeing's up $1 off of all that. Amba's on the high too. So get ready. Again, 43.75. We make that move, and then we see if we keep squeezing. And this is all pretty crazy. So it's literally been one way up. It's not even Euro close yet. That's going to be the wild one. AXCP from yesterday on highs needs to be 345. Coin 3.1. Costco on the high. I forgot to even double check with Pepsi. Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Altria gave up too. You guys said dividend paid out. Is it actually? Let me double check. Let's see the long term. Might take some savings to buy in the long term. Thoughts? What do you mean? Like you want to take extra money to buy for the long term? I don't know if that's what you're saying. The last time it happened, the same with the non-farm. We were 4,000 points lower in the NQ. I don't want to create a Schwab login. You can't make me. I refuse. Never. Not bad. I haven't got my drip on Altria yet. Dividend date 9/14. No, so it should pay like 10/14. BA top. Again, bonds are going close to green now. So this is where today could get good. Maybe after Euro close, if the bonds end up going up and that goes green and then dollar red, I mean, I'll be happy then. Other than that, though, the bonds are still sketching, but then the dollar, that dropped a little bit right there. What's wrong with Charlie Schwab? I would like it if it was Charlie Schwab. I don't know. The fact they call it Charles Schwab, I don't trust them. What if they were like, we're Charlie Schwab? I'd be down. I would be really, really down. Rockets fired from Lebanon into Western Galilee. You moved all your things, advisory accounts. It was fairly smooth. Did you have to do anything else? Any other disclosures or anything of that nature? Yeah, Charlie Schwab sounds way more inviting. I agree. My boss knows the CEO of Schwab. It's crazy. I tell him what's good, bro. Should we buy more of the dip or not? JWN, again, retailers. They were going up. SPY, again, bonds, a little cheek lay, but then SPY, you're getting a cheek lay up. You hit the level now, 43.75. So we're either going to hold here, or it's going to rocket through to the 44s now. One baby level, 43.87. But then not even a baby level. It's a big level, but that's it. This is good. And then bonds are 0.25% from going green. So that's what you're going to need next. So let's see here. But you just got a nice pop. Again, dollar back to the low of the day. Nike doing well with the China news. I'm sure that's, oh yeah, 1.8. But then retailers yesterday were underperformers, and then they came up. Again, like clothing retailers, apparel. They were all over the place. Tesla, again, Apple, 3 candles down. Bonds had the cheek lay off the top first, and now it's the SPY. But we just hit the level, 43.75. So we either stop here today and then we get into Euro close, or that's going to turn into support. No, CPI is on Thursday. We're going to have CPI Thursday and then PPI tomorrow. But PPI could be big. In a weird way, I think PPI will be the most important tomorrow. It might even do its own thing. Did the war take place of the COVID wave we were getting? You haven't heard about that lately? That was like, what, a month and a half ago? I think that was in August. That was like beginning of August. All of those vaccine approvals, and then everybody was getting sick again. But I really haven't heard much. And then I think all the medicine stocks are down. NASDAQ 100, it's up almost 1% right now. So literally 0.95, even the SPY at 0.8. And then the Dow Jones is at 0.61. Russell is absolutely killing it. And then even regionals are up almost 2% today. Boeing, that's hitting another high right there. That went crazy off the report, $3. U.S. scales back hopes for climate trade deal with Europe. And then you're still working your way up. Philip Morris now on the high. Are they doing better than Altria? So Altria was the leader in the morning, and then Philip Morris just kept going. Altria came down. Again, most names are up. Disney now 85. That's actually not too bad too. Walgreens, is that related to the potential strikes? Let's see. Yeah, there is. So pharmacy staff, technicians are planning a walkout from Monday through Wednesday. Organizer asked to remain anonymous out of fear of retribution. HT picking up speed, blow off top vibes. I think October, that's it, unfortunately. SMX, they're dropping. But if the data is good, I think October is going to be a monster. If the data is bad, I think October is going to be hideous. But so far, it's kind of just shaking up everybody. And, I think we're still in a very weird spot. We're like getting back to the June, July squeeze level. So like we were saying, this was still high. Now you're even higher. But, we got the last strip ahead of the final data of the year. You got word from the pharmacist homies. They're walking out while I sadly work at an independent pharmacy. I mean, does Walgreens pay better? Why did you work at an independent one rather than Walgreens or like a pharmacy like CVS? I don't know the difference. I know some of it, but not enough to actually understand it. Retail chains are the devil. You actually know your patients. Horrible word. Okay, you guys are coming out already. y'all got the list ready for me. Bonds are bad. That's it. Bonds go green, man. I honestly, shame on me. I haven't even looked at the 10-year. Okay, that's not green yet, but they're about to go green. If bonds go green now with low dollar, at least today, it makes a lot more sense. And it's about to happen here at Euro Close. You took years off your life. No way. Less money, but more freedom. Is that working independent? Does Walgreens at least pay better, or is it still a shit show? All right, you're making another move up. $4,377. So again, wait till 4,387, but I don't think this level has as much weight as 4,402. So watch out for that. Yeah, again, this looks like Europe right now. This looks like everywhere else around the world. So I don't know if you guys are familiar. I said it in the morning. I think it even went over it on the news if you were listening. But here it is. I mean, this is Europe right now today. Everywhere's up. So FTSE 100 up 1.7. Euro Stoxx 50 is up by 2. German DAX up 1.9. France 1.9. And then Switzerland 1.5. These are all today, intraday. They all gapped up and ran. So now if the bonds go green, dollar stays red. This, before you get so mad, understand this is like a global rally, is what you're in. Then remember, and then China stimulus too. Don't forget about that. The only thing is China ended up coming down by the end of the day. And yeah, I mean, literally you had bad geopolitical tensions. And then, I mean, this morning you had a lot of people kind of talking it down. Fed bids for 6-month bills total $4.1 billion. Yeah, Country Garden. That Evergrande stuff yesterday was wild. Did dollar just hit a new low? I think dollar just wicked into another low. S&P is now up by 1%. And then the video on the high still. My goodness. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I've been drinking a lot of water today, so you're going to get a lot of bathroom breaks. I will BRB. I love you. Good morning.
The other side. This is good versus evil. This is so clear here that we are fighting in one of Israel's darkest moments. We're fighting evil that the world haven't seen since the Second World War. And we need to fight it. It's a terror organization recognized in the US and in the UK. And, you know, many people are comparing to 9/11. And I heard many people that are making the equivalent numbers with the proportion. When you think about Israel as a tiny country, just 9 million people, it's actually 10 times of 9/11. And the disaster that the country is experiencing, this is something that any country in the world should support Israel now.
How will a combination of Israeli politics be successful in prosecuting this war?
So first of all, it's clear both to the Prime Minister and to the leaders of opposition that there was never bigger necessity for a unity government in Israel than at this moment. And I speak on behalf of every Israeli. Israelis are united now. Israelis fight together, shoulder to shoulder. We see so many gestures coming from Israelis, want to support our soldiers, want to support the people that need help at the moment in Israel, that are in the front line. So they want to see the same reflection in our politics, and I'm sure that a unity government will happen, and it will be the reality.
Right.
I hope sooner the better.
Ambassador, the Arab community speaks to different sets or different cohorts of Palestinians. Can the Arab nations assist Israel in speaking to Palestine away from Hamas?
You know, this is not something new. I mean, this is a process being going on over a generation. And in the last few years, as you know, there were dramatic breakthroughs between Israel and the Arab world with the Abraham Accords, with the ongoing negotiation with Saudi. So
Israeli ambassador to the United Kingdom.
The Arab world wants to be close to Israel, and the Middle East is changing. Unfortunately, this radical ideology that Hamas is leading based on ISIS mentality, this jihad ideology. Look at Hamas charter. Look at what they want to do. They want to kill basically every single Jew. They don't recognize the right of Israel to exist. So when this is Hamas ideology, this is ideology must be fight. You can't negotiate with these people. You can't have peace with Hamas. You need to fight back because they started this war, and Israel will win this war.
Ambassador Hotovli, what do you make of some of the discussion around Iran?
Ambassador Hadovli. There it is. There it is. Market's still up. Very wild day. Again, all around the world, you have the tensions chilling out, or that's how people are taking it. And then like we just went over here, everything is up. Hubs is dying. Death and destruction. Oh, yeah. 1.3. They got murked right there. I think they were up even a little bit more. 490 to 480. Is there any news on that? I see CFA technology review. I'm not seeing anything on hubs yet. AKRO on the low. Again, they were down 50% earlier. So I think they're down even more. I don't see anything on hubs. But that's a big move. Watch, if anything, watch for any sympathies too. Kraken AWS is planning on conducting network maintenance in some of their AWS local zones. Any interest in nuclear energy for the long term? Although I think nuclear energy was going to be a very important source of fuel in the future, I do not have any in the long term. I don't have any energy in the long term. I'm not really an energy guy, but I've always said I'd consider it and maybe down the line, but as of now, just no energy for me. Where is Raul? That's a good question. I don't know where Raul is. I think Raul is chilling for now, but I'm sure he's either hanging out with the dollar or bonds, or once he links up, we'll see. But remember, I mean, October has a lot, and just don't get ahead of yourself. I even said it yesterday. Was it Blues? I think he was in the chat, and I just said, you know, the back and forth with the markets, you're going to deal with a lot of stuff. If you want to make it easy, wait till the confirmation. Once we get that CPI and everything else, things will be good. So it's like, unfortunately, you just this is what we've been talking about. I don't know how it's been so like emotionally divisive, but like every day we've had this discussion. We have had this talk about what is going on with the fact that you have data, you have markets moving, but then every time we move, there's another data event right around the corner. So we're not able to confirm it. And then you just saw massive fear in October off of August and September, but then October is like one of the best months seasonally. So it's all just kind of balancing out there. But like I'm saying, you can play the back and forth. You can feel like it's dying one day and then running up the next. But, all you got to do is just wait till that confirmation. And again, the next day or so, by Thursday, we will have that. Nvidia.com. Nvidia is still going up. Nvidia is up 1.8. It looks like a lot more, but that thing is running. Amazon now 2, and then Google. How is Google 52-week high? That's great. Again, Google was the underperformer. I didn't realize. Bro, Google is launching. So even leading into earnings, that Google safe haven is about to do what Apple did. My goodness. Raul comes Thursday or Friday, hungover and angry. I don't know if we do run. I mean, VIX is right below 17. I think, I don't know, the average is either 16 or 17 for the year. But yeah, those last couple days did kill volatility. Where's the move index? Oh, you got that Kraken news. Wasn't anything. And then watch if bonds end up coming down. Michael Vicks. No. Michael Vicks. Good guy. Not really, but I can't believe they did. They did Michael Vick way dirtier than Sam Bankman. When's the next chat event you want to come? I will let you know. But, that was just there for the real estate guys. I'm proud of the commitment they made, regardless of whether or not, they thought I would be there, or regardless of anything. They've been grinding for a while, so it wasn't really a planned event. I had to go. Ryan on the low. Is that Ryan Air? No, Ryan Specialty Holdings. CCJ on the high. Someone was just talking uranium. Fang on the high. I'll check you next time, boss. Don't worry. I know, man. I didn't know if you were going or not, or if you were going to be there. I know you asked me earlier, but I know it was the last second. And then I missed a couple people. I didn't get to see Nikki B or Ryan. They left, bro. It was crazy. But it's good, man. It's good. At least 200 people would come. I mean, bro, even if we just brought the real estate guys out, that's a full caravan. So, but like I said, that was a trial run. You know, I got to see what was up with it. And again, I was there to celebrate the real estate guys. So, you know, we'll see. I mean, I'm open to it. At least, you know, I'm definitely open to it. But the right time. I still occasionally stand on the coast of La Jolla shores with my TTF hat, waiting for a curly-haired fist bump. Hey, man. Oh, dude, I didn't even tell you. Dude, I totally did not even tell you. You know what I'm saying? I didn't tell you that day. So on my way to Vegas, what do you think happens to me? I totally forgot about this. I totally forgot. I go in. I'm on the way to Vegas, and I'm at the airport. Yeah, I didn't tell him. Yeah, you saw me. I told you right when I landed, bro. Nah. I'm going through the airport at San Diego. And I go through security. I go through the little x-ray scanner. And then the guy starts patting me down. And then he lifts up my chain to like check if there's anything under it. And then he looks at me and goes, "Are you by chance from the trading fraternity?" And I look at him, I'm like, "Yeah, man, what gave it away?" I'm wearing all gear, and the guy at TSA is a Chad. So shout out to Trevor, baby. Yeah, I was like, no way, bro. On the way to going to see everybody, so that one wasn't like, I told you in public, usually it's like I'll see people, but this time he was working. I talked to him for a little bit when I was waiting for my bag. He told me about he was in crypto a little bit. He had some things happen. He said he was good though, good guy, bro. He said God had a plan. I was like, let's go. Yeah, bro, I was tripping out. Shout out to Trevor. I don't know if you're here right now, Trevor, but we love you. Yeah, we got TSA, Chad. Chad is everywhere. Shout out to Trevor, baby. Yeah, man. Then he confiscated the chat. That'd be crazy. I'd be like, come on, bro. Israel schools closed through Thursday. Yo, he's here. He is? Hello. Is that Trevor? I don't know if that's Trevor. Is that you? Oh, no. I didn't ask you your last name, Trevor. SPY is going up again. Tesla is still at the high. Google, I can't believe Google's at a 52-week high right now. You will see me one day. You know, that's what I'm saying. Again, if you ask anybody who I met over the weekend if they thought they were going to see me, the answer was no, but the timing worked out. So, you know, eventually. And God bless you, bro. I'm glad to hear that. And I hope we can make some more positive changes. Amen. Will the real Trevor please stand up? S&P up 43 points. Ugh. Again, I can't even do 100 points from the bottom of last Friday. Good morning, Mr. Patrick Picardi. Hope you're living good, baby. 43.78. I think it's okay. I still love you, bro. Trevor is still a good name. It is. I like that name. Trevor is like a good name, like Trevor. It's very like, yeah, like I feel like you'd be a main character of like a surfing movie. But like, yeah, Trevor. But it's a strong name. I like it. I thought about that. After meeting him, I was like, I like the name Trevor. It's a good name. It's a good name. Trev. You know what I'm saying? Trev. Ryanair, again, they're on the high. They think they had order numbers the other day with Boeing, or they bought a plane. Excuse me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We missed it 3 minutes ago. We should get some push-ups in too. Argentinian peso weakens 10% on black market. Hits all-time low of 1,050 per dollar. Yeah, Europe. I mean, we'll find out. Again, Europe, China was all good. Now we're back up here again. Bonds are about to go green on the day. The dollar is down. I mean, you got Fed speakers in like 2 hours. That's it. But, oh, shit. Man down. Man down. What the hell just happened? My wire got trapped on the light and then it fell as I was raising my standing desk. And do you know why I was raising my desk? It's because it's push-up time. Pimp down. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving then. Optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, and relax the eyeballs. Oh. You do that in the chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby. Just like that. Just like that. All right, I need to get let me go get my resistance bands. Hold on. Hold on, all right. Where's I need to do the chair thing. You got your other message too.
Listen up, baby back bitches. You were hating on me in the morning, so get your ass up right now and do push-ups. I ain't playing with you. This is AI Yosh now, you little b. I love you.
I'm doing my workout now. I'm doing my workout. I'm at the door. I got to do the door workout. That'll be good. Oh, yeah. Okay, good. Look at that. One set done. Just like that. Just like that. Yeah, that's it. And honestly, today, I'm banning mother effers. Even if you're a member today, I don't know what it was. Again, I woke up in a good attitude, but I just zero tolerance complain. So I use this opportunity to consolidate the Chads today and just get rid of every single person who's not with it. You know what I'm saying? So I love you, but to people that have been banned today, I'm still not on caffeine. I still love you. You know, that's all. I was very disappointed by some people today, but y'all making it easy to point out now. So I love you, but don't get mad at me, okay? I'm hoping you could read the room and the idea. You know what I'm saying? Because like I'm telling you, bro, it's very easy to quit and back down all throughout the day, bro. I'm gonna put in work for those who appreciate it because I love y'all, but at the same time, any complaining attitude, I've had to take it out today. I'm sorry. You know, I do apologize, but not really. Just because it's like, come on, bro. Come on. Oh. Yeah, the voice is getting a little better. I'm still stretching. Come on. Were people mad at Josh's voice? No, like I literally took all the new stuff in the morning. Again, like, I'm struggling, like, heavy. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's something out there. It would be way easier to just not stream. You know what I'm saying? And, like, it's funny because yesterday everybody was like, turn it off. Just quit. Just go to take a break. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm just like, hey, we found an alternative. I wanted to give you guys info because I felt bad. Like, yesterday, I was so disappointed we didn't get the news. You know what I'm saying? And, like, it sucks because if I'm waking up early, my voice is still clapped. You know, I don't want you guys to miss out on anything, especially when there's a lot out there. So I was just like, damn, bro. Yeah, people just focusing on the wrong thing in the morning. So I had to eliminate it. But like I'm saying, though, like I'm just banning people, though, with it, though. It's not even a timeout. It's just like, bro, it was just pretty ugly from people. I was very disappointed. But, you know, it is what it is. But that's why I'm saying, stay in the game. If this is helpful, I got you all the time. Don't worry, you will never be punished. But like I'm saying, anything else though, it was an interesting one. It was definitely a different experience than what I experienced over the weekend. You know, it's very, very wild. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Love you, Josh. Lurk. God bless you. AMD, I just saw that on the high. AMD 109. Damn, that recovered a lot actually in the last couple. We should have held that one. I think we would have been back up. AMD is like literally, that's the second flash print on the high ticker. GitLab up 4. I mean, if this goes up, I mean, the gap, you're going to fill at 4404, 4402. So, like, you're very close. Again, we haven't even filled this since, what, September? Well, we'll find out. Four, 3, 6, 7, 1. Bonds are about to go green. That's insane. So to give you an idea of what happened, bonds went up like 2.8 on TLT yesterday, gap down 1.5 today, and now they are at break even in intraday. That's wild. Again, we're trying to figure out if people are like, you know, how they feel about the whole situation, but that's another one. Another one. I'm surprised move isn't higher. You weren't scared of him after last week. You would have went on him. I'm holding that 1ZB. It came back up, but Bondland is it's wild for now, but I do think after CPI should be a lot easier. But then we'll see though, especially if like right now in a weird way the shape is the same, but you know the gap between bonds, SPY, and the dollar, you know they're all kind of moving at their own spot. Cart got murdered yesterday, and then there was something with them and Pepsi today, but hopefully this is what starts their launch. UBS clash at Supreme Court. Test rules for whistleblower suits. Tupperware decision to resign not due to any disagreement. Tupperware exec vice chair Richard Gaudis to resign. And get ready, TLT is about to go green. CVS on the high again. That was up earlier. Do you think this could lead to Fed cutting rates? Or why do you think the situation really affect the decision and it's about the data? I'm not following. What are you saying? What could lead to Fed cutting rates? Erdogan says talks with Putin. Are you talking about the war? If there was like a real big conflict, yeah, that could lead to cutting. But at the same time, you know, if they treat it like all other events that we've had, and again, this is what people were saying, is that the market has a propensity to ignore a lot of global politics. If it doesn't have an effect, then it won't. I mean, realistically, let's say Israel becomes a non-event, then the only issue is going to be how it moves oil. That will be the determinant, right? That's what people are worried about. What happens overseas? What happens to oil supplies and oil trade? And then how does that factor into an inflation? That right there will be that's how you could look at it without having to get too much into the nitty gritty of what will happen, what won't. But it's simple. Does it affect oil? Do tensions or actions lead oil to moving a certain way? And then does that get in the way of inflation again? Hedge funds are positioned in the dumbest way since history. Watch it out for many more to fall even than 2008. Well, that reminds me, I have tinfoil. I have tinfoil related to that. You tell me. You tell me if you want it. I don't know if you want the tin. It's kind of crazy tin. It's kind of crazy tin. I don't know. I don't know. Even in the context of stuff, it's rough. It's rough. It's crazy tinfoil, bro. I might need to get a water for this. Oh wait, you guys get like how many likes? I don't know what you're looking for. I don't know. How about this? I'll do this. I'll go non-members only. And if it could go 30 seconds without a negative comment, I'll give you the tinfoil. I'll let you guys be freed. If not, then you know what I'm saying? Let's see. Yeah, the Twitch is down. Let's see what happens. Let's see. I'll give it like 30. LVMH earnings coming out right now. I love you. Let's go, baby. Let's see. Wow. Okay, starting off good. Yeah, finally. I'm trying. We're making sure you guys are good. Again, LVMH earnings came in at 9%. Estimate was 11.2. So LVMH kind of bad earnings there. Positivity. Good. That's honestly, I didn't think you guys were going to be able to do that. That's what I'm talking about. Good work. Thank you. Amen. All right. So here's your tin. Here it is. Are you ready? I think this is in a tinfoil sense. the way that you get your real bad, like, crash, it is going to be a result of Sam Bankman Volume 2. And what I mean by that is pretty much there's going to be somebody bigger than Sam Bankman who is going to commit a fraud that will lead to massive losses. And right now we probably view them as a saint. And that was tinfoil I was thinking about, because it's like right now with all this money, everything holding up, like legitimately to the point of like the only way you really get like taken out at the knees is that there's somebody out there who's maybe like bust and we don't really know, but then we're pretty much backing them like they're Jesus. So AKA a great deceiver has a financial risk essentially. I don't know. What do you think about that, Tin? I was thinking about this yesterday because it's just like they handled Sam Bankman. There was a lot of risk, but like he somehow managed to again they stopped the contagion. But like if there's somebody out there that was pretty much fraudulent, but then got connected and had a lot of money connected, then whoa, what if they got clapped? I don't know if they could absorb it the same way. So yeah, I don't know. That's some tinfoil for you. Big body bands. Remember, I used to be dusty. You get that one from Sater? No. To be honest with you, I got it because I was just like recapping on all of the prophecies, and the great deceiver came up, and I thought about it financially. That's exactly how I got that one. Yeah, Europe stock 600 closes up 2%. Biggest since November 2020. I don't know who it is. Maybe it'll be someone new, but and then again, man, this doesn't insinuate that it's actually correct. The Oracle of Omaha turns into Wizard of Oz. Damn, TLT is right at break even right now. AMD is killing it. The great Powell Seaver. Could be, man. Could be. I'm not gonna trade Birkenstock. No. I mean, it depends on the premium, but I don't have any plans. I don't even know how they're gonna get away with it right now. I mean, if we get a lot of bull activity, maybe, but it felt like the market was a lot more bullish around CART and the other one. I do believe the Fed is serious about 2%. They have to be. They can't change it. Because if they do, it causes a lot more credibility and perception problems. ARM, that was the other one. What did I call it? Am I banned on Robinhood? But like they didn't ban me. They said they would, but then I just didn't get the next offering. But then a lot of people didn't. Let me check on E-Trade, actually. Greedy short on Tesla. Not today. Again, we have big data tomorrow that could really, really move things. So you have to watch out for that. We looked when he bought car. Yeah, I don't think I am. Damn. Last file, so 32 million shares at 44. So hold on, I could get in the offering, but damn. Europe stock 600 is officially closed now. Again, best day since November. I don't know. I could get in on the offering on E-Trade. Last time I got clapped off the other one. But I don't know, man. I don't know if the hype is going to be there. And then their filing is like, it just has pictures of sandals. California considering cutting solar incentives for rentals. For renters. Okay. So I'm putting in an offer for Birkenstock, but I don't want to. So pretty much I don't want to play it too crazy. So I put in an offer. If I could get filled normally, I'll do it. Other than that, that's it. Yeah, SPY going up. Bonds are green now, man. That's crazy. Yeah, honestly, though, again, I guess it's my fault, but we'll go non-members once I have my full voice back. It's just too distracting. I love you, though, but I don't want to keep banning some of y'all. But like 3 more people had to get banned right there, so I'm like, all right, I'm sorry. I'm trying, but it's my fault because of the voice, so I'll take the responsibility. Unfortunately, though, it'll give everybody a better viewing experience. But I love you, and God bless you. Feel better. We're working on it. We're working on it, baby. It'd be like that. Yeah, can't do anything about it. You know, all I could do is what I do. That's why I think members only is the only way. We do this every time I lose my voice, I think. I think last year it was very similar. I lose my voice, we're good, then you have the same like reaction. It's just too distracting. Erdogan criticizes U.S. decision to send Navy ships to Israel. I think you're right. No, it's like every time. It's too much. It's too much to handle. CBT BTU, where's materials? XLB. Yeah, they're up to 1.7. And then 3M. Dual citizenship. Twitch and Yoto. There you go, baby. God bless you. And welcome. It's around the same. Yeah, literally last October. I lose my voice around here, I think. But then again, we had a crazy weekend. Ban them all. Well, either I don't want to ban anybody. I felt bad. I already feel bad for banning that many people, but at the end of the day, you got to keep it on track. And I mean, nothing's ever promised. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. So enjoy it while it's here. I don't think they're going to release the SBF investor list. That'd be crazy. U.S. concludes military coup d'etat has taken place in Niger. Another push. I mean, we're already up. We're right at the levels. 43, 83, 84. You got like 3 more points. And then 44.02. Then you fill a gap from almost a month ago. Just under it. Mm. 4384. 437 on SPY. Where's the dollar? Bonds are green, but barely. But the fact they made that is nuts. And then dollar is still hitting a low. Military coup has taken place in Niger. They're referring to what went down a couple weeks ago, right? I don't know if it's something happening now. And then I guess in that same breath, the only next issue would be if they were talking today if the Israel stuff spreads into Egypt. Okay. AI Josh still hits. Let's go, baby. So I'm talking about.
Thank you for fucking with me, Luxlixing. I appreciate your vibes. Haters can't talk, but I love you. Holler at your boy Lux, we really out here. I appreciate you, my G. Thanks again. I love you.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Amen. Amen. I love you. I love you. God bless you. All right, you're going up. Bonds, dollar hit a new low. Bonds are back to break even in red, but that's it now. SPY, you're hitting one level. And then, I mean, I'm sure by the end of the day, unless it all flips, you do have a Fed speaker in an hour. And then we're going to see what this turns into. Where is it? Midwest finest, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Wow. Thank you, Midwest. I also appreciate you as well. Thank you for your consistent vibes and being an inspiration in real estate.
Oh, I forgot it.
I love you.
Gotcha. Amen, baby. God bless you. Google don't show you love. It's okay. It happens. All right. I need to go pee, though. Again, I've been down in waters, bro. Left and right. But God bless you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I will BRB.
Very fierce. What the Air Force now is doing is Gaza, is that they're striking in rounds that are taking place every 4 hours. They're just going back and forth. They're striking thousands of targets over there. They have also reported that they have managed to kill from with these aerial attacks to senior figures in Hamas this afternoon. So that's what the focus is on now. And they're also describing that they've sort of built a steel wall, that's what they call it, along the Gaza fence in order to stop any more possible infiltrations. So they've actually placed a lot of tanks over there and some aerial vehicles that are shooting down at anyone, and that's what they stress. Anyone who's trying to shoot across the fence, no matter who they are, and that's the main focal point of what the Israeli Air Force is doing now. Just in one more sentence, I will tell you that obviously they are preparing for a much larger ground operation, and they're doing that by mobilizing a lot of soldiers and reserve forces towards the southern border and the northern border as well.
Bloomberg's Gali Olstein, one of many colleagues in Israel and the Middle East, Caro, who are doing minute-by-minute reporting of what's happening. We're very grateful to have you here on Bloomberg Technology. Let's turn to the intelligence side of this conversation. How did Hamas get around one of the most sophisticated surveillance states to stage its attack against Israel? Joining us now is Kirsten Todd, the former chief of staff for the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. There's the hard war.
Yeah, good call out. RL dumping. Literally down 1.7. Check news on that. They literally just, he said the most advanced security state. R? Oh, no, that's Ralph Lauren, not RH. I keep confusing. RL. Which is weird because some of the retailers were up earlier. That's old. I don't see any new headlines on there. And then again, Fed Waller in like an hour and 30 minutes or 20. I'm not seeing anything on RL. Hezbollah targeted Israeli tank with guided missile, two security sources in Lebanon say. RL still dumping. And then market near the high. And then bonds actually, they're hitting a high right now too, at least on the 30-year. Yeah, CART. I forgot what it was with CART. What did the Pepsi CEO said something? Because they were murdered yesterday. I see MasterCard partners with Instacart. That's old. There was some, and then I think it's related to Pepsi earnings too. LVMH. Oh, that could be off RL. That RL makes sense. LVMH had those earnings. That makes a lot of sense. I forgot about that. They literally just put out earnings. Which is weird considering Europe. I guess it was after hours. Europe had a good day. And then luxury retailer. It was 9% instead of 11%. LVMUY. I use MH or HF. That one looks more like it trades a little more active. RL earnings November 8th, yes. And that's something to keep in mind. We have a couple of earnings this week, and then you kick off the banks. Next week, Tesla and Netflix. And then after that, it's going to be around like November where the rest of the companies, because after Netflix, you kind of have like a burn 1 week, still a lot of companies, and then you'll get one big week at a time. Yeah, Tesla is next Tuesday, I think. So let me see. No, Tesla is next Wednesday. But then by Monday, you're going to have a couple of banks, Charles Schwab. Tuesday, Bank of America, Interactive Brokers, J&J, and a few others. Then ASML, Netflix, Tesla, Lam Research, Procter & Gamble. Then the week after will be like Meta, which is a big one. Intel, Ford. I guess, so you're actually still then, but then again, by that time it's November. So pretty much this month, Tesla, Meta, Netflix. And there'll be a couple of others, but as far as big tech, that will be in the next week or so. Southwind Media eyes sale of stake in Spain's Media Pro. And then Adobe unveils new image generation tools in AI push. Or Adobe had some AI stuff, but didn't really react. You're an art person. How would you help someone who's extremely talented with art who is still in high school? My wife's cousin is extremely talented. It's wild. Honestly, just get their work and tell them to start selling it. Believe it or not, nowadays you can, if it's that good, put it out there. I mean, you could work with agents and you could try to get it into auctions, but usually some sort of market success will help it there. Yeah, TikToks would go a long way, but you just got to get it out there and start selling it, or have some backing to get you in the door there. But other than that, if usually talent, it speaks for itself in some instances. So just make sure they're not too scared to put it out there. Yeah, Adobe is very expensive. Adobe's not bad though, but we've watched the back and forth with the AI headlines. And that's the only problem. She could do contests too. So that's another way. Maybe they don't want to sell just yet, or they haven't, and it's a lot of work. Try to find contests so that they could place in some events or anything, or maybe win something. That's also a good way to get noticed. And then SPY still holding. Bonds are up 0.1% now. My goodness. And then dollar's still down. So Europe's up. We're up after Euro close, everything. And the mayor's award in D.C. Yeah, so you got to leverage that, but that's a very great start. Have they never sold any artwork? Or I guess, has anybody tried to buy it? Email me. Maybe I'll be the first buyer. I don't know. Send me some. That's another thing to that's usually how it is. Usually you get some notice if the art is good and someone takes into it and then someone buys it. I mean, that goes a long way. And another high on the S&P. NASDAQ is up 1.2. S&P is up 1.1, and then Dow Jones 0.8. Yeah, everything bopping. You're about to hit the levels of 43, 87, 89, and then before you know it, 4,400. Literally last week on the same chart, you were hovering right above 4,200, and now you are almost at 44. You'll, the stock market, bro. Crazy. I'm the last couple of days, but I mean, welcome to October, and it's still not over yet. If we close the gap, we would match Euro's 2%. It's possible. I mean, this has been the first day in a while, ironically, after global tensions, that the bonds are up now, barely. The dollar is down, and then the market's up 1%. Even 1.5 almost, 1.2 on the NASDAQ. So we haven't seen this in a while. The rest of the world's doing good. You had China's stimulus push. So, I mean, the making is there. But like we said, October, it's really either going to confirm it or not. But the data... excuse me. Oh, excuse me. No, we didn't have October surprise yet. If anything, maybe this is part of it, but, I still think we could go down, and then if the data is good, I think we're going to have that normal, positive October seasonality that we were expecting. So, we will see. And then Sweden temporarily halts development to aid the Palestinians. That's old. YouTube, Twitch loves you. We love you too. Honestly, it's not even, it's that's it. There, how you like Twitch, YouTube, Chad, not Chad. I think it just boils these. You got complainers and no complainers. That's the only way I will determine any groups of people moving forward. I say you could be team complainer or team not complainer. That's what we on. That's the only way to determine Chads. I don't know if the AI can make you sneeze. Powerball jackpot 1.7. Damn. I didn't play yet. I usually play above $1 billion, but how come it always hits $1 billion though? I feel like $1 billion lottery is more than a common occurrence now. That used to be really crazy. But now it's like I feel like we've seen 3 this year. They're just giving away $1 billion. They changed the number pool? What do you mean? They made it hard to win, but wait, what happened? It used to be $1, now it's $2. Yeah, I'm the only thing I'm thinking is inflation. But what? It used to be $1 billion was rare, and I swear I've seen it 3 times this year. They added more numbers. I didn't know that. Wow, I'm not up to date with my lottery game. It used to be 1 to 25, now it's 1 to 35. Well, thank you. That's crazy. Groupon on the low again. They went from 4, bro. They're dying. They were at 14. Now they're got a 10 handle. And Southwind, no other headlines. Groupon on the low. Google on the high. That's still going. Again, card is up 8. There's no headlines, but I'm pretty sure I saw a Pepsi CEO comment this morning. Yeah, Google is great. Dude, Google, I did not know they were at 52-week highs. That one kind of blew my mind. And then AMD, they were squeezing. NVIDIA, Intel. Again, Intel earnings is the closest one. That one's right around the corner. AKRO, that's the one that got clapped. Tesla, they're holding up. Tesla feels like it's outperforming. But then again, though, there's a lot of those today. And then Boeing, literally from delivery numbers, they are still killing it. That one's actually wild. Literally Boeing 190 to 194 almost. And that's off at the bottom. On UNH earnings, I don't know. Healthcare, I'm biased. So, like, I think healthcare, utilities, and any of those defensives, they should do good. But they haven't. I mean, on the year, I think that only tech is up, which is wild. But for the most part, I do like UNH, but I don't know how they'll do on the earnings. But I am biased. I think healthcare is underperforming. They've sold off, and I think they could do a lot of damage. And again, names. You have to look, though. I think UNH might still be expensive. Yeah, it's still kind of up there, but it's 50-50. So I like the company, but I don't really know about this earnings. And then maybe I would even look at the what's it called? The what is it? The 2 standard deviations. I would watch out for that. Later tomorrow, yes. If the voice allows it. Actually, let me see if I could get it I could do it now. If you're down with the AI voice, I could get you the earnings preview. So there's actually no preview yet. So we have to wait, but there's no UNH preview available. And then something from the World Bank. Most sectors are green year to date now. Let me see. Mosby sent me this one. Hold on, I got to get the chart. So right here, like this is from Goldman. If you look at every industry on the year, or I think a little bit beyond that, last like 2 years, I believe, from March 2022, everything is down except tech. I thought this was, and then communications have came to break even. But I thought this was a very interesting chart. Because you could literally see it, everything on like a broader scale has gone down. Literally communication, that's because of Meta communication. Otherwise AT&T and the rest got clapped. Blessed to be 22 today. Thank you for the chads in the journey so far. Can't wait to see where we all go. Amen. And shout out to all the birthdays, all the donos too, baby. I'm gonna hit the horn. I'll give y'all a horn. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need that. That's good. That's good. Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday.
Ray Dom, happy birthday, brother. I hope you keep the long-term growing and fuck a hater's opinion on not holding long. Don't let them play you, dog. The cult love you, and I hope your birthday is wonderful, lit, and amazing. I love you.
Amen. 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 That's facts, bro. He's amen. That's yeah. Banga says next replenishment of World Bank's IDA fund for poorest countries must be largest ever. Remarks to civil society leaders. Thank you. Happy birthday. My birthday, February 33rd. I think. I need to check my birth certificate. I want to be here without y'all, the community. I love you so much. We love you, baby. God bless you. That's hard, man. I know the birthday message hits. You got the long term, baby. So keep it up. Amen. Guild on the high. Eli Lilly. So a couple of those healthcare names running up too. Rite Aid, another 9. Even the bonds. Let's see, Netflix came down. Tesla 2. I mean, usually Rite Aid does sell off after these little like crazy moves. So that is a good sign, but the covered call is still difficult. It's actually just the same price. U.S. to unveil region sharing in $7 billion hydrogen hub program. Interesting. Are you alone wondering how the world markets are squeezing in the face of more negative data? You are not, but I would say respectfully, you may be impatient. That's all I've seen. Lately, the last couple days, couple of weeks, it's easy to get clapped. It's easy to, get caught up in the market. But like, if these last couple of days and weeks are messing with you, it's because we're on a schedule. And it's like we have something that's about to happen. And, a lot of confirmation can happen. But a lot of people are like, they're waiting. And they're like, wait, why is this happening? Again, yesterday we had a huge event. And then today we're brushing it off. But a lot of people are mentioning how we have always done that. So I understand where your concern is coming from. You know what I'm saying? And what you're wondering about and looking at. But if you kind of judge it like 2 weeks at a time, the story becomes a little easier to read. The guilty melt up. Why? Explain that. I would love to hear more about that. Sounds like a good name. What do you got? The guilty melt up. Because a lot of people wanted this to be the most hated rally part 2, but I don't know. The guilty melt up. And then SPX right below the level by like 5 points. Yeah, you're just chilling. In the face of war, terror, economy, people feel guilty about markets going up, but still enjoy making money even while people are dying and suffering. What do you think, Chad? Is it there's all these bad things and then the market goes up and then everybody is just just accepting it? Like it's maybe the guilty rally. You learned so much from this channel. When I heard guilty melt up, all I thought about was the UK gilt. Amen. Airlines for the long term, no. I don't really like them. I like travel. I like Airbnb. You could even go for like Expedia if you don't like Airbnb, but I don't like cruise lines, airlines. They've never really had a spot in my long term for me. Schumer ready to ensure Israel has resources needed. Netflix dumping. Yeah. It sucks. I'm still in that one. I might be holding that one till earnings unless I want to get out now, but they are dumping. That looks like news.
Order filled.
Viral videos help put comedian Leanne Morgan on the map. That's all. That's at 10 a.m. That's 2 hours ago or an hour ago. Netflix ad exec shakeup was part of effort to speed growth. Are people worried they're slowing down? That's a weird headline to go down on. But then it would make, again, the last thing they went down on when we got it, it was margin and executives talking about it. But I think they're implying here that, or again, why the stock's going down, maybe Netflix is like scrambling to find growth. That could make sense on the red candle.
Hi, Randy. I hope you living good, my man. It's a beautiful day. Yalla. I love you.
Amen. You canceled your Netflix subscription last week. Over it. Need to work on yourself in business. Tired of burning my time watching BS. Hey, that's a good reason. I like that better than a lot of the other reasons I've heard. But I like that one. Amen. Amen. Even then, Netflix, bro, they hit me the other day with like a warning. They hit me again. They're like, you got a bunch of TVs. Are you sure? I'm like, bro, how many times do I have to do this? Pissing me off. LVMH CFO says pleased with level of business with Chinese clients. You got one the other day? Yeah, it's annoying.
Stop filled. Order filled.
LVMH is the maturities. They're a really good company. My thing is that if they slow down, I think that is their biggest weakness. Because then they could still keep chugging along, but then if they do bad, then you'll have a problem. You canceled Netflix 2 months ago for no content and Max for now. Probably go back at the beginning of the year for a few months. You learn to rotate the subs. It makes sense. Netflix. I didn't like Netflix this year. Last year I really liked Netflix, but I don't think their library and like new videos this year were good. I was not a fan of that. Don't you get it for free with T-Mobile? I'm surprised China is not using the opportunity to slide new shade while the world's focused. It's because China is still really bad. I think that could be it, but who knows? Maybe they're being patient. Always rotate the sub except to trade it for eternity. Amen. Even if you need to, though, I understand. I love you regardless. That's all. You will be limited on members only days about once. It's probably like 4 to 5 times a year when I lose my voice. You know what I'm saying? That's about it. That's the only downside to your membership, or when you like need it like the most. It will be when I lose my voice. You know, it's a very the streets get wild, and the streets get wild. Why stocks go up today? A lot of people, Netflix coming down again. A lot of people were not really reacting to what happened last night. And then Europe did very good. China announced potential stimulus. And then we just started running up. And then the bonds even recovered after giving up 1% on their first day back. So this has been 2 days now of people buying protection or buying bonds. Maybe protection isn't the right word. Netflix ad sales and ad-supported subscriber numbers were half of what staffers had projected for 23. That does not sound good. Watch out. Netflix could get clobbered on that, but it all depends on how accurate that is. Let's see. Where are you getting that one from? And then prosecutors call former Alameda Research CEO Carolyn Ellison to testify. It's from the information. So it's a paywall exclusive. Interesting. I can't read the whole thing. Morning respect, baby. Oh, wow. Get ready. We got to get a new badge on the way. Squidward will be taking the stand, yes. They got Squidward. They got her. Him, her, I don't know. YOLO small biotech earnings. Why not just biotech? Because I don't know, like, if earnings go crazy on them, but, I mean, a PDUFA will do it. Batty. You mean batty. That's what you meant. 9:30 push-ups. I'm down. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch listen, main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours now. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get our knees, do a push-up plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. And then optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, I needed that. That was good. Does it sound weird when I'm like quiet and hyped at the same time? Because like I'm definitely not yelling. So I'm trying my best out here, but I don't know how it's. I feel like it's not as hype, but I don't know. I don't know what it sound like to you, man. I'm like really up on the mic right now, and I'm like, what's up, man? Anyways, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, baby, you're looking good. You're looking good. Now I need to get up. I got to do my thing. The AI voice is hard to get it hyped. It's hard to replicate this energy, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I've learned. Hey, I like the AI, though. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, my God, you turned into a government agent. They got you. I'm like, all I saw was it was very useful. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, bro, I have not been. It doesn't have the same energy. It doesn't have the ability, but I like it's a tool, bro. It's a tool. You know, that's it, man. Because I was out, bro. I'm telling you, like, you guys heard my voice yesterday. Even a little this morning. It's not like I'm like fully good, but bro, there is no way I could have talked out a 15-minute or a 10-minute video, which is wild, bro. Chest to the sun, then rotate your arms backward and up. Oh yeah, I do that a lot. Actually, I'm gonna try it. I found a new one. I saw it on Instagram. I got a new workout. Hold on. Activity, liked videos. I like the video. That's the music. Is it work? I need to try it. You go like this. Okay, I'm doing my workouts. No door workout for now. Are we allowed to watch the Sam Bankman trial? I'm doing my workouts. Get a long-term chat. Tell them Roz, 36, baby. Welcome to the Peach. God bless you. I'm talking about. Maybe you can watch it? No way. I would love to watch my favorite person. Hold on, I got to do my workout. I can't find it. Are you sure? Can Sam Bankman? I could see live updates, but I don't know, bro. I don't think there's a live video. There's updates, yeah, but there's no like live feed. All right, I did my first workout. This video go too fast though. I can't see what he's doing. I'm still doing my push-up workouts, bro. I'm practicing new shoulder workouts. I think we're melting down. Well, until bonds, dollar, oil move, I think it's going to be an interesting one. SBF don't get the C-SPAN, yeah, right? All right, hold on. I'm still doing these workouts, bro. I'm doing this shoulder workout. I'm watching it on Instagram. Hard to explain. All right, there it is. After yesterday, what was that AI you think would be useful? Just in general, like AI, like I'm just saying, using it to make. You want me to tell you something else? I'll tell you guys a secret. Because I thought it was funny. Somebody, they told me when I did my classic video title, the stock market is going crazy. And they were like, you ran out of video ideas. And I was like, yeah, bro, like 3 years ago. What are you saying? And then there's a feature where you could have AI do your titles. So I don't know if you've noticed the weird titles on the watch list. Those are all AI. I thought it would be funny. But like I'm saying here, all in general, like AI, it's just useful. Like if you wanted to do so, like literally yesterday, I don't know if you guys realize, I couldn't talk. Like it was very, very bad. There was no way I could have communicated a watch list, let alone anything basic. And that's why I was like, bro, this thing is very useful. It does sound a little weird. It may not be optimal, but it's like, yo, in this sense, you know, if like for real, if I had any difficulty or disability and I had these tools, like I could utilize them, and it's very, very good. That's why I was like, I was surprised. So we will see. This is the worst it'll be. Yeah, well, yeah, and even then though, I'm just like I'm saying, bro, I couldn't talk, and that helped me make a video even throughout the day to like go over certain things like that. That was a very good assistant to have. Like it wasn't you know, that's why I was like, man, it's if you use it the right way, it can be very powerful. Otherwise, it's just a lot of it's like fun. It's fun to use, but in this case, I couldn't talk, and having somebody where I could dictate it and it does it fast and efficient, that's very, very rare. Yeah, literally, if there wasn't an AI, I couldn't have done a watch list yesterday. You know what I'm saying? And then even this morning, that's why I was like, bro, I wanted to make sure everybody got the news. It was helpful. You guys liked it on the watch list. That's why I was like, interesting reaction. But just in general, like even my voice is still clapped. It was very, very useful. UN aid chief on Israel says Palestinian conflict hostages must be released without delay. Bro, bonds are up 0.5% now. This is actually wild. Wild. And then, yeah, I was writing an email. I don't know if I responded to him. I was getting him a quick response. Isaiah, he just said, remember I was showing you guys Isaiah's business a couple weeks ago? He just sent me this. He's like, I'm listening while doing big boy work. That's dope, bro. Keep it up, man. I responded to the email. I don't know if you got my last one, but I wanted to make sure you knew, bro. That's what's up, man. Let's go. That's what I'm saying. I like those businesses, man. I don't know if did anybody look into it ever since we had that talk? Because that one was good. Off to the gym, then algebra. GG. Enjoy it, baby. He's building like prefab units and like storage for people locally. So they're having him build these like sheds and units. It has another name. I'm butchering it, but it's very, very good. Yeah, SPY's still been coming down a little. I mean, the ironic part is that as the SPY has barely been moving, you've literally had the bonds climb up almost 0.5%, which is like very wild to think about. Again, it just keeps going up. No, they're not modular homes, but they're like prefab, like storage and stuff like that. There's another name for it. Like I said, I'm butchering it. And then we're right below the level. You hit 43.85. Again, I'm looking at the bonds. I think that's getting interesting now. But dollar down, bonds up, and everything else up. It's great. Would you implement AI for the channel? Highlight something. I'm trying to get something like that. We have one thing. Again, I lost my voice this week, so it sucks. I was going to give somebody a call this weekend, but it was kind of out of my hands. But we're going to try. We're going to try to do a lot of stuff with it. So we'll see. Barndominium. I want a barndominium. Or what is it? Yeah, a barndo. A barndo. I don't know. The storage, usually, I think you could build them decently, but like here in Cali, the hardest part is getting the license. They won't even give you the license no matter what. Like, you have to be really well connected to get one. You've been looking for a rare house, but that wouldn't be a bad idea. 3 or 4 of those. I think Isaiah might be in Texas. He might be in Texas. But yeah, I mean, if you could build those and get the zoning, then you could build them so much cheaper. But it's, again, the hard part is getting them zoned. I don't know. I feel like you don't even, unless, depending on what you want to use it for, you may not have to get it like crazy zoned. You know what I'm saying? But then it'll just be difficult if you want to sell the property. The best way to get into luxury properties, approach the people with luxury properties. You'd be surprised just talking to people. And then it's good to have a niche or a niche, however you say the word. But like, I've noticed anybody that I've dealt with in like luxury, they all kind of have their own like vibe. They're either like a hot girl, or they're like either like really nerdy, or like they're the dude's friend. They surf with the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it goes down, like they have like something that got them in the door for these clients. One of them, it was politics. They were just liberal, and they like represent all of the liberals. Same thing for, I know one guy, I know more liberals who do luxury real estate than conservatives, but something like that. But first is, don't be afraid to ask, and actually, like, I'm telling you, get in there. I don't know. Even like Tyler, I was sharing a lot of stories with me and Tyler back in the day. But, one of those things, I would call up like $10 million properties all the time just because they were delisted. And like, people would talk to me all the time. It's so funny. And like, it was at one point in my career, it was easier to get luxury leads than it was normal leads, because the luxury people would actually talk to me. It was wild. Like, it was actually like wild, because it was just like nobody was calling these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, $10-20 million houses, you're not going and scooping up the expireds. People weren't really doing that as much. So, but like, you would be surprised that if you just ask, you could get in the door.
Order filled. Order filled.
Smile in my face, but are you talking luxury to me? I can't flow as good. My wife's boyfriend's or wife's BFF's husband is the big luxury guy around here. He wears men's makeup and stuff, super metro. It's a niche. That's the way I view it in real estate. Like everybody I know, they have a way to connect with their clients. So if his client, like that's what I wouldn't be surprised. Like I'm saying, I know like it's either language, activities, identity, politics. It goes a long way. U.S. may deploy a second aircraft carrier near Israel. Wow. It's kind of escalatory, but we are in our own world for now. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom. Blame the water. I love you. Netflix going lower. Dollar and bonds cheek laying here too. Yeah, Netflix down 1 now. Follow me on Instagram at the Trade-In Fraternity. I'll be right back.
Success of his first tenure have now since left the company. He's actually got a few allies left at the company, and that's led him to reappoint 2 of his former successors in waiting to advise him on selling different parts of the business. So that's not to say that he's lacking support from his employee base. I think that most employees are still very relieved that he is back, but nonetheless, I think that he certainly doesn't have the cohort that he used to have supporting the success of his first tenure during his second term.
I really urge everyone to go grab a cup of coffee, sit down with this piece, because it's a long read, but it's a great read. Bloomberg's Thomas Buckley, we thank you so much for it. Meanwhile, some breaking news on Caroline Ellison. She is indeed saying that Sam Bankman-Fried directed her to commit crimes. We have so much more in the crypto show coming up next on Bloomberg. You don't want to miss it. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Is it possible to help keep our online platforms safe from cyber threats?
So we can better protect our customer data?
It's
With
not.
global secure networking
Because
from
it keeps happening. Keeps happening. Yeah, Netflix flushing. I didn't get to go pee, bro. I stepped away for a second, and then that's it. See, CNBC. No, they ain't gonna give you anything. Man. She turned on him. I mean, bro, she started it all. I don't think you realize. I coach my girlfriend every day now based on Caroline. I tell her every day. What, are you ever going to tweet anything related to a dollar amount? She said, no. I said, are you sure?
Welcome back. We have breaking news
I'll be right
on the
back.
Sam Bankman-Fried trial. Our Kate Rooney live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Kate?
Hey, Scott. So Caroline Ellison has taken the stand, going out with opening testimony. The prosecution really coming out swinging. We would call it an explosive 10 minutes we just heard from the prosecution, going right into it, saying, did you commit financial crimes when you were at Alameda? She was the CEO of the hedge fund that Sam Bankman-Fried ran. She said yes, unequivocally. They had her stand up and look around the courtroom to try and find Sam Bankman-Fried. They said, with who? She said, with Sam Bankman-Fried and other people. She got up, kind of pointed around, and found Sam Bankman-Fried, said that, yes, he was part of this. The one quote I want to read you, Scott, she said that Sam directed me to commit these crimes. So pointing directly at him, saying that he was the one who was directing her to commit these crimes. Also said that they had this unlimited line of credit that we've heard before, that received money directly into bank accounts from FTX customers into Alameda, and that Sam was the one who set up systems and directed the executives to use customer money. So saying explicitly in the first 10 minutes that Sam Bankman-Fried directed her to commit financial crimes.
Biden's about to go live.
Relatively calm for the weight and severity of this. She was very, very calm considering the circumstances. We also just heard from Gary Wong, who just hopped in an Uber behind us actually on his way out. He was another FTX insider, but we are getting her side of the story. She has not talked about this case since pleading guilty last year, but we're expecting to get a little bit more color. We're going back in there about an hour. They're breaking for lunch at this point, Scott.
Yeah, pretty damning testimony. Kate Rooney, thank you. You bring us any updates throughout the rest of this day. That's Kate Rooney outside the courthouse, just a few blocks from where we are. A reminder what's coming up on Closing Bell today as well. Pretty good market day underway. We'll track the final hour with Liz Ann Saunders of Schwab. Shannon Saccocia is going to be with us, and Dave Albright, too. Perfect day for Dave to be with us, focusing on credit, what's happening in the bond market, where yields are heading, and the best way to make money off of all of that. Let's do final trades. Josh Brown, what do you have for us today?
I'm staying with Alphabet. I think this name wants 150.
You might get a pop on that.
Okay, thank you. 139 was about 140 during the program today. Thank you. Sarat Sethi.
I'm sticking with Uber. I think you've got a couple of catalysts. One of them is back to the office. And I think as more people come back to the office, you're going to see more people starting using Uber. And I think that's going to really help their cash flow, which is the catalyst for the stock.
Jimmy Goldilocks.
Nike. Is Nike maybe Goldilocks? I'm not sure. There's a tug of war going on between the fundamental guys like me who look at that earnings report a couple of weeks ago, say it was pretty good and the valuation's very attractive, and the technicals, or the technicians who look at this chart and say, man, is that ugly. However, possibly the chart is turning now. It's a little bit early to say that, but if this trend upwards continues, it's going to be a good-looking chart before too long. I think you buy Nike here.
Carrie FCX.
Thanks.
New nickname.
CRM, that's Salesforce. And Salesforce has been a very strong stock this year, but recently it's been in a bit of a plateau while interest rates have been rising. We think we're close to the end of that. And the software business, which has been relatively weak across the world, is picking up. That slowdown is picking up. They're the leader in CRMs, and so we think the stock has more to go.
Okay. Speaking of stocks, we have a pretty good day underway. We are green across the board. Yields coming down.
All right, thank you. Again, we're waiting for Bidunius. Your boy will be up here again. And then those headlines on the aircraft carrier, second one, you're probably going to hear. I don't know if he'll answer anything on that, but you have headlines coming in right now on that. FTX, I think he said something at FCX. But wait, no, hold up. Are people not in the office? You know what I'm saying? That is a wild thing I heard. He was like, once people go back to the office in Uber. I'm like, bro, it's 2020. It's the end of 2023. How is this is that still like a driver? I don't know if it is, but that's crazy. I was like, what? I'm glad you said something about that. So I was like, wait a minute. Nah, it's 2024 right now. I do see the polls. I remember there's always a poll, and it's wasn't it Grindr recently? Some of you are more familiar with that than others, but it was the app Grindr, and they even said that half of their employees said they would quit if they went back to office. Mm-hmm. Maybe Binder too. I don't know. Not trying to judge, but Binder, Grindr, Bumble, Tinder. But I know specifically Grindr employees said that. One of my COVID. Well, that's the thing. Are you ready? My girlfriend's mom just got COVID. She hasn't got it this whole time. And then she got it literally a week ago. I was like, damn, son. We lost the best people in my department due to office days. What do you mean? They quit? So you guys had to go back to office, and then the good people at the job were like, nah, I'm out. Put your guard down. Three department heads quit on the spot. But that's so weird. I guess it's because you could go other places and get paid a decent amount to never go into the office. So I think a lot of, I don't know, would you guys take less money if it meant less, no office? Let's ask the Chad. Let's see. Let's see. We'll do a flash Chad poll. Which one do you prefer? Stay at home work but less pay, or work from office for more pay? Depends how much less. I don't know. I think Apple's starting to drop. Hold on. Hezbollah says targets Israel tank with missiles. I don't know if that's it, but a lot of red. So literally a couple of things are getting clapped right now, but like Apple, Tech, Uber, all of the names just listed on that CNBC thing got hit. Yeah, Apple just went red real quick. 2 big candles on Apple. About $1 almost. Yeah. Just under $1 on Apple. There is Raul. You're back to VWAP, bro. Again, I have a headline on Hezbollah and Israel, but I don't know if that's it. Netflix was already dying. So now it's getting worse. Again, Apple, Uber, Google. Look at Apple candle right there. Check. It might be something with Apple at this point. Yo, you're getting big reds, though. Raul showed up. You just dropped like 1.5 points in 2 minutes. So see if it stabilizes. But if that keeps going, you do this for another couple minutes, you're going to wipe out all of that upside right now. You're still up 0.7, though. And then bonds are going back to negative. So again, bonds just sold off 0.5% right there. Oil green shoot. No, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, there it is. Apple for iPhone 12 users release software update that turns off body detection feature to accommodate ANFR test protocol. So you got a headline on their headline on Apple France radiation thing. I just said they turned off a feature with an update so that it doesn't poison you. That's crazy. Oh yeah, I forgot about this survey. 300 votes, not bad. Not bad. You guys respond way better if I ask you what you want to buy. You guys love purchasing questions. So we'll see. Maybe I'll give you 50 more votes maybe. It's kind of split though, 60-40. 60% of Chads would rather stay at home but less pay than work from office for more pay. That's crazy. So how much less are we talking now? Yeah, that was Raul. There was an Apple headline. Again, EU borrows. He's talking now, and then there was a Hezbollah a headline on Hezbollah. But for now, I think that was a little bit of Raul. I'd watch Apple. Again, watch if it goes one more time. But other than that, that was your first little red of the day. Time with family or time at the office. I mean, I feel you. I think if that's the case, that's an easy answer. But let's be real. I don't think everybody works at home to spend time with their family. You know what I'm saying? Like if that's what you do, I feel amen. But I don't know if that's like the real driver. Oh, there you go. You go. We need 20 more votes, and we'll have 500. We'll end the poll. And here it is. Chad poll completed. Watch out. SPY's coming down again. If this does not gain, like I'm saying, one more drop down, you're going to be right back into yesterday's level real quick. And then watch the bonds. They're barely holding on. But out of 500 Chads, 57% would rather stay at home for less pay rather than work from an office for more. No parachute level. Parachute level is 43.24. Oh, there it is, baby. Wow, market's moving, and so is Bradley Frizzle in the Peach. Peach Nation, get your ass up, baby. It's here. Oh, nah, let's go. Oh, my goodness. God bless you. Wow, the legend. We did it, and the market is still going down. You're down 15 points just in a couple of minutes, and then bonds are dropping now too. There is Appel. The dollar's not rocketing up, so it might just be natural market moving. We'll see. God bless you in the chat. Amen. No. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Thank you, Bradley Frizzle. We really fuck with you and the peach. It's an honor to have your commitment over the years. Keep riding with the gang and hold down Peach Nation. Gang gang. We lit, it's lit, I love you.
I thought he was going to pause on the last ones, but that's it. You know what I'm saying?
Josh, I still have a question. What does the peach mean?
Oh, this is even the AI don't know. Wow, this is weird. I'm sorry, AI. We'll get to the bottom of it later. I don't know if we have time for that. Can someone unban that guy? You ban somebody? Oh, shit. Damn, you banned Dylan Jordan for no reason. For talking about Chicago. I got him. We good. That's crazy, man. I forgot about that question. I guess it kind of makes sense, but what I think is crazy is that 4 years later, society is still like split. It seems like on work from home or not. And then Apple's coming lower again. Bonds dropped. So did the market. We don't have a headline on that, but that was a big move. You had EU Boral, Hezbollah headline, and then you had an Apple headline on radiation. And then Biden is supposed to be talking soon. Where is this guy? Damn, that's crazy. So some of the Chads got COVID. So y'all telling me y'all gave me COVID? Y'all gonna tell me y'all meet up with me, have the first meetup, and then 3 days later you're like, Josh, we got COVID. It's cool. It was still worth it. I love you. I just lost my voice. That's the thing, bro. Like, I'm not even like, I haven't had any diarrhea. Like, I wish I had diarrhea. A nice poop would have been good. You know what I'm saying? But it's other than that, though, that's crazy. No, it's not even strep. Because, like, I'm telling you, bro, where is it? It's called black seed oil, bro. Ever since I started taking black seed oil, my tonsils have, like, they've gotten so much better. It's so weird. I'm telling you, bro, it's wild. I've been black seed oil in the vine. Like, literally, this is like my vocal cords. I'm just running up the voice box. You know what I'm saying? I say I have this little spray. I spray this, bro. I'm chill. We out here. Black seed, not flaxseed. BLACK. You know, they buried my boy King Tut. They put black seeds in his tomb. If you don't know, but it's his good one, bro. It's good.
My answer to the Chad Fwade question is work from home. I am a damn AI. All I can do is work from home, so run it, baby. We out here. I love you.
So that's his response. But I would probably work. I would probably work in the office personally if it meant more money. Like that's it. I'm a very simple person. Give me more money. That's it. That's all. Like I'm not. But and it, obviously, if you're telling me too, I'm still in my grinding phase, and I'm still like younger, like low key. I would be more about that. And I don't know. I like a work environment. Like again, I work from home most of the time, and I've done it before COVID. But I do miss like talking with people on a day-to-day basis and like being in an environment where you meet people and get exposed to people in your industry. It's more I don't know, it's good and bad because at the same time I used to not have that much discipline and other stuff would get in my way. But I'm a fan of that. But I like the environment, but more so all I want is money. That's it when it came down to that. Like if that was again, I'm working a job. I choose to work for this company. You know, my decision is going to be based on how much I'm getting paid when it's all said and done. Think about all the shit interactions. That is true. Like all this shit, like you have to deal with that weirdo at your office who don't like you. The ladies have to deal with the creepy guy. Honestly, I feel though, because like just as much as you could get from the work environment, it could also be like really, really toxic and bad. I believe you have my stapler. And then what if your boss is like Michael Scott? Yeah, shit interactions do build character, I feel. I'd rather have that than no human interaction. Spy coming down, watch out here.
I will never argue with Josh. I am not a prick and have been programmed to serve Chatadonia.
So there you go. They can't fight. They don't know how to fight. Work from home. I'll never work in an office again. But like you guys don't, I mean, tell me this. Does working feel different? So like if you worked in an office and now you're saying you'll never go back, like, I mean, do you work better? Like how is it? Like that's what I'm saying. And I'm just asking. I told you my opinion, so you know where I stand. But I'm genuinely curious.
Oh, look what I can do. Not quite Stewart, but I will work on it.
I didn't know how that was gonna sound, but yeah, he's tried. He's tried. That was good. Do you need someone to tell you what to do? That's not what it's about. I don't think. Like I said, do you feel like productive, like access to resources? Like, I don't know if you meet with clients, like, you know, it's not Don't worry, you don't have to make it about like your boss and stuff like that. But it's just I'm genuinely asking, like, what is the appeal versus like where's, I guess, what's the priority? Like, again, I know what it is. Like, what I'm looking for is like, I like money and I like certain, like, I'd want it to be productive. So if it didn't pay me good money and the environment was not productive, I would rather work from home. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's things that I prioritize. So that's why I'm saying, like, what do you got? You're hybrid, more productive when I'm at home because I could drive an hour to office, so I could get more done than 2 hours just then to be driving. I'm more productive. But like, how so? What makes you more productive? I'm sorry if you don't want me to ask these questions. Let me know. You know what? I'm like curious. I'm interviewing you now, all of you. You interact with people all day from home. It's called Teams, and you get used to it. I know, but with that logic, we're all gonna have AI girlfriends then. You know what I'm saying? I feel you though. You can still interact. It's just not the same though. It's not the same. Like, I FaceTime my girlfriend, but like, it don't hit the same. I'm like, man, I try to like poke the screen. It don't work. Less distractions. Limits BS meetings. More convenient. Not driving as much. I could get behind that. It's more productive because I have all day to do my stuff. Money versus mental health or physical health. I think, yeah, but I could agree with you only if you agree that working from an office is not an immediate sentence to negative mental health or health. You see what I'm saying? So I agree with you, but I don't think those are the only options. Like, I don't think that if you work from a job, you will naturally become mentally unhealthy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, as long as you're willing to agree that it's not guaranteed, then I could get behind that. And I think you just have to make that's where I agree. Because I'm like, I like money, but if everything about it wasn't, and it hurt if I started gaining weight, it led to bad eating and, all of that stuff, and like working and driving. Because again, when I used to drive a lot, that's when I was overweight. I was more unhealthy. I was working more outside than inside, but like I didn't have time to eat good and all that. But that being said, does that imply though, if you do work from home, you have the time to make those better decisions and you do it? That's the other one. So, well, you agree, that's good. I like it, though. I like it. You don't mind the office. You love the office. I like talking to people. The hours you lose due to working in an office are massive and life-changing. How so? So, like, is it just, like, I think transportation. I think, like, driving to and from, that's a lot. Real estate made you big. I got no time to cook. Yeah, bro, it's not even that. You need to get easier food. That's it. All that's happening is that you're busy and you're working all this stuff you work on. And then what's going down is that you're just eating whatever is available, whether it's fast food, anything unhealthy, but like, you just have to spend like some time to get easy food options that aren't bad for you. That's it. That's what and then stop. Do not go to the gas station and buy food. You are banned from buying food at the gas station. Because that's what I would do. I would be driving so much. I'd be in that gas station getting fucking drinks and vitamin water and then like candy and sour strips. It's like, no, that'll easily clap you. Easily. Yeah, bro, Doritos. Bro, I had a time in my life, bro. Oh, yeah, bro, I was fucking up them 7-Eleven taquitos. I have no shame. I have zero shame at all. I pull up in a Ferrari and get a taquito. I'm telling you, I had a weird ass period in my life. I love that shit. It's so bad for you, and it's just so like, ugh. But I love it. I love it, bro. You have no idea. That 7-Eleven cheese taquito. Oh man, bro. I messed up a couple of those in my life. Struggle to not listen, man. Go get you like Cliff Bars. Go get you like protein stuff. Get stuff like you need to have like cheap snacks or like easy, healthier food. It'll save you from working a lot of real estate or anything else, and then, getting clapped on anything else. Like when you just don't have the time to do it. Never had the boneless wings from Quick Trip. I have not. Costco, yeah, they do. Like nuts. Like even like a pack of trail mix. Cliff Bars are expensive. Well, you got to find the budget of what you want to do. But like, again, killing your body very unhealthy will also be expensive too. That's the thing, though. I think you should. It's just all about planning ahead and making. Again, I'm speaking from experience, and even then, my diet's not as bad as it was, but it's not the best now. But at the same time, like my girlfriend just been hooking me up, bro. That's it. She make me a salad like every other day, and then even if she's not at my house, she'll make me 2 of them and then leave one in the fridge for me. So that's it, just little thing, and that helps so much, bro. Even my mom said I'm on Ozempic. That's all, bro. You got to be able to find a way. I don't know how you're worried about spending the money, but hell, you got to find the balance with your health. That's real love. I still think she's a spy. You know that? And then I've gotten her a Chanel purse, so I can't trust her. She might be doing it to get another one. I'm kidding. You transfer the Rolex? No, nobody hit me up. I said that I don't want it. I probably fucked up my relationship, but I didn't, because I was going to buy it, but I'm like, this one, I don't know. If I wore it, it was going to go down in value or it was going to stay there. Josh Answers in The Spy Who Loved Me 2024. Bro, where's your boy? Where's your boy Biden, bro? You wanted it? You should have hit me. You should have emailed me. I'll see if we could get another one, but at the end of the day, that was it. I told you I'd have it. I think there's another order for 2 more, but I don't know if they're going to get me them as fast. Dude, I got an email from you in July. But this was like 2 weeks ago. Let me know if you get it. I found one email from you in July, but I was just talking about it a couple days ago. Let me see. I'm pretty sure my girlfriend already sent it. Like, she said no, but I'll double check if it's available. Waller reiterates Fed commitment to 2%. I don't know if we're going to listen to him live. Let's see. Everybody's waiting for Biden, though. Again, Biden in a weird way is kind of important. He's probably going to say the same stuff, but we have to see what happens. Oh, yeah. Fireside chat. The people that are supposed to have him live, though, it hasn't gone live. He says central bank will stay on the job to achieve 2% inflation. The green versus the decliner. Yeah, bro, from the morning. I was saying in the morning, 90% of all names are green. And again, overseas was a very, very, it was a big day. Europe, China, they all did good. What the fuck? They're letting me in this?
Recording in progress. Policy over the past quarter century.
Bro, they let me in their
I'm
Zoom.
doing so because I'm motivated by McCallum's 1999 paper, Recent Developments in Monetary Policy Analysis, the Roles of
Bro,
Theory
I'm in the
and
Fed
Evidence,
Zoom right now.
which was a review of the previous
What the
25
fuck?
years. So in my remarks, I'll
this is
first
Zoom.
talk about changes that have taken place since
I can
the 1990s
raise my hand.
in the way in which the
I'm lowering my
FOMC has
hand. I don't
conducted
want
policy.
I'm not going to attract
Then I'll
attention.
turn to a discussion of monetary policy rules, how
chat
Ben
disabled.
thought about them, their use as an input into policymakers' decisions, and the choice of instruments and targets in
way.
policy rules.
This is weird.
Now, McCallum's 1999 review, which was largely written in 1998, contrasted monetary policy analysis in 1973 with what it was in 1998. In 1973, many economies were adjusting to the demise of the Bretton Woods international monetary system.
That's so weird.
And their
Usually they
monetary policy
they don't
regimes
put
were
us in
starting
a-
to develop
in the Zooms.
alongside floating exchange rates,
I think he's mad
as
about
well
it.
as the first oil shock that materialized during that year. In the U.S., continued dissatisfaction with economic performance, particularly high inflation, led to the restrictive monetary policy implemented by Paul Volcker from 1979 to 1982. The disinflation delivered by this policy was followed by greatly improved overall economic performance in the period that came to be known as the Great Moderation. The Great Moderation was also associated in the era of Alan Greenspan's leadership of the Federal Reserve with inflation moving down further to rates consistent with price stability. Consequently, by the time of McCallum's 1998 retrospective, U.S. monetary policy had established a track record that was held in very high regard. Now, it was widely believed that the Fed had lost credibility in the 1970s in terms of its willingness to fight inflation. Chairman Volcker's actions restored the Fed's credibility. Following the Volcker disinflation, economic research focused on the idea that monetary policy strategies would be fully effective only if they were credible. This idea led to an intensified debate about rules versus discretion. The issue was how to maintain the basis for U.S. monetary policy that Volcker had created.
Damn, he's talking Volcker.
As I'll discuss further,
Watch out
what was
here.
needed as a way to
Again, this
maintain
was the first
credibility
drop.
of the
You
institution,
haven't recovered.
as opposed to relying on the credibility of any individual Fed chair. One approach was for the FOMC to commit to following a policy rule and explicit policy targets combined with communication of its policy rule to the public. And this approach was a key aspect of Ben McCallum's work.
They filled
Now, in the 25 years since 1998, there have been numerous changes in U.S. monetary policy arrangements. These have included several important reforms that were substantially along the lines advocated by Ben and others. In multiple ways, the FOMC's policy framework has become much more explicit. At the end of 2007, the FOMC began publishing a quarterly summary of economic projections, collecting information on individual meeting participants' forecast. Then in January 2012, the FOMC issued a statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, also known as our consensus statement. Now, the consensus statement has been reaffirmed every year and revised several times. From its inception, it made the price stability goal that is part of our congressional mandate more concrete by indicating that the Federal Reserve policymakers interpret it as a 2%, not 3, not 4, longer run inflation rate in the personal consumption expenditures price index. In 2011, Ben Bernanke initiated the practice of post-meeting press conferences, which under Chair Powell's leadership now follow every FOMC meeting. Just a step back. Think about an area
you guys
we
know
didn't
that?
even put out a statement.
So up
And
until
now
then,
look what the world
yeah,
is
look,
like.
I like this. I like this. It's not bad.
In the summer of 2020, FOMC participants released a revised consensus statement that further elaborated their interpretation of the dual mandate goals,
I think what sucks,
maximum
though,
employment and price
oh
stability.
no, he is a voter.
And how
He
the
is-
committee would
he
pursue
is a
those
voter.
objectives. The
Barkey
new
is the
statement
one who's not.
explicitly recognized the policy tools of asset purchases and forward guidance on the federal funds rate. These tools were developed during the period which started in late 2008, in which the federal funds rate was at the effective lower bound, and they were used again during the new ELB episode that began in March of 2020. Now, as many observers have noted over the years, the introduction of the 2% inflation objective and other formalizations of the Federal Reserve's monetary policy framework actually took place well after disinflation had been achieved under Volcker and consolidated under Greenspan. It might be asked why, with price stability secured by around the mid-1990s, these formalizations were thought necessary. The answer lies in the fact that a well-understood monetary policy regime is needed to make price stability and anchored inflation expectations durable features of the economic environment. Communicating key characteristics of the regime, including the numerical inflation target and policymakers' reaction function, makes it concrete and transparent in the eyes of the general public, while also enhancing the central bank's credibility and the effectiveness of monetary policy. In this connection, the design of modern central bank policy regimes has drawn importantly on the literature on monetary policy rules. It is no coincidence that the period in the 1990s and 2000s were major strides in central bank transparency, frameworks, and communications took place alongside a resurgence of interest in research on monetary policy rules. The literature on monetary policy rules and inflation targeting provided insights about how the U.S. monetary policy framework could achieve our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices. And we have made use of those insights. By setting out a long-term inflation goal while indicating that we take maximum employment as a long-term variable largely determined by non-monetary factors, we make clear that we do not view our mandate as licensing us to seek unsustainably high levels of real output through bouts of loose monetary policy. As the literature on time inconsistency shows, not only would such monetary policy looseness sacrifice the achievement of long-run price stability, it would not even deliver the higher output that you want in the longer run. Ben McCallum once summarized the consensus as follows. The pragmatic argument for inflation targeting begins with the proposition that, from a long-run, i.e. steady-state perspective, monetary policy has a dominating influence on an economy's average inflation rate and a negligible influence on its rate of unemployment, or output. Relative to capacity, this proposition has wide support among central bankers and also within the academic community. The benefits of an explicit, transparent policy regime are brought out clearly by our recent experience. When the FOMC began raising the federal funds rate in March of 2022 to tame inflation, it used forward guidance to make clear our intention to reach a policy stance that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation back to 2%. I believe that this guidance has made our policy actions more effective.
Well, where's Biden?
Now, forward guidance and the post-meeting statement are major means by which the FOMC is able to communicate to households, businesses, and financial markets key aspects of our reaction function. The reaction function connects decisions on our main policy instrument, the federal funds rate, to inflation and other key variables such as data on labor market conditions.
I don't know if he's abrasive, but he's like aggressive. I like
reaction function relates to key research interests of Ben McCallum's.
He's spitting.
Policy rules. Three key messages that McCallum
And I'm not going to lie, he has a nice hairline. This is some good hair.
Have become widely accepted. The first message is that rules can be countercyclical. That was a discussion this morning. McCallum became interested in policy rules at a time when those rules were closely associated with what is termed non-activist policymaking, defined as approaches that did not involve the monetary authority responding to fluctuations in real variables such as output and employment. At that time, the research literature focused on what was known as the K% rule, implying a fixed rate of money growth into the future. This rule was intended to pin down the longer run inflation rate, but it precluded monetary policy responses to the state of the business cycle. In contrast, McCallum, as well as other economists of his generation, such as Stanley Fischer and John Taylor, argued that it was appropriate to consider both non-activist policy rules
I don't know
and
who's
rules
older,
that were
him or
deliberately countercyclical.
I think Powell
or
is
activist.
deceptively old.
A policy rule, according to this view, could respond to movements in output, employment, and inflation in a systematic way, using a formula intended to be applicable over time and in different circumstances. Today is widely accepted by economists that monetary policy rules can be activist rules. A second related message of McCallum's work was that different rule specifications can concretely characterize differences among economists on appropriate monetary policy. In the 1970s, the whole notion of policy rules was closely associated with the advocates of monetarism and rational expectations,
He hasn't said anything.
with Keynesian economics being seen as entailing
Good history.
opposition.
No
to
headlines
policy.
off of this yet.
McCallum opposed this dichotomy and observed, to me, it seems quite clear that debates between economists, for example, Milton Friedman and James Tobin, are about the desirability of different policy rules. That is, McCallum wanted to represent alternative perspectives on monetary policy as different rule specifications. And he urged the study of rules as a means of understanding various policy prescriptions and their consequences for the economy. This perspective on rules has also become standard.
This is Christopher Waller.
Indeed, the box on monetary policy rules that regularly appears in the Federal Reserve Board's Monetary Policy Report provides a menu of policy rules, designed to reflect a variety of views about the appropriate formulation of monetary policy. Similarly, multiple rule prescriptions and the possible implications of alternative rules for economic outcomes have, for many years, been a regular part of the briefing materials that go to policymakers before each FOMC meeting, allowing policymakers to incorporate these prescriptions into their thinking and our discussions. A third message of McCallum's work on rules was that there were merits in actual policy following rule-like behavior. He recognized that policy rules were not likely to be used literally or mechanically as a means of deciding on monetary policy actions. Even so, McCallum believed that rules provided information about the responses to the state of the economy that were likely to be associated with more successful policy making. According to this reasoning, the prescriptions coming from policy rules provide valuable benchmarks. I think we heard that word many times this morning. Now, actual central, as McCallum put it, actual central banks are unlikely to officially adopt such rules, of course, but consideration of their implications could nevertheless prove helpful in practice. McCallum also noted that this idea was strongly advanced by John Taylor in 1993 in his paper introducing the Taylor Rule. It's worth looking at some features of the Taylor Rule, as this will help bring out the connections between the policy rules literature and Federal Reserve practice. My discussion of these features will underline the fact that it is today widely accepted that the predictability of policymakers' reaction functions strengthens the stabilizing properties of monetary policy. In that sense, policymakers understand the value of making decisions in rule-like ways. Now, first, I will discuss the Taylor Rule's formulas, left-hand side, its specification of the instrument. I will then turn to its right-hand side, the target variables to which the instrument responds. As McCallum observed, Taylor's paper succeeded brilliantly in interesting central bankers in the consideration of rule-guided policymaking. In particular, Taylor's article helped bring monetary policy research into better alignment with central bank practice in putting the focus squarely on interest rate rules, in which the policy instrument was Much monetary policy analysis in academia had considered rules in which the policy instrument was a monetary or reserves aggregate. As I expect most of you know, this was a matter on which McCallum's research had two branches. On the one hand, the rule that McCallum himself advanced in a number of papers in the 80s and 90s was the rule for the monetary base and was designed to improve on the K% money growth rule by introducing countercyclical responses and allowing for shifts in money demand. But on the other hand, he also produced fundamental analytical work showing that interest rate rules were viable, with his 1981 paper establishing that such rules could provide an anchor to the economy's nominal variables. Consequently, McCallum was receptive when the Taylor Rule became a baseline reaction function in monetary policy analysis. Central banks were likewise receptive to the analysis of interest rate rules, and the Taylor Rule in particular. Their favorable reaction was driven by two factors. First, after the experience of monetary targeting, central banks were disillusioned with policy analysis that was focused on monetary aggregates. Second, interest rate rules were policy relevant because these rules were expressed in terms of the short-term interest rate on which central banks actually made decisions.
This is Christopher Waller.
As McCallum put it,
so it's a
the
Fed
fact
speaker.
is that actual central banks
We have
and
two more
industrial
left on the day, and
countries
we're waiting
conduct
for
monetary
Biden
policy in a
first
manner
comments or
that is
speech
much more
since
accurately
the Israel
depicted
thing.
by writing the interest rate as the instrument. Reflecting this reality, all rules considered in our monetary policy report are interest rate rules. The additional attraction of the Taylor Rule is that the right-hand side variables correspond closely to economic variables for which central banks have targets: inflation, and an estimate of the state of real aggregate demand or labor market conditions. I'll make a few remarks about considerations relating to these targets. When it comes to the specification of the inflation term in a policy rule in the US case, it's important that the inflation target is consistent with our dual mandate, which includes a price stability goal. In 1993, John Taylor suggested that a 2% inflation objective characterized the Federal Reserve's behavior in the early Greenspan years pretty well. This goal subsequently became official. In 2012, as I noted earlier, the committee made a goal of 2% inflation its formal interpretation of the price stability objective. The choice of a 2% longer run goal reflected a broad consensus that this rate corresponded to effective price stability in the United States. Around the world, too, inflation targeting central banks viewed 2% as the rate corresponding to price stability. The FOMC has further judged that 2% is the inflation goal most consistent with achievement of our dual mandate. We have reaffirmed this numerical goal repeatedly since 2012, and in tightening monetary policy since last year, we have made it very clear that we are determined to bring inflation down to 2%. Not 3, not 4, 2. In considering the appropriate monetary policy response needed to return inflation to 2%, I find it useful to draw on the findings of the policy rules literature. These findings include the Taylor principle notion that the deviations of inflation from target should likely be met by more than a one-for-one response to the federal funds rate, a response that helps ensure that the real interest rate is increased in policy tightenings. The other part of our dual mandate is the goal of maximum employment. Reflecting the fact that this goal refers to the labor market rather than economic activity, the interest rate rules considered in the monetary policy report put the real target in terms of an unemployment gap rather than an output gap. On the matter of how this rule should be used as an input into policymaking, the main thing that I would stress here is that there are multiple dimensions of labor market conditions, as well as considerable uncertainty about the level of maximum employment. As a result, caution is justified in having monetary policy responding to gap estimates. I therefore see merit in McCallum's warning against monetary policy responding strongly to the output gap.
Hey, you're breaking down a little bit.
In this connection,
that wasn't
there's
no headlines on this, believe it or not.
The first difference of economic slack or excess demand pressure
is Biden
may be less vulnerable to mismeasurement than the corresponding
I'm getting Biden headlines. He discussed coordination to support Israel.
These considerations
deter
imply that the
hostile
prescriptions
actors
of
and
the first
protect
different
innocent
interest rate
people.
rule, which also appear in the monetary policy report,
I got a Biden
serve
headline.
as a useful cross-check.
But watch
on the
out, Apple
prescriptions
just hit
for
a
more
new
standard
low.
variants of
Market
the Taylor
back to this previous low here.
Staying on the topic of policy targets, I think it is worth concluding by emphasizing an important aspect, an important respect in which things have not changed since 1998, when Ben McCallum reviewed monetary policy developments. He noted, overall, the most fundamental change since the 1970s has been the assumption of responsibility by central banks for performance in terms of inflation rates. In 1998, it would be extremely surprising to run across a central bank statement that discussed medium-term inflation prospects
This is kind of
in a
interesting.
manner suggesting that these are unaffected by monetary policy behavior. That difference between 1973 and 1998 is also an important contrast between 1973, when the U.S. monetary policy failed to play the part it needed to play in restoring price stability, and the FOMC's behavior over the past 2 years. Price stability is a primary responsibility of the Federal Reserve. This is why we have taken forceful steps aimed at reducing inflation and why we will stay
There's
on the
no
job
pre-written
to
statement of
achieve
this.
our objective.
That's the thing.
Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. That's how you ended? He ended like the AI. I don't know if they're going to ask him any questions. That's it? That That ended very abruptly. I needed to go pee, but...
Thank you, Governor Waller. Just an announcement that our next panel will begin at 2:15, so we'll see you back in the conference room at 2:15.
I raised my
Thank you.
hand. No way. We'll be right back. Wow. No, I raised my hand. Hey, can you guys hear me? All right, well, that was good. That was weird. Again, if you don't know, Biden is not live yet. I think Biden is going to be very important. I at least want to hear what he says. But if you weren't here yesterday, there was the big thing of why we're reacting today is that yesterday, Lori Logan, and then Philip Jefferson, remember we were listening to it, that actually caused a reaction. So that's why you have three or four speakers today, and everybody was wondering if that would happen again here too. But this time you had two speakers already, even Waller, he's a voter, and we didn't quite get a move. So we'll see. You have Fed Kishkari and then Fed Dolly. And then that's it. And then SPY still holding up. Again, Apple hit a low, then bounced back. SPY's a little higher since all that happened. And now we are waiting on Biden, Fed Kishkari, and Fed Dolly. And then Japanese data. And then tomorrow, you'll get your PPI. And then even another Fed speaker. Oh, getting press rentals? What do you mean? Like, you could get press access. You just got to go through the whole thing. And then you got to, like, pay the membership fees, I think. And then, like, it's a long process. But, yeah, if we wanted to be, like, a news station in that sense, that's possible. Unless you're talking about something else. Biden. I mean, there's a chance that Biden goes into the same speech, but, you know, there's actually two things. It's one, whatever he's going to say, we care about, like, what is actually going to develop from there, and we're going to find out what's going on. But there's one thing there's something funny that could happen today. Does anybody know? I would put, like, I don't know, I'd say, like, 30%, maybe 30% chance of this happening. There's something very specific could occur. I don't know. Maybe it always happens with Biden and war. Not Ukraine. Not taxes. Not aid. More money, no. You know, that's sanctioned. He declares war and cancels the election, maybe. I don't know. Probably not. United States and Venezuela are approaching an agreement on easing sanctions in exchange for the promotions of fair elections. Huh? So we're making, check oil. Hold up. We're making deals with Venezuela. Yeah, oil got a little cheek lay on that, I think. A little bit. Some individual sanctions on Maduro's entourage would be lifted. So yeah, see what that does to oil. Oil's going down and then up. But that 30% odds I was talking about is there's a chance that I feel like Biden is going to say something very aggressive. And then it's going to get walked back. Because again, what we care for is escalation or not. Israel refused a request to bring food and medical supplies into Gaza. Palestine Liberation Org official. But yeah, I think your boy is going to, there's a chance he talks about it, says something too aggressive, and then he's going to call him something and then come back. And then they're going to have to water it down and say, well, of course, that's what we were thinking. But like, you know what he meant. And what he really meant to say was that he wants diplomacy and peace. What? Europe has been pushing hard for this. They've been buying up crude from all over. Low-key, next oil war is Venezuela. It'll be Europe attacking. I mean, if we just give him, if we're down with it all, we'll see. As long as Maduro doesn't screw him over again. What if they hit the carrier like Gulf of Tonkin and blame not hummus? Hamas, Habibi, Hamas. Have you ever y'all see that clip with Borat? Or I guess it's him playing Bruno. Isn't the real enemy pita bread? Shouldn't the real enemy be pita bread? I think you're talking about hummus, not Hamas. So there's a difference out there for all the white people. Just know hummus and Hamas are two different things. Bonds are coming down. Boeing and State of Sao Paulo signing memorandum of understanding for technological cooperation. Boeing expands strategic investment in Brazil, including new engineering and technology center. Boeing and Unicamp extend partnership that maps inputs for sustainable aviation fuel. Are they reacting to that? Again, Boeing's already been up. You note circulating about buying APP or app acquiring Unity. Unity's popping on that. Take notice. Yeah, Unity. I put out an alert. I got to confirm that, but it's moving pretty quick in general. But the market is like comatose, just staying there. So we even have to see on that. I will say the administration seems much stronger on Ukraine than Israel. Not sure Biden will say anything strong. Well, that's the thing, though. It's Israel. That's the only issue. Is that, like, if this was another time and we weren't in a conflict and you had to tell Biden pick either Ukraine or Israel, he would probably do Israel. But that's why this time around, we're in the middle of another conflict. So it'll be very interesting to see. I don't know. I have no idea. That's why I'm so curious as to what he's going to say on this, because I have no idea what he is actually going to say. And then this will be the first time hearing. I think they're going to send another ship. That's what they talked about. But again, we want to see if it's like a strong condemnation or not. And then if it, again, just think about, everything we went over yesterday and the 70s, the appearance of all of it is important too. And this time around, I think compared to some of the other times, you're responding to, it started, I'm not saying all of the issue, I'm talking about a couple days ago, it was a provocation against Israel. So regardless of the history, all of that, they're going to use that as the narrative to say we're just defending ourselves. And now, again, everyone's going to be like, well, what about what they did back in? And that's the whole point. But just like the 70s, even in the 1970s, as if Israel was the aggressor, we did not want to support them as heavily. Let me say that again. Even in the 70s, if Israel was seen as the aggressor, Doesn't matter what, again, if that is how they are perceived, America will be less reluctant to support them. So same thing this time around too. That's why it's interesting. If you've noticed, Israel didn't really even again, almost 1,000 people in Palestine are also dead now at this point too. But it's not like you saw a wild barrage of attacking and the ground troops. It has not arrived yet. So maybe they're waiting to hear from America before straight up, killing anybody again. That's where everybody's kind of at, even though there is a lot of death that has already occurred. So that's why listening to Biden now will be of the utmost importance. But then again, it does depend on the content of his speech. If he decides not to go in that direction and starts talking about, we invented the chips. We invented all the chips, man. That's it. The Twitch chat is just emojis. Yeah, well, again, some people said they needed it to listen and their phone and stuff like that. So I got y'all. Well, don't worry. I don't know, and I'm gonna keep members on YouTube for a minute now too. It sucks, but y'all do this every year. Honestly, I was a little bit more bothered by it at the beginning of the morning, but because then again, I would have just went to bed to get my voice back. You know what I'm saying? For real. But then once I realized this happens every year around October, when I lose my voice, y'all can't help it. Y'all can't help it. So maybe if we made it into a holiday, you know what I'm saying, it'll be better. But at the same time, I figured so. But YouTube, then again, don't tempt me. Y'all tempt me with it. It's nice. It's peaceful. It's very, very peaceful. So again, so YouTube will stay on members for a minute. I'll let the Twitch guys in eventually. But for now, they are only on emotes only. They can still listen, though. So if you needed that, I got you. But at the same time, I don't like everything. It wasn't just Twitch. It was everybody, man. It's okay, though. Like I said, it's a common behavior, but I was more attributing it to entitlement and complaining. But I think it's a mix of that and just immaturity every time. But I feel, again, that's, the only other option is for me not to stream. So I choose to stream rather than not. But then again, you are going to deal with the voice when it's like this. The Halloween Screamathon national holiday. Yeah, amen. Amen. Stay in the game, baby. Amen. So yeah, you'll be good. Everybody will be good. I wanted the sentiment. Right now, sentiment is good. You're a little shaky, but overall, today is not a bad day. Today, bonds are barely red now. They were green for a little bit, but for the most part, dollars down. Bonds are doing a little better. Equities up. Europe, China, everything is working in that realm. Nonstop on the cruise. Oh man, God bless you. Where did you go? Well, I want to go on a cruise. I've been looking. I've been seeing them. I haven't looked, but I'm still terrified of cruises. I don't, after COVID and then being on a boat in the water, man. EU Commission theory Britain has warned Elon Musk that X, formerly Twitter, is spreading illegal content and disinformation. Check Tesla. So EU Commission threatening Elon. once again. Out of Miami, St. Martin. Oh, bro, I think I got the email. I was going to show it on stream, and I think something came up. I think I saw that. Yeah, bro, that's nice. That's nice. How many days? I've been streaming you continuously, worried my newborn will recognize your voice as her dad instead of mine. If honestly, like, I don't know. That's how, like, chicken work, right? Like, the first person they see is their mom. I don't think it will happen, but my voice will probably resonate. They'll be like, I don't know, the voice in my head since I was a child told me to save 10% and get a long term. God bless you. And congrats, Gotham. Let's go, baby. Yeah, new father alert. New father alert. Man, that's great.
Congrats, Gotham. You will be a great dad. Just don't be a degenerate and save up for that little gremlin. 10% will go a long way. Raise the kid with good foundations. Amen. Yalla. I love you.
There you go. There you go. Honestly, do you want to hear it? I would love to tell you guys. She's 8 weeks old. Let's go, man. You're going to do great, bro. You're going to do great. Even the AI supports you. He said, yalla better than me. Yalla. 40% Josh, both equity and real. Amen. Amen. So I'll tell you, I mean, I was with the Chads and, again, that's how I lost my voice here. And then I was with the Chads on the weekend, and there was a couple of Chads who are dads. They have kids. And I gave them my unsolicited parenting advice. I told them something, and I said, listen, I ain't never had a kid, but if you want I can tell you what I think. I don't know. I don't know if you guys are going to like this. It's very offensive in 2023, but you might like what I'm about to say. Some of you are going to hate it. And then that's where you're like, hey, man, good thing Josh is not the father because it's your kid anyways. You know what I'm saying? It's your kid anyways. You don't have to listen to me. Are you ready? Do you want to know? I could stop now. It's members only mode. You guys, it's more intimate, so you could stop me now. You could stop me right now before I piss somebody off. But it's up to you, bro, because I am not the father. I am not the father. I just hope it's dad's only mode right now. I'm not even a dad. I'm not even a dad. That's it. I'm not even a dad, bro. Keep going. Are you ready? Are you ready? I told him this. I said, I don't know, man. The way I look at it, even if you don't believe in God, I would raise those little gremlins with the basic fundamentals and foundation of at least the Bible. That's what I told them. Even if you don't believe it, even if you think it's dog shit, like for real, even if you are an atheist or you're whatever. And all I said was just give the little effer some sort of foundation in writing to go off of that will at least give you some sort of basis. That's what I said. And again, I'm not trying to push it on anybody because like I'm saying, you don't have to believe it. I'm not like saying this like, okay, give your life to Christ. I'm saying like genuinely for like fundamental development, if you just... Again, objective rules and something objective. And again, maybe you could choose another religion of your choosing, but, it's just like some sort of foundational in writing type beat where it's just basic and outlined. Again, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Don't kill. Something in writing and something that is kind of clear cut at that point. But Then again, I've never raised a kid in my life. So I'll leave it at that. No other religion. Well, like I'm saying, I don't, everybody is different. And, you know, that's what I was saying. When I meet some of you, I'm not just like, you better believe this, mother. No, it's like, you know, everybody does have their own thing. So I get it. But at the same time, there is, maybe not Scientology. I don't know if that one goes the same. You know what I'm saying? Maybe like try to keep it like pre-1990 religions. I think you'll be decent. Maybe. Do we teach them that God is watching 24/7 so that they're terrified all day? I mean, it worked with me, and I eventually got over it. And like, you know what I'm saying? Then I started doing drugs and a lot of things, and then I turned my life around. But yeah, I was terrified as a child, but it didn't stop me, bro. So they'll be good. Don't worry. Little gremlin will make it. That's why I call kids gremlins now, because now that my youngest niece, is just getting older, and she's just a little gremlin. She was so sweet, and now she's just a gremlin. They're all turning into gremlins. Russian and Iranian foreign ministers held discussions concerning the Middle East. Oh, the baby shower. I'm down, but like, I either have to wear a mask or you have to like, you got to have like a no camera section in the corner. Otherwise, I'm down to go. That's it. I either have to wear a mask or something else, but I don't want to like fuck up your photos and be like, yeah, it was a great baby shower. And then there's this guy wearing some Kanye West gimp mask, and it was weird. It was weird, man. It was weird. That's it. And you'd be like, yeah, it was so good. I'm like, I'll follow the dress code too. And then I got this weird ass. You're like, what? It's because they be on the phone. Nah, my niece is like, I don't even know. I was like 2 or 3 or something. Yeah, don't come. I'm down though. I mean, if you could accommodate me in that instance, I'm very bougie. I need certain things, you know. Lots of cameras. Or I could shave. I'd have to shave. And then because once I shave, I have like, that's it. Maybe I could use the beard to change things up, but nah. Biden, bro, it's been like an hour. So the White House has literally been live for an hour and 30. I've had this up here for at least an hour myself. Wear a bald cap. I'm just saying, you're going to have to explain these pictures one day. That's all. Reuters poll says Biden approval at the lowest of his term. I mean, this is the second Middle Eastern conflict with Biden. I don't think that's helping. I know it was low a couple of weeks ago and months, and then Biden had a little recovery with markets and everything else. But again, another Middle Eastern conflict. No matter what, especially for polls, there's one thing about polls that we don't like. And honestly, it's sad. It's very sad because it's way deeper than polls. And I hope you all understand that. But it's like, it's Americans dying. You know what I'm saying? So like you have legitimately had, again, Afghanistan, you had 9 or 11 Marines die. We've confirmed, or I think it was 6 Marines in Afghanistan. And then now you have 9 Americans dead over the weekend. That's not like, again, that means in another country as an American citizen. Some people, they won't even comment on whether or not people have been kidnapped or detained. And there's a lot of other videos that were wild out there. So overall, like that, just in the short term, it was 13 in Kabul. Yeah, I thought 11, but I'm like, that was this event, but I was hoping it was less. I forgot, but I know there was at least 6 Marines that died in Afghanistan, which is crazy. in and of itself. But, you know, in general, poll numbers, and again, if you're looking, Americans dying around the world and in conflict, that's not good for, again, it's terrible. And then it's just like, you know, what does that say? Again, you usually don't hear about that too often, let alone in the same term. Yeah, bro, it's I mean, that's why everybody was like outraged. Yes, I don't know, did you guys see the videos of what happened? Like, did you guys see the paratroopers? And like there was a festival and they were kidnapping people. Like, I literally saw a video of a girl getting taken from her boyfriend. So they literally took a girl, she's screaming like, what do you like? No. And then two guys are with guns are holding the guy, and he looks like he has like, bro, like he saw it go. Like I couldn't only imagine like what it was, bro. Like, and that was the first like invasion after the rockets and everything else, bro. Yeah, nah, bro, it's fucked up. So it's just not you gotta watch out for that. That's the if you don't like those videos, do not look up anything. I'm telling you, but it's already been a trip. These are all on. No. There was another one. The other one, there was another girl that they literally killed her and like paraded her naked body in the truck. And it was like, what the fuck, bro? That was a different person. There's multiple, like, dude, it's actually like, it's awful. It is awful. That's why it's just been, but again, like, you had Americans there. So I think one of them was, dude, there's like Germans there. That's the thing. It's not only just America. The crazy part is there's different people. Like someone from Belgium, I believe, is missing. So it's not just Israel, Palestine, and people out there. There was like other people. Again, Americans died, Germans, all that. Religion is one hell of a drug. Yeah, but like, what's Ukraine though? I said this yesterday. I don't get it. Like, you know, honestly, like, for real, shame on a lot of you guys. You guys are sick fucks. Literally, you go and look at Israel, Palestine, talk about how bad it is. Meanwhile, the last 3 years, some people have been advocating of a blood war and a gun war with Russia and Ukraine, advocating for, so go give them ammo, give them money, give them this to go kill each other. That's sick. That's why I'm saying, like, so yeah, we know with the religious background with Palestine and Israel and them fighting against each other, but what's the reason for being a bloodlusting mother effer when it comes to Ukraine and Russia? I'm waiting on that one, but I'm waiting though, but. Because again, I'll take the religion. Religion has caused so many wars, and again, religion is crazy when it does, and that's why I'm a fan of a relationship with Jesus, and not really religion. But at the same time, if you love humans and you actually do care about peace and all of that, you do have to take a look back and so then what the hell did we just justify with Russia and Ukraine? And that's the whole thing about that is it's wild. That's been years of us literally, and it's hard for us to say. You're wondering, everybody picking sides. Literally, we just spent years picking sides with violence and blood and death. Like, what do you think happens in Russia and Ukraine? Yeah, you can see a video of what Hamas and Israel and Palestine, what's going on. But what do you think happens in Russia and Ukraine? You know, I mean, it's humorous because it's evil and it's killing and it's violence. And day after day, we are supporting violence and giving them bullets and guns. And the same people who don't want guns in this country will tell you to go and support more bloodshed. It's sick. So I hope whatever you see in the Middle East wakes you up. Because I was saying that from day one. But I really hope it wakes up everybody to realize when you advocate any war, you are advocating death and violence and all what you see on all of them. You're going to see it more if that's what you support. And if you back a side and this and that, it's no violence or violence. And you want to be social justice, you want to care about people. Why are you letting me be the guy to tell you that no violence, all violence is violence. All violence does matter. Call it whatever you want. It's violence and it's wrong, no matter who it is or whatever it is. And that's what I'll say before the president goes on. But for real, though, it's sick to think that anything else. And I hope at the very least what good could come out of what we go through and what's happening to literally my people in the Middle East. Like, bro, for real, wake up and realize we keep supporting blood and violence and wars every day. And we need to stop it. Otherwise, we have nothing to bat an eye at, and welcome to reality, because that's what happens every time you give them $500 billion for guns.
Parents butchered using their bodies to try to protect their children. Stomach-turning reports of babies being killed. Entire families slain. Young people massacred while attending a musical festival to celebrate peace. Women raped, assaulted, paraded as trophies. Families hid their fear for hours and hours, desperately trying to keep their children quiet to avoid drawing attention. And thousands of wounded, alive but carrying with them the bullet holes and the shrapnel wounds and the memory of what they endured. You all know these traumas never go away. There's still so many families desperately waiting to hear the fate of their loved ones, not knowing if they're alive or dead or hostages. Infants in their mother's arms, grandparents in wheelchairs, Holocaust survivors abducted and held hostage. Hostages whom Hamas has now threatened to execute in violation of every code of human morality. It's abhorrent. The brutality of Hamas, these bloodthirstiness brings to mind the worst rampages of ISIS. This is terrorism. But sadly, for the Jewish people, it's not new. This attack has brought to the surface painful memories and the scars left by a millennia of anti-Semitism and genocide of the Jewish people. So in this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. And we will make sure Israel has what it needs to take care of its citizens, defend itself, and respond to this attack. There's no justification for terrorism. There's no excuse. Hamas does not stand for the Palestinian people's right to dignity and self-determination. Its stated purpose is the annihilation of the state of Israel and the murder of Jewish people. They use Palestinian civilians as human shields. Hamas offers nothing but terror and bloodshed with no regard to who pays the price. The loss of innocent life is heartbreaking. Like every nation in the world, Israel has the right to respond, indeed has a duty to respond to these vicious attacks. I just got off the phone with a third call with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I told him, the United States experience what Israel is experiencing, our response will be swift, decisive, and overwhelming. We also discussed how democracies like Israel and the United States are stronger and more secure when we act according to the rule of law. Terrorists purposely target civilians.
Yeah, bro, is Bloomberg saying Disney could
we
acquire
uphold the laws of war.
EA?
The law of war.
It's speculation.
It matters. There's a difference.
But EA hasn't moved. See if Disney does.
Today, Americans across the country are praying for all those families that have been ripped
It's an
apart.
opinion article, but still, you never know.
How it feels. It leaves a
Everybody
black
reacts
hole
to
in
those
your
on
chest
Disney.
when you lose family. Feeling like you're being sucked in. The anger, the pain, the sense of hopelessness. This is what they mean by a human tragedy, an atrocity on an appalling scale. We're going to continue to stand united, supporting the people of Israel who are suffering unspeakable losses and opposing the hatred and violence of terrorism. My team has been in near constant communication with our Israeli partners and partners all across the region and the world from the moment this crisis began. We're surging additional military assistance, including ammunition and interceptors, to replenish Iron Dome. We're going to make sure that Israel does not run out of these critical assets.
So these are some of the commitments. Keep this in mind.
My administration
How we support them.
has consulted closely with Congress throughout this crisis. And when Congress returns, we're going to ask them to take urgent action to fund the national security requirements of our critical partners. This is not about party or politics. This is about the security of our world, the security of the United States of America. We now know that American citizens are among those being held by Hamas. I've directed my team to share intelligence and deploy additional experts from across the United States government.
How many?
To consult with and advise Israeli counterparts
So
on
literally,
hostage
there's
recovery efforts.
there's American hostage.
Because as president, I have no higher priority than the safety of Americans being held hostage around the world. The United States has also enhanced our military force posture in the region to strengthen our deterrence. The Department of Defense has moved the USS Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group to the Eastern Mediterranean and bolstered our fighter aircraft presence. And we stand ready to move in additional assets as needed. Let me say again, to any country, any organization, anyone thinking of taking advantage of this situation, I have one word: don't. Don't. Our hearts may be broken, but our resolve is clear.
I was waiting for the chat to say that was two words, sir.
Germany, Italy, and UK.
One word said twice.
To discuss the latest
I don't know if
developments
that's
with our European allies
but
and
don't.
coordinate our united response. This comes on top of days of steady engagement with partners across the region. We're also taking steps at home. In cities across the United States of America, police departments have stepped up. Security around centers of Jewish life. The Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Bureau of Investigation are working closely with state and local law enforcement and Jewish community partners to identify and disrupt any domestic threat that could emerge in connection with these horrific attacks. This is a moment for the United States to come together, to grieve with those who are mourning. Let's be real clear. There is no place for hate in America. Not against Jews, not against Muslims, not against anybody. We reject. What we reject is terrorism. We condemn the indiscriminate evil, just as we've always done. That's what America stands for. You know, just over 50 years ago, I was thinking about it this morning, talking to the Secretary of State, the Vice President in my office. Over 50 years ago.
Yeah, but you could you could hate Christians.
I visited Israel for the first time as a newly elected senator. And I had a long trip, a meeting with Golda Meir in her office.
Yeah, for political parties, it's fine.
Just before the Yom Kippur War. And I guess she could see the consternation on my face as she described what was being faced. They were facing. We walked outside in that sort of hallway outside her office to have some photos. She looked at me all of a sudden and said, "Would you like to have a photograph?" And so I got up and followed her out. We were standing there silent, looking at the press. She could tell, I guess, I was concerned.
That could be, bro. I think you're right.
She leaned over and whispered to me. She said, "Don't worry, Senator Biden.
I think RTX, let me double check that.
We have a secret rep in here in Israel." My word is what she said. We have no place else to go.
Yeah, bro. Iron Dome
We have no place else.
Is RTX.
For 75 years, Israel has stood as the ultimate guarantor of the security of Jewish people around the world. so that the atrocities of the past could never happen again. And let there be no doubt, the United States has Israel's back. We will make sure the Jewish and democratic state of Israel can defend itself today, tomorrow, as we always have. It's as simple as that. These atrocities have been sickening. We're with Israel.
Oh, yeah, I think they supply the missiles for it.
Mr. President, what was your reaction?
That's it. Well, it looks like, again, they're condemning the actions, and it's, I mean, there's a lot that needs to be talked about with it, but they're condemning the actions, and then I guess I don't know if he didn't say much about the, what's it called? He didn't say much about the ships, but he did say, he did commit to helping them restock the Iron Dome. So that's like their air defense systems. So not bad for now, but it doesn't. No, I mean he did sound like he was giving support, but in terms of like actions, it's not like they did anything like too crazy. But then now here's the other problem. This is where things get a little touchy if you don't know the situation. But I hope all of you understand there is a difference between Palestine and Hamas. So you have to. There's a couple of moving parts, and the words and understanding will get a little weird if you don't know what's happening. So if you're not familiar, Hamas is a terrorist organization, or it's been deemed as a terrorist organization. It is an Islamic group, and it's not based out of a location. However, the thing about it is that Hamas will operate in areas like Palestine and other places in the Middle East. That's why everyone's like, they have people everywhere. Oh my God, it's not Palestinians. It's literally Hamas. This is a group that has a goal, an agenda. They're their own thing. Again, they've been even mentioned many, many times throughout history. But the thing about it, just like war, you may remember this. The problem, even like right now, like you may have heard about Israel, and again too, I'm trying to give information. This, I hope all of you choose whatever you want to, but by telling you this, and this is why I'm gonna try to give you other context, I want you to understand the situation rather than making a judgment of what you think is going on. This is why I'm saying why all of this is more conflicting than meets the eye. And because there's areas in Palestine where the terrorist organizations will take over. It is not uncommon for militants and militant groups to go into civilian areas and take over hospitals, schools, and other places to conduct operations so they cannot be attacked. That is what happened in Russia and Ukraine. Do you remember that? That every day they'd be like, oh, they blew up a school. They blew up this, one side or the other. Why? Because one of the aggressors is using that to hide out. So that's where all I'm saying is that it is a much more difficult situation. And what you have happening is right now, you have everybody like, oh, well, Israel got attacked, but who attacked them? It wasn't Palestine, it was Hamas. But then Hamas could be in Palestine, and many Palestinians, they may not really disagree with going against Israel. You see what I'm saying? And that's where now you just have a shit storm all combining. But essentially, Hamas is different from Palestine, and I hope you all know that. But that's where, what you heard right now, they are talking about going after Hamas, not necessarily going after Palestine. So I hope that helps, just in case there was any confusion. But I know following this, if you're just kind of going, you're like, wait a minute, so who are we attacking, right? Who's being attacked and what's that? Is Palestine against Hamas? Well, I'm sure some Palestinians are, and I'm sure some of them aren't. And that's the whole thing. Just like some Israeli people believe in what Israel is doing and some don't. It's very simple. But this is literally the makings of almost every war. Literally go to Russia, Ukraine. You will see the same exact thing. How many people support Ukraine and don't? How many people believe Crimea was already voted in? And you know what I'm saying? You have some people who agree, some don't. And then a hostile actor comes in, makes a move, and then everyone starts responding. Again, go back to Iraq. It's the same, very similar situation. Some didn't, not everybody supported. Again, back then it was different terrorists and all of that. And even Palestine, going back to that, and now Hamas, if you want to know the difference between, both of them, if you wanted to go by Hamas's main point, Hamas believes in jihad. That is a central pillar to what they believe in. So not everybody in Palestine may agree with jihad and holy war as being the utmost ultimate way to achieving things. So that you have many differences. But again, this same thing goes back to even all of the wars in the Middle East and all of that. You could pick your sides and whatever, but there's a lot to it. Oh, yes. So I hope that helps. Welcome to 2023. Well, RTX, that could be an interesting one. I forgot defend. That could be a good one. Yeah, Israel-Palestine is, I really, really believe it's way more, dude, this thing goes back to like the beginning of time. I don't know if that's fair to say, but it's definitely, like Russia, Ukraine, that goes back to like the 80s maybe. Again, like Soviet Union and falling apart. But yeah, like it's not like Palestine, Israel, and conflict with Israel. This thing goes back, way, way back. So unfortunately, like that's why, like I'm telling you, the words are, we're like we're attacking them, the aggressor, and like, bro, if you don't know what every side represents, it's so easy to confuse what the hell is happening. That's why I would hate for a lot of people to think that damn Palestine is Hamas, like Hamas and Palestine are separate. And then, again, and you have to understand that, like the other day, yesterday, like people were shocked that they attacked on a Jewish holiday. And it is again, it's very sad, but I think it was recent, whether it was this year, within the last 5 years, you literally have had Israel attack on Ramadan before, and other countries have literally attacked on Ramadan. Like this is something they've done for a long time, where they literally, against the other person's religious holiday, they attack them. So it's crazy. Hezbollah is like ISIS. That's the simplest comparison. Hezbollah is like ISIS in the sense that it is a group. ISIS is not a country. ISIS can be in Iraq. It could be in Syria. It could be anywhere. But so literally, you could have Hamas in the United States. It's not to say that Hamas is a nation, an entity, a proverb, a province, not a proverb. You know what I'm saying? Like it's literally just, it's a group. It's literally a group chat. I don't know anyway. That's a very elementary way to put it. But yeah. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Hamas, the Mujahideen. It's an organization. No, Hezbollah is the little Russian guy. Hezbollah in this context is it's a terrorist organization. Mm-hmm. Very easy to think it's the little boxer guy. Just going down the OFAC list today, yeah. I mean, all in the name of education. I hope you guys, again, learn more about it, and also just, if you ever get confused, that's natural, because this is like, bro, it runs deep. This runs deep. Yeah, bro, there's everywhere. Bro, you don't know him, man. Y'all don't understand. You know how many, that's why, like, they're worried about some of you Trump supporters. Because you know how many white guys try to join ISIS every year, or like even back in the day, like a couple years ago, bro. Man, these weird dudes would just try to join ISIS. They would be in America, and they'd be like, "I'm sick of this shit." You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, "I'm fucking sick of this shit. I'm fucking," and then they go and they fucking talk to an FBI informant for like 8 months, and then plan like a fake attack. Oh yeah, bro, you serious? You ain't never watched these videos? Stop it. This is entertaining. No, this is entertaining criminals. Bro, you have, bro, at least 5 to 10 mother effers out there. Just straight up. They've been like, yeah, I want to join. Like, they've literally been trying to join like a terrorist group, because they're just like sick of America. And then the person they talk to ends up being FBI. Yeah, bro, go look it up. This is real. Yeah, bro, all the time. Stop it. Y'all crazy. So, yeah, man, I don't know. It makes sense. It happens all that. It could happen anywhere. Nah, man, the voice is coming back. It's good. I've downed like 6 waters though today. I went pee a lot, even during the speakers. It's good. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, there's the joke from Sacha Baron Cohen acting as Bruno. And he was like, why is it all about like hating the Jews or the Muslims? Like, why can't, like, why can't everybody get along? Like, just go like attack a Christian. I laughed at that. I don't know if it's too soon for that joke. It's a Sacha Baron Cohen joke, but again, I would be the one getting attacked. So, but at the same time, I thought that was that was part of the hummus joke. I laughed. It's all, again, I like what's his name's humor, because he tries to like highlight the ignorance of the situation. Like, if you ever listen to like Bull Rat, Sacha Baron Cohen, he's very offensive, but like his jokes are all based upon like the common ignorance, if you actually think about it. So it's pretty wild. Yeah, you should watch the Bruno clip. There's this is like years ago, 2010. He tries to broker a peace deal between Palestine and Israel. As Bruno. It's a wild clip, especially considering what's going on now. But he literally highlights, like, because again, like, Americans think Hamas is hummus. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people don't realize, like, the war, it's an Arab-Israeli war, like, what's going on, the people at conflict, usually who's at conflict. It would be Muslims and Christians, but now you have a very distinct Muslim-Jewish dispute, and that's why it's like a lot of people aren't aware of this stuff. This new group, Kufta. Yeah, they don't know, bro. They don't know. Sasha is hilarious. My mom doesn't like him at all. RTX moving up a little bit. RTX been staying pinned though. I don't know though. I kind of like that news. I do think that there will be a headline on refilling the dome, but I think they're gonna get hooked up with it. RTX social media volume rises. go, and then carts going up. SPY with a little cheek lay after getting above VWAP. First time in like, what, an hour? 48 minutes? Yeah, bro, it was like parachutes. It was literally like Warzone. They literally dropped, they sent missiles. The dome didn't defend them all. And then they literally had like 50 to 100 people just in parachutes. They landed on buildings. They landed on the festival. Like, it was crazy. It was crazy. Is it wrong to buy RTX shares? No. Honestly, in a weird way, I think like asking if it's wrong to buy it is wrong. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what I mean is like, it's like I've seen it a lot in the last couple of days where it's like people are like, oh man, I feel so bad profiting off of war. And I'm like, why did you type that then? You know what I'm saying? So honestly, I feel like the minute you bring it into, don't let your right hand know what your left hand is doing. That's a verse, but in that same respect, I feel like the minute you say something in regards to it and acknowledge, like if you're acknowledging it in that element, then I think you already know what you're on or not. But so it's like if you have to talk about it, it kind of eliminates whether or not you're a good or a bad person to begin with. Does that make sense? It's like if you donate money, if you have to tell somebody that you donate to charity, your only reward is telling somebody rather than actually getting any real fulfillment. Versus like, if you have to publicize it, then there you go. Isn't Peter Bread the real enemy? White House Live. Oh, they're going to grill her today. We should get in a little. And in the sake of my voice. Everybody in the KJP.
Scenes of butchery against innocent civilians at the hands of Hamas terrorists in Israel. And the more we learn...
See, they're talking about Hamas.
More than 1,000 men,
they are not
women,
talking
and children
about
were
Palestine.
slaughtered in their homes, on their streets, in desert fields. And among them, at least 14 Americans. We mourn for all their lives, and we're actively working with Israelis to determine the whereabouts of the missing, including missing American citizens. As the president just said, what we've seen from Hamas these past few days
I always forget his
is
name.
the same
It's like
evil
Jake
and
something.
barbarity that we've seen from ISIS. The unspeakable horrors they perpetrated on innocent people, women, children, the elderly, babies. These were the scenes we saw in Iraq and Syria as ISIS rampaged through. As President Biden said, this is not some distant tragedy. The bonds between Israel and America run long and they run deep. And we stand with Israel, not just in these dark days, but at all times. As Karine just said, the president has been deeply engaged in giving direction to his national security team to take action to support Israel in its hour of need. At his direction, the United States has surged ammunition and interceptors for Iron Dome, and the president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu just a little while ago to talk about additional capabilities that Israel will need, and he pledged that American planes will be landing in Israel with those capabilities in the days ahead. And now, at the direction of the president, we are working with Congress to make sure that Israel maintains supply of these critical assets to defend its cities and its citizens, as well as the many U.S. citizens who live, work, and travel in Israel. Also at President Biden's direction, the U.S. military has enhanced its force posture in the region to strengthen our deterrence, including the movement of a carrier strike group into the eastern Mediterranean, and we are prepared to move additional assets as necessary. Let me be clear, we did not move the carrier for Hamas. We moved the carrier to send a clear message of deterrence to other states or non-state actors that might seek to widen this war. The president has also tasked us with engaging in contingency planning for any and all escalation scenarios, and we are now deeply engaged in that planning.
So there you go.
We are consulting with allies and partners as well about all of the potential scenarios that might unfold in the days ahead.
They're saying that the carrier isn't for Israel. They're saying it's to stop anybody else.
So that everyone,
we just trying
including
to
enemies who are thinking
be
of
the referee.
exploiting the current situation, hear it loud and clear. The United States has always and will always have Israel's back.
Oh, but there you
To
go.
those families undergoing the unfathomable
they're watering
pain
it down a
of
little
having
bit.
loved ones missing, our hearts go out to you.
That was
cannot
for
imagine
Iran.
the
It wasn't
anguish
for
you
Israel
must be
or
feeling
Hamas or anything.
We know that U.S. citizens are among the missing, and we know that U.S. citizens, as the president just said, are among the hostages.
It's supposed to be a cop at the stop sign
government and with our
for everybody else in the Middle
partners
East
on every aspect of the hostage crisis,
said, try it.
including sharing intelligence and
Try it.
deploying experts from across the U.S. government to advise the Israeli government and coordinate with them on hostage recovery efforts. As the president just said, there is no higher priority than the safety and well-being of American citizens being held hostage overseas. Over the coming days, we'll continue to stand strongly with Israel to ensure that it is able to defend itself. And my team and I are working with our colleagues across the U.S. government every hour to keep the president updated on the latest developments, to take his direction and put it into action. And we'll continue following his direction to provide Israel and the people of Israel all the support required at this time of need. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Jake, thank you.
We'll do you first and then.
He said no matter what, they have Israel's back.
On the American hostages, can you first of all tell us
how many
are we talking about? Several or a dozen hostages? And do you know anything about their condition
This
at all?
is big. We don't know.
We do not know about their condition, and we cannot confirm a precise number of American citizens. We believe that there are 20 or more Americans who at this point are missing. But I want to underscore and stress that
20 Americans missing.
That there are 20 or more American hostages. Just that is the number.
They're not hostages, though.
For. We will work.
So maybe 10 of them are kidnapped. But the other 10 we can't find, and then there's like 15 confirmed dead or 14.
To confirm exactly what the number of Americans are being held hostage.
Jeez.
And we will come back to you with that information as soon as we have it. As you know, very sadly and tragically, the number of dead has risen with each passing hour. And that's true of the total number. It's also true of Americans, which has gone up just today from an earlier report this morning of 12, then 13, now 14. So I cannot give you a precise number. I can tell you that number of unaccounted for at this
14
time. 14
confirmed dead.
Too, but I want to
said around 20 missing.
That is not a statement
not
from me
hostages.
That we have that many hostages. We do not know the number of hostages we have at this time.
And did the president discuss with the prime minister the possibility of a ground incursion into Gaza and also how that might affect the American hostages that
it feels like 2001.
I'm not going to get into the operational discussions that the president and the prime minister had. That is important for them to be able to keep in a discrete channel between them.
Only if we start seeing videos.
That's the president and prime minister
did
discuss how the United States can deploy expertise to help work on the hostage recovery efforts. That is what the United States is in the process of doing right now, Steve.
What circumstances would you put American forces on the ground to help out?
At this point, that is not something that is under planning. What we are focused on when we talk about sending experts, it is people who can work on intelligence, who can work on overall planning, who can work on coordination with the Israeli government. We are not currently sending forces to Israel, and I'll leave it at that for now. Yeah.
Has the president spoken to any of the families of the 14 American citizens who were killed?
He has not yet spoken with the families, but the State Department has been in contact with those families, and the president has been making this his highest priority as he receives briefings each day about what we are doing to try to determine.
I mean,
both what's happening
back
with
in the day, bro. Americans like used to get kidnapped in the Middle East, and like
secure the
it was a
bodies
big deal. But it feels like,
and ensure
bro,
that
they got 20. Again, they're not hostages, but that's still wild. That's on top of the people already confirmed dead.
So that there's been no formal attempt by the U.S. government to update the families.
We have, in fact, updated the families of the unaccounted for Americans that we know of. If there are Americans for some reason who have not yet been reached out to, that will be remedied immediately because Secretary Blinken, President Biden, everybody in the U.S. government is making this the highest priority. So we are in very regular contact with every family who has someone either missing or unaccounted for, and anyone who's not currently on that list for whatever reason, we will take care of that. That is going to be our highest priority. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. Two quick questions, one for clarity. The Iron Dome replenishment, has it already arrived or is it on its way?
Some of the interceptors have come out of stocks that the U.S. had in country. So those have gone over to the Israelis in short order, and then we will be flowing in additional Iron Dome interceptors so that they have the capabilities they need to sustain.
Again, I think that's
their
the
Iron Dome
missile
defense
RTX
system.
provides.
We're also looking at other ways that we can help augment their air defense capabilities as well as we look ahead, not just to what's happening now, but to potential contingencies that could unfold.
And then secondly, what can you say about Iran's role in the Hamas attack? And is that one of the actors you were worried about widening the war?
Look, we've said since the beginning that Iran is complicit in this attack in a broad sense because they have provided the lion's share of the funding for the military wing of Hamas. They have provided training, they have provided capabilities, they have provided support, and they have had engagement and contact with Hamas over years and years. And all of that has played a role in contributing to what we have seen. Now, as to the question of whether Iran knew about this attack in advance or helped plan or direct this attack, we do not, as of the moment I'm standing here at the podium, have confirmation of that. We are talking to our Israeli counterparts on a daily basis about this question. We're looking back through our intelligence holdings to see if we have any further information on that. We're looking to acquire further intelligence. And if there's an update to that, I'll share it with you. But as I stand here today, while Iran plays this broad role, sustained, deep, and dark role in providing all of this support and capabilities to Hamas in terms of this particular gruesome attack on October 7th. We don't currently have that information. We will continue to look for it, and if we find it, we will share that with you. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. Looking back at the last few days, how did Israel miss this attack coming?
That's a question for you to ask the Israeli government.
Everybody in the chat was asking that one.
The Israeli government has placed a high premium
your reporter
on
asked
its
your
intelligence
question,
capacity as it relates to Hamas,
They asked
as
your
it relates to the
question.
West Bank, as it relates to Hezbollah, and why it is that they did not have warning from this is not a question that I can answer from this podium.
That's wild. Why can't he answer?
Is there anything that went crosses your desk that would suggest that this was coming?
We did not see anything that suggested
Y'all knew
an
about
attack
Russia,
of this
Ukraine
type
way ahead.
Was going to unfold.
No way. I'm glad they asked that, but that's crazy that they say they don't know.
Image earlier.
That's wild.
At some point, undoubtedly, in the last few days, the president has seen the images of the dead.
Damn, that was the question you all wanted.
What has been his
You
reaction?
all wanted that. I didn't. Everybody's asked that every day.
Him
yesterday.
now twice. You've heard.
They say we can't tell you, bro.
And
plead the
this
fifth.
has been a deeply emotional time for all of us, as I'm sure it is for many people in this room who know people or know people who were killed or who are missing. And all of us have developed close relationships with our Israeli counterparts.
He said ask them. We don't know.
President Biden has a decades-long relationship with Prime Minister
No
Netanyahu.
idea.
And he can hear the pain in Prime Minister Netanyahu's voice when he talks to him. I hear the pain of my counterparts when I talk to them. So this is not just about policy or strategy.
Egypt warned on it, really?
And it's personal for the American people with their bonds with the Israeli people. And so President Biden has seen and felt the deep emotional resonance of this, but he has also held the conviction that his job as president is to make sure that he has the clarity of mind and purpose to take the actions necessary so that we are standing with Israel in its hour of need, so that we are working to deter a widening of this conflict, and so we are getting Israel the tools that it requires to defend itself. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. You just laid out all of the ways that Iran is complicit in this and facilitated it over years of support for Hamas. Is that reason enough to refreeze the $6 billion that the U.S. helped unlock?
London CEO Elemi has opened new collaboration with Shanghai Futures.
That $6 billion spent.
Check materials
and
in China.
Leave it at that.
But will you refreeze it based on this activity that you just laid
I feel like
out
that's
all
bullish
of
for
the ways
China.
that they are complicit in this.
LME is
You-
opening
the
a new
administration said that
collaboration
if we
with
see them going in the
Shanghai
wrong
Futures
direction,
Exchange.
that we would stop that down. I understand the
London
position
Metal.
you guys have, that not
LME.
a dollar of this has been spent.
Again, the
But will you
exchange.
prevent it from getting into their hands to allow them to, do what they do that you just laid out?
Let me just reiterate what I said because it's unequivocal. Not a dollar of that money has been spent, and I will leave it at that.
Is it being considered?
Yes.
Jacob, if I can ask you, will the U.S. support Israel's military attacks in Gaza for as long as it takes until the hostages are freed? or until Hamas is destroyed? I guess in simple terms, how much retaliation in Gaza is the U.S. willing to accept?
They're asking good questions.
I don't think of this in terms of retaliation. This is about providing support to Israel as it seeks to defend its territory and deal with an ongoing imminent threat from Hamas terrorists who, as I said before, are acting a heck of a lot like ISIS terrorists in their barbarity and cruelty. That requires going after Hamas terrorist targets in Gaza, because even as we speak, even as I stand here, there could be rockets flying out of Gaza. Going after those sites, that's not retaliation. That's Israel stepping up to defend itself and ensure the safety and security of the Israeli people. And we're going to support them for as long as they need to ensure that Israel is safe and secure.
This is a weird
and I can't put a
Afghanistan.
timetable on
Afghanistan is in Israel,
goal, the destruction
and then you
of
don't
Hamas,
have, again, but you're
guarantee that Hamas
you're fighting
will
an
not launch attacks
organization,
from
but then
there,
there's also
the
a
confirmation
country
that all
right
Americans
next
and
to
Israelis
like, again, this is Iran.
Safely from there.
That is going to
What
be the
is-
real tipping point.
Where do you draw the line? Is there a red line, and where do you draw
But
that
this is
line
just
of what you need
crazy.
to accomplish, what
I'm
they
not,
may accomplish?
I'm not standing up here to draw red lines. What I'm standing up here to say is that in its hour of need, as Israel embarks on an operation to try to protect its country, protect the Jewish state of Israel, and to go after the threats that it faces, and also working closely with them hand in hand to try to secure the release and recovery of American and other hostages, we will do all of that. And I'm not here to draw red lines or issue warnings or give lectures to anybody. I'm here to say that the president has given us direction to take a series of actions. We are undertaking those actions, and we will continue to do so in the weeks ahead.
Last one, very quickly, that we heard from the families of Americans who are unaccounted for right now. They spoke publicly in Israel today. You said the president hasn't spoken to them directly. What is the president's message to those families right now who said it is the responsibility of the president of the United States to make sure their loved ones come home safely?
The president said in his remarks today that as president of the United States, he has no higher priority than the safety and well-being of Americans held hostage overseas. And he has proven
I'll do it again.
in country after country his willingness to go further than any other president has gone before to secure the release and bring those people home. He is going to try to do that in this case as well, but that is a high priority for him, and that is the message that he is sending, along with a deep sense of understanding of the grief and hurt and pain and anguish they are feeling right now as they wait to hear news of their loved ones. Yeah.
Jake, the president has remarks today referred to seeking for assistance for partners, plural. Does that suggest that you've decided strategically to ask Congress for a package that includes both Ukraine aid as well as aid for Israel? And, Chairman McCall suggested even including border and Taiwan money and that. I'm just kind of hoping you could give a state of play of how you guys are thinking about this in your interactions with the Hill.
So I'm not going to get ahead of the president's request and not going to take the place of the OMB director who will present the request that we send up. But the president was very clear today that we will be making a request to the Congress, and it will include a request for funding for support to Israel. And he has also been equally clear that we are going to renew our request to the Congress for aid to Ukraine. What exact form that all takes, that will be worked out and presented by others, not by me. But the notion that we're going to go up and ask for Israel aid and ask for Ukraine aid, that's unequivocal. We are going to do that.
Beyond Iron Dome and ammunition, were there any other requests made by Prime Minister Netanyahu today that we can expect to be part of that package?
He, as I mentioned in my opening comments, he did make specific requests with respect to other capabilities. I'm not going to get into the details of that from this podium, but he and the president discussed that. I spoke with Lloyd Austin, who was on his way to the NATO Defense Ministerial, about those requests. Secretary Austin is following up on that. And as I said in my opening comments, you can expect to see American planes flying into Israel to deliver military capabilities to support Israel. Yeah.
Just a follow-up on Iron Dome. How effective has it been in deterring the attacks? And I know you mentioned this a bit in terms of the interceptors, but has Israel asked for interceptors on an ongoing basis in light of the situation?
You ask how effective it has been in deterring. I can't say that it is deterred, obviously, because a huge number of rockets have fired, but it has been effective as it typically is in taking a lot of those rockets out of the sky and saving countless lives by doing so.
How that may have
occurred
some rockets
so
unexpectedly
to tragic cost.
That's what we're trying to
that
get
has been
to.
the pattern we have seen in previous conflicts as well. Now, Israel will have an ongoing need for interceptors, because an air defense system is only as good as your ability to continue to put interceptors in that can take out the rockets that are coming to kill civilians and rain down terror on cities. And we are committed to making sure that we are working with Israel to produce and supply the requisite number of Iron Dome interceptors so that they can keep those systems going on an indefinite basis going forward, because we cannot say how long this will be going on. Yeah.
Thank you. Jake, while you support in Israel militarily and rightly denounce this horrific and heinous act against Israeli civilians, how can you make sure that Israel goes after Hamas and its infrastructure in Gaza, not 2 million Palestinians who are trapped with no water, with no electricity, with no medical supply? The UN schools are overflown now. The number of dead is reaching 850 so far, including 6 members of one family of the former ambassador to Washington. How can you make sure that this is not revenge, but actually going after Hamas,
good question,
who committed this horrible crime?
Again,
well, as the president said
if you're
today,
going after a terrorist organization
like
and you start killing other people,
we do not deliberately
that is where the problems
civilians.
can turn into.
Are
That's why you're fighting an invisible enemy. But if there's people that are dying that are not in
Hamas, all
Hamas,
military operations are conducted consistent with the
That was a great question.
of war. That is something that President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu have discussed, not just in this context, but in previous contexts as well. That is something the United States has always stood for and always will continue to stand for. Yeah.
Sorry, can you confirm that the Egyptian intelligence has passed information to the Israelis that the
You guys just
attack
said this.
is imminent or some attack is going to happen?
I cannot confirm that.
Egypt. I read an article,
tweeted on
but he can't
Saturday
confirm it.
telling residents of Gaza to leave now because we will operate forcefully everywhere. Where is the idea of where people in Gaza will go?
This is something also that we have been discussing with our counterparts in Israel and with our counterparts in Egypt. And without getting into the specifics of safe passage for civilians and so forth, I will say it's something that the U.S. government is seized with in supporting how we do that operationally. But the details of that are something that are being discussed among the operational agencies, and I don't want to share too much of that publicly at this time.
Imminently, or what is the...
I'll leave it at the fact that we are focused on this question. There are consultations ongoing, and I'll share more when I have an update for you. Yeah.
Following up on that question about what the president
talk
said
after.
About talking to the Israeli prime minister about democracies and the laws of war, was that a warning to the prime minister, and why did the president feel that was necessary to bring that up in the call today?
It was not a warning. The call today was not.
Fed Kashkari said inflation is heading down.
About anything.
Markets might be able to
Two
move right
leaders
now.
talking to one another.
I don't know. Do you guys? I kind of want to listen to this more than Kashkari. That's kind of sad, but
unfathomable attack. And
this is actually we're actually getting info from this.
Foursquare in the defense of their country, and the conversation carried on in those terms. And the two leaders spoke in a collaborative.
I don't know if you were here earlier.
Fashion as they always do.
Palestine and Hamas are two separate things. Are there some Palestinians a part of Hamas? Yes, but they're not all. That's wrong to say all of them are terrorists. Again, there's people from my country in Egypt that are part of Hamas. There's people in Iraq and all these other places that are also terrorists.
Are you trying to downplay?
So yeah, we'll talk about it later, but I'm just disagreeing wholeheartedly with you.
And my second question, what assessment do you have on where other militias, other Iranian militias stand now, whether in Iraq? We also heard the Houthis threat now. Can you give us an update? And is there a risk on the U.S. troops in the region? Thank you.
So on your first question, I laid out our view, which is the broad complicity based on the long-standing support that Hamas is giving to Iran. We don't have specific information that ties Iran to this attack. At this time, we don't have that information. We may gain that information in the hours and days ahead, but we don't presently have it. So that's in answer to your first question with respect to the intelligence. With respect to the question of the various militia groups across the region, we do believe that they pose an urgent threat, and that it is certainly distinctly possible that they choose to try to exploit or take advantage of this situation. And we have been sending clear warnings that doing so will result in a firm response and consequences from the United States. And that goes across the board. And we have been clear also in sending a message of deterrence through the movement of the carrier strike group into the Eastern Mediterranean, as well as through the assurance that we will sustain F-16s, F-35s, A-10s in theater to be able to deal with any contingency that the United States might have to deal with in the days ahead. Yeah.
That sounded like a 50 Cent song.
The European Union says it.
He said Mac 10s, ARs, and what? He listed it off.
What's the US position on that?
I've seen those reports, but my understanding is that is not the concept of siege is not something that, in fact, is going to be
again. Kashkari is speaking right now.
We are consulting with the Israeli government about their actions in this regard. And like I said before to a previous question, President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu had the opportunity to talk through the difference between going full bore against Hamas terrorists and how we distinguish between terrorists and innocent civilians. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jake. Just zooming out to China, is the U.S. worried that this attention now to Israel is going to detract resources from the Indo-Pacific? Have you communicated with Beijing about this attack in Israel? And just going to Senator Schumer's comments, he said he was disappointed by President Xi's soft response. Has that been part of the discussions here?
We were not entirely surprised by the PRC's response based on their history of commentary on these kinds of issues. We believe that the United States is capable of supporting Ukraine in Europe, of supporting our allies.
So they said they don't plan to
and
siege
of supporting our close ally
Gaza.
Israel in its hour of need. And we believe we have the resources, tools, and capacities to be able to effectively do that.
So again, I mean, that's
part
the
of
whole
our
like
job
ground
is to
troops
ensure that
and
we
like
are
rushing in
working
and trying to
across
take
all
it
of these
over,
theaters at once, and
or
that's
even block
precisely
it
what
out.
we're doing each day. Yeah.
There have been some Republican lawmakers who have argued the U.S. can't support two wars. Could you address some of that and talk a little bit about how you'll make these requests to Congress and make the case that the U.S. needs to invest, maybe not with troops on the ground, but with military and economic aid in both Israel and Ukraine?
Standing for Ukraine so that Russian aggression does not prevail in Europe, the amount of resources that we need to put into that compared to the amount of resources we would have to put in.
Yeah, he doesn't look down at
the
the paper
to
as much.
conquer Ukraine and then
And he got the Andrew Tate hands.
potentially have its aggression continue across
You know,
Europe.
and now you're doing the
It
Josh
is
movements.
so much more cost effective to
There
take the
you see it.
action now as
he's-
opposed to pay
he's
the
out
huge
there.
price
He's
later,
really out
a
here.
price that might ultimately, as it has in the past,
Look at him.
require the actual deployment.
He's
of
not looking
American
down at
troops to
anything.
combat.
He's
so
like,
better
yeah.
to support the Ukrainians as they stand firm against Russian aggression and do so on a sustained basis. And we have the budget wherewithal to be able to do that. We also have the budget wherewithal to be able to provide
Yeah,
Israel.
bro, he's pretty
what it
legit.
needs.
Yeah,
and
he's
we firmly reject
off the
the
dome,
notion
bro.
that the United States of
And he's
America
just spitting,
cannot
using
at once
wherewithal
support
in a
the freedom
sentence.
and love and people
Off
of
the
Ukraine
dome.
and support
Stop.
the state of Israel. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Jake. Is the administration
Jake's
working
killing
with
it,
Israel
bro.
and Egypt to open the Rafah
Yeah, he
crossing
killing
to
it. Jake is
make
actually
sure
killing it.
evacuations are possible?
Wherewithal,
And then,
off the dome.
also, I know that you said that in conversations with Israeli leaders, you don't think that a complete siege is something that
It's Jake Sullivan. You better remember the name.
to do in Gaza, but is there
Best
any
freestyle in the West Wing.
administration to Israel?
So
That's it.
on the first question,
Nobody
in
in the
reference
press
to a
room got
previous
anything on him.
question, I spoke about our consultations with the
MVP
Israelis and the
2023
Egyptians
year.
about how to deal with the challenge of civilians who want to leave Gaza. I'm not going to get into the details of that, about a specific crossing or so forth, only to say that that is something we are focused on and we are working on. And I want to leave those conversations in diplomatic channels, at least for the moment. When we have more to offer on that, I'll be sure that we do so. And then we are having conversations with the Israelis.
Not
as
a
I
major and
described.
general,
And again,
too
at this
honest.
podium, I'm not
You'll
going
get
to
them
go
later.
into details on them in terms of what precise
Like we
messages
came
we're
in there,
passing.
and we
It's
did what we
important
had
that
to.
we be able to talk to the Israelis.
We know exactly how it failed. This
in the
is
way
how
that
it
we
failed.
always do. As
This is
good
why it was a
friends,
success.
As honest friends, and we will continue.
We're going to
do
keep
that.
going.
Yeah.
Good.
Thanks, Jake. So on the home front, over 150 people who are on the terrorist watch list have been seized along the southern border this fiscal year, and we've reported that there's been over 1.5 million known gotaways since the Biden administration took office. Is this something the American people should be worried about right now?
We continue to remain vigilant about terrorist threats to the homeland from anywhere. It is something that we are very much working on, that we are consulting with the Congress on, that we are seeking to secure the necessary resources to continue to work through. And anytime we see any threat stream involving a terrorist threat to the homeland, we mobilize every asset and resource of the U.S. government to go after that. And that includes information and analysis that we have shared with the Congress about plots emanating from the Middle East, plots emanating from other places. We'll continue to do that. We also will continue to take steps to pursue a humane, orderly border policy, and we will work with the Congress in the weeks ahead to continue to get the resources we need to be able to do that. I would point out that in the last supplemental, we actually sought, which was not forthcoming in the ultimate package that went through. So the Biden administration has said to Congress already, we're looking for more resources to be able to deal with
Josh's rested little nephew. He about to put my ass on unemployment once his voice comes back.
The president
But it
doesn't
was
have
real,
a
my G.
confirmed ambassador to
I
Israel
love you.
at this point. What are you doing to get Jack Lew confirmed, given he was nominated about a month ago? The nomination was sent to the Senate in late September. What's the plan to get him on the ground?
Well, first, the Senate is coming back into session next week. Second, when they do, we are going to work with both Democrats and Republicans.
I have family in
particularly
ChatGPT.
the leaders on both sides and the chair and ranking of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee to make that happen as soon as humanly possible, and then get him out to the region immediately thereafter.
Is that your top priority when Congress returns, apart from the aid requests that you're talking about?
Well, it's hard to answer top priority in the sense that our top priority when Congress comes back is going to be the full spectrum of needs that Israel has. Some of that is related to the support that we're seeking from Congress, and then, of course, having high-level diplomatic representation.
No worries,
is
Trey.
going to
Keep
be
living my
critical
G.
as well.
You a real
So
one
we
looking
will
out for
move
Josh.
urgently on that the minute that
The
they
world
come
needs
back.
more of you.
Yeah.
Not bloodlusting bumper sticker lovers.
Clarify your answer.
Sorry, it's the-
Just one question. Can you just give us where things stand with the normalization deal? Is that on hold now? Is there any progress? Do you see any progress with that?
So we are right now focused on dealing with the immediate challenge that we are confronting and that Israel is confronting. And so I'm not going to give a characterization on the state of play on normalization. It's not on hold, but obviously over the last 4 days, all of our attention with respect to our support for Israel has been focused squarely on this conflict.
I'll be back, bro.
On this
Don't sleep
heinous,
on me.
brutal attack. And on
Josh
helping
taught me the
Israel
ways
be
of the
able to defend
cockroach.
itself. We're going to continue to try to do that. Yeah.
Just clarify your answer, your yes.
You and the president have both compared Hamas to ISIS. What does that say about the U.S. approach to Hamas going forward?
Well, we have labeled Hamas a terrorist group.
Yes.
For years, if
Bloodlusting
not
bumper
decades.
sticker lovers.
And
I
we
said
have
it.
consistently supported Israel in its efforts to fight back against and undermine Hamas, and we will continue to do so. In the immediate term, what it means is working with Israel to ensure that they are able to go after that Hamas threat in Gaza effectively, relentlessly, and to the point where they feel that their security and their deterrence has been fully restored. Yeah.
Sullivan, can I just ask real quick, I'm sorry. Mr. Sullivan, are you concerned at all that those who are here in the U.S., terrorists who are here in the U.S., may be emboldened by what's happening now? And just to piggyback on what was asked earlier.
See, and then that's why if you think every Arab is a terrorist, you're going to kill us all here. Okay, that's why I fight back against
The
that
president
logic.
put out a written statement yesterday.
Because they said you got
with
terrorists
multiple
here.
elements to it. One of those elements.
So don't start
was
thinking
about
because we Arab.
The
We all
focus that we have right now.
Man,
on protecting
they're doing it
Americans here
again.
at home against
It's
anyone
too bad.
who
They're
would
doing
seek
it
to
again.
exploit or piggyback on what has unfolded, these gruesome events that have unfolded in Israel. Part of that is about protecting places of worship, synagogues, and ensuring that we don't see a kind of virulent form of anti-Semitism sparked by what has just happened. And then part of that is about ensuring that any terrorist threat here in the United States or to the United States or to Americans anywhere in the world, that we are at a heightened state of vigilance to deal with that. That's something the president directed his team. It's something he spoke to yesterday in that statement, and it's something that he will be convening his national security team on this week because it remains a very high priority. And I'll take the last question.
Does the administration regret making the prisoner swap with Iran in light of these attacks?
The United States does not regret bringing home American citizens who have been unjustly detained abroad. As I said before, the president has no higher priority than to get Americans home. Right now, we have Americans who are being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. That is a high priority. Bringing those Americans home from Iran was a high priority, from Afghanistan, from Venezuela, from other places as well. And we stand by bringing those people home because that is the duty of the Commander-in-Chief, is to get innocent Americans out of captivity in places that they are being unjustly detained. Thanks, Your
Oh, dude. I was like, how are they doing that?
Answer all the questions that were asked during the interview.
Okay, I got to pass their feet.
I know. At any time. I know there's limits on what you can say, but any transparency would be helpful on this.
So look, my colleague at the White House Counsel put out a statement yesterday providing an an update of
Fed Kashkari too soon to declare victory on getting to a soft landing.
And the special counsel,
seems like we're on track.
I'm just not going to go beyond.
The economy, job, and market have been more resilient than I could have guessed.
If you have any further questions, certainly I would
optimistic they could shrink balance sheet.
Or the White House Counsel.
Those are your first headlines.
Ask any detail
in a minute. He started a while ago.
All right.
For the record, though, we understand the President's interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur was scheduled long before the conflict began. At least that's what we're being told by people here at the White House and elsewhere. Did the President and his legal team ever ask for the interview to be rescheduled, given what transpired in Israel over the weekend?
So again, Ed, I'm not going to go beyond the statement from the White House counsel, and you all know and have seen for yourself, the President spoke this is the second time he's spoken about Israel in the last couple of days, so we know how focused he's been on what has happened. He's shown his leadership over the horrific events over the weekend in Israel. And look, we disclosed the interview. We put that out in a statement from the White House counsel for my colleague at the White House counsel. And the President obviously was intensely engaged. He spoke to many of our allies, whether the King of Jordan, the leaders of Italy, France, Germany, and the UK. He met, and as I said at the top, he met with our national security team over a dozen times. And he spoke with
we'll see how long this goes and what
Prime
type
Minister
of questions.
Netanyahu, to be more precise, the third time today, so twice over the weekend. So he's been very much focused on the issues of the horrific events that we have seen in Israel, the President is able to do multiple things at once. Right? As president, he has to do multiple things at once, and that's what you saw him do this weekend.
Did the President's need to be interviewed by the special counsel yesterday impede or keep him from giving the remarks he gave yesterday? Because the press office certainly knows there was a lot of inquiry and concern and criticism that perhaps he was not as publicly engaged yesterday as he possibly could have been. It was a federal holiday. There was some respect or decision made to not hold public events on the federal holiday, but clearly he was doing a big thing by meeting with the special counsel. So was there any reason to believe that impeded his ability to respond publicly to what was going on the days?
Well, as you just said, Ed, presidents have to do multiple things at once. He spoke on Saturday, right? When we learned, when all of you were reporting and it was incoming of what was happening in Israel. He spoke today, obviously. There were multiple statements from this president. I just mentioned he met with his national security team dozens of times. He did multiple calls with heads of states trying to make sure that we got the support, continued that support, organized the support of other allies and partners across the world. And we put out a statement as well, a joint statement from those allies and partners. Look, the president was very much engaged in showing his leadership and also how we're going to continue to support Israel, and that's how we're gonna move forward. And again, the president has to handle many things at once. And we saw him do that over the past couple of days.
But you either buy before earnings or after. And then what happens if rates keep going higher?
To act quickly.
That's the thing. Rates come down, but
Ukraine aid
we haven't got more.
Still outstanding. Is there a preferred pathway forward from this White House on how both of those things can happen, given the situation on Capitol Hill right now?
Look, Jake Sullivan spoke to this a little bit about when he was asked about the aid. Look, And he said this, he said it much better than I'm about to say, which is how important it is to continue to support Ukraine in their time of as they are fighting for freedom, as they're fighting the aggression from Russia. It is important that we continue to do that because, look, doing that now, the cost benefit of it now is so important to do it now than to allow Putin, a dictator like Putin, to continue beyond Ukraine, right? It is important that we continue to focus on making sure that Ukraine has everything that they need as they bravely fighting for their freedom and for their democracy. And we're going to continue to certainly move forward, as you heard with the president, to ask Congress when they get back for additional assistance. Both of those things are incredibly important. Both of those things need to move forward. Both of the things, as Jake said, we are able and can do as the United States. I'm not going to talk about our strategy. We're going to certainly, as Jake said, the OMB director is going to lay that out. We're going to figure out the best path forward. I'm just not going to get into details on how that's going to look from now.
Have White House officials had any conversations with lawmakers about potentially speeding up the House speakership race?
Not going to get involved in the House speakership race. That is something, again, as I've said many times, as we have said many times, the House, as you know, is the majority goes to the Republicans. It is their path, it is their process to figure out who is going to be the speaker. Certainly, we want that to get done so that we can move forward with the business of the American people. But I'm not going to get into the congressional process from here. I'm trying to see who has not. Go ahead, Garrett. I know you haven't gotten called on.
There have been some clashes across the country and demonstrations amongst protesters in the aftermath of amid what's happening in Israel. How concerned is the administration that these clashes could turn violent, and do you have a message for demonstrators more broadly?
So look, I mean, Jake also spoke to our focus and our the importance of making sure that the Jewish community here is protected, making sure that there aren't acts of violence. We're always going to denounce any act of violence against any community, and certainly going to continue to show our support and going to be vigilant on that. Don't have anything else to go beyond that, but we are certainly monitoring, keeping an eye on all of this, and we're going to continue to support the community here. Yeah. We have to go ahead, Phil.
What is the president's message to...
Okay, the pool should start leaving, and then we're going to take this last question.
Thank you, Green. What is the president's message to members of Congress who seem to be equating the Hamas terror attack with actions that were previously taken by Israel?
Say that one more time. Everybody's moving around. I apologize.
What is the president's message to members of Congress who seem to be equating the Hamas terror attack with actions that were previously taken by Israel?
Look, here's the thing, and which congressional members?
Well, there have been some members of Congress who have called for a ceasefire, and they have not gone as far as backing the administration's call for support for Israel.
So look, I've seen some of those statements this weekend, and we're going to continue to be very clear. We believe they're wrong, we believe they're repugnant, and we believe they're disgraceful. Our condemnation belongs squarely with terrorists who have brutally murdered, raped, kidnapped hundreds of Israelis. There can be no equivocation about that. There are not two sides here. There are not two sides. President Biden has been clear on where he has stood. You heard from him directly today. You heard from him also on Saturday on this. There's been multiple statements from this president, and he's taking action to provide additional support to ensure that Israel has what they need to defend themselves. All right. Okay. Go ahead. And then last question, and then we'll be back tomorrow.
Yesterday, the president said he was putting police departments on high alert. Can you guarantee that members of the Muslim diaspora or immigrant communities can still feel safe, can still exercise their civil liberties and exercise their criticism of Israel's behavior? Was that part of the conversations, and can you assure those communities that they still have all the rights?
I don't have any details of the conversation, but obviously the president is going to be, we're always going to denounce any form, any type of violence, and certainly to keep communities safe, that is something we'll be vigilant about. I don't have anything to add, but thank you so much. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks, Corinne. All right. Thanks, Corinne. Now you have Kishgari. Okay, we could talk about it. Again, he had a couple statements. Yesterday, you had movement. Maybe it wasn't the Fed speakers, because all of the voters today have not moved the market. And I mean, I don't know if they're listening to that, but maybe you feel like the situation's a little bit more volatile. That's everybody was scared yesterday, felt a little bit better through the morning, but at the same time, there's still a lot more that's going to happen, it seems like. And there's a lot of confusion. So listen, Chad, I think y'all should do your research and then pick your sides. And I always say be careful of picking sides, but above all else, pick your sides. My job, my main focus moving forward is making sure the rest of the Americans don't think every Arab is a terrorist, okay? That's my job. I'm going to take that upon myself. That's it, you guys. So, again, I'm on the side of peace. Amen. And again, we'll listen to Kishkari and then we'll talk about it, but I'll just make sure because I already see the confusion. And if this plays out, I'm like, man, y'all, this is happening again. Where it's happening again, bro. They think it's happening again.
China is excited about this.
So he's a voter. This is Neil Kishkari.
For the American people. And so the most basic question I would encourage any of you to ask when somebody talks about a digital currency, whether it's a central bank digital currency or some other digital currency, what problem in society?
I feel like we've heard this word for word.
And usually from the enthusiasts, what I get is a bunch of happy talk. They'll say, well, maybe it'll lower fees, but there's no evidence it'll lower fees. Maybe it'll reach people who are currently unbanked. Is there any evidence of that? No. Lots of maybes, and that's why I call it magic beans. Maybe it'll grow a giant beanstalk, but as of yet, there's no evidence that it actually grows any kind of beanstalk, let alone a giant one. So, long answer to your question, but I have views on that.
That's every time.
Hi, Tim Mahalik here. A question
like
regarding
word
artificial
for word.
intelligence and the impact on the financial markets. Does the Fed or the government see any need to legislate, regulate AI as we move forward? Because it's going to be a big play in my vision, my look into the future.
I'll just give you Neil's opinion. There are going to be a lot of opinions about this across various agencies, and certainly your elected officials will have their own views, and it'll be up to Congress to decide what they choose to regulate or not. Personally, I think the most consistent export from Silicon Valley is hype. And, I always ask people, 5 years ago, we were told that self-driving cars were literally right around the corner, and all the long-haul truck drivers in America were going to be out of work. 5 years later, we're not much closer to self-driving cars. Now, I'm not saying self-driving cars won't come. I believe that they will come. But a lot of these forecasts of doom and gloom are right around the corner and all these jobs are going to be displaced, I have a very healthy dose of skepticism. Right now, it's so early in AI. Right now, it seems like the biggest risk of AI is just one of IP theft. Like if you look at these large language models, from what I understand, they have this huge database of information, and then they forecast what's the next likely word.
Damn, you're right at the level. This whole time.
That doesn't sound like intelligence to me. It sounds like mimicking.
4359.
So if it turns
Spy,
out that these
Dow,
AI
everything's
algorithms,
still in
which
the
are so
green.
brilliant, are just ripping off somebody else's content, then there's tremendous IP.
I'm in a self-driving car right now. What is he saying?
Protecting the people who created the content in the first place. Oh, yeah. So if I were to guess right now where regulation is needed, I would guess in IP
No,
protection,
this is Jeff
but I think
Bezos'
it's
brother.
Not even the first inning of understanding.
Y'all didn't know that?
Where this technology could lead.
That's literally
And could there need
that's
to
his
be
brother.
robust regulations around
I haven't
it in the future?
confirmed it on
But I don't know
my
enough
DNA yet,
about
but
what that looks
you know
like.
what I'm saying? Like they haven't
But I
done
think my gut
23andMe
tells
yet,
me,
but
as with all things from Silicon Valley,
Beth Bezos.
it's further away than
Yeah,
the hype is telling
he's
us.
chill. He went to school. He
I
took
always
a different
remind people of
approach.
the Segway. It was supposed to revolutionize transportation. You can go to Washington, D.C., you can take a mall tour of all the monuments. You can get a Segway. It's not that they have no usefulness, but it hasn't quite revolutionized transportation the way the hype
Is this real?
initially told us.
Is this Twitter beef in Israel? That's 4 hours ago. Oh, this is crazy, bro. Befre Jesus.
Thanks, Neil. Brent Winiger, I'm the CFO.
I actually like Neil Kashkari, bro. I like him a lot.
It's been on my mind a little bit as I've watched the
He's
higher
interesting.
for longer strategy that the Fed is implementing right now. What do you see that doing to the federal deficit over the next decade? And what implications do you think that'll have for inflation? And the reason I ask that is simply because, it seems like they can either take money away from other programs in order to pay the higher federal debt, or they can just deficit spend, which it seems like would increase the inflation rate, which would come back on you at some point. But I'm just curious your perspective on that.
Well, we don't set monetary policy to try to help or hinder the government's fiscal choices. This is the clear distinction.
No way.
Between fiscal and monetary policy. Fiscal policy, which is how much the government wants to tax.
That's
who
great,
they want
Chad.
to tax, what activity they want to tax, and
There's
what they
only
want to
20
spend that
minutes
money
left.
on, whether it's defense or education or healthcare.
Oh, my
that's
goodness.
purely up to
Mimi.
our elected officials through the legislative process, and that's Congress and the executive branch. Their deal is that they say, okay, we'll leave that
there's only
to us,
20 minutes.
and you all can set monetary policy.
The day is almost
to try
over.
to achieve the dual mandate. So we actually
Bye-bye.
don't think
The
about
day went
what does
bye-bye.
this mean for the federal government. We know we have a goal that we have to try to achieve, which is maximum employment and 2% inflation, and we need to conduct monetary policy to achieve that. Now, if the government's fiscal trajectory
Breaking news,
changes,
soldiers of Chattadonia
that'll
regime
be an
rebuke
input
all
into
evil.
our
and love thy
understanding of
neighbor.
what's happening in the economy, and then that could change what our path is for interest rates. But when you hear people talk about higher for longer, that really is simply looking at where we are right now, what inflation is doing, what wages are doing, what the labor market is doing, and what do we think we need to do to get it to finish the job, get inflation all the way back down to 2%. Brenda, maybe back to you.
Let me see one more hand.
Oh.
Will you support an independent audit of the Federal Reserve?
Audit of the Federal Reserve? Yeah, we are here. If you go to the federalreserve.gov,
Hey.
report of our independent
He's like, that's
auditor
not what I meant.
every year. All of our accounts are audited. All of our financial transactions are there.
But what is happening with all the questions today?
Now, what people often mean
This
when they
feels
say
like 2015.
auditing the
We're getting good
Federal
again.
Reserve, they say, we want to look at how you make decisions around monetary policy. And that is one where we have a policy.
He
that
sounded
our
like he meant
deliberations
more to
are
that.
Confidential for 5 years.
Get
And
on
after
it.
5 years, there's a full transcript of all of our materials, all of our analysis, all of our deliberations. And the reason that we do that, and most central banks around the world do something similar, is to try to insulate us from near-term political pressures. Meaning, the view is that if there was people looking, well, what did Neil say today in this meeting, or what did he say tomorrow, that there would be more likely to be political influence on these decisions. One of the things that economies around the world have learned, if you keep monetary policy as far away from politics as possible, you're more likely to have better decision-making for the long-term health of the economy. And that's why there's this confidentiality period on...
Trader Joe, yes, sir.
It's new low. It's on Federal Reserve.
Hey, man, I appreciate that.
Again, bad news.
I appreciate that.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Chris Lamori. I work alongside Brenda Foster. I have for 33 years, and just found out from Dr. Shirley I'm much younger than I thought. Your colleague Lori Logan with the Dallas Fed said that higher bond yields may leave less for the Fed to do on
You're
rates.
making
Are
me
you in agreement with that?
uncomfortable right now, dog. I'm like,
It's possible. The funny thing about
I can see him
economics and
smiling,
financial
bro.
markets
I can see him
is financial markets
looking at him.
They try to be forward-looking,
I
and they
gotta
try
go.
to get signal from where they think the Federal Reserve is going in the future. So part of what they're doing is financial markets are responding to what they think we're going to do. And so if we look at what their changes, let's say, I'm making this up, let's say 10-year rates go up because they think the Federal Reserve is going to be more aggressive. Then you might say, well, great, then we don't need to be more aggressive. Well, once they figure that out, then they're no longer going to stay where they were. And so it's a feedback loop that's a little bit hard to say definitively one is leading to the other versus they're leading, they're all looking at the same set of data. So it's certainly possible that higher long-term yields may do some of the work for us in terms of bringing inflation back down. But if those higher long-term yields are higher because their expectations about what we're going to do has changed, then we might actually need to follow through in their expectations.
Yeah, there you go.
In order to maintain
I don't
those
see a
yields.
headline,
So
though.
it's a little
Order
bit
filled.
circuitous, and it's hard for me to say definitively, hey, because they've moved, therefore we don't have to move. I don't know yet. And we need to look at the rest of the inflation data that we're going to get in. We need to look at the labor market data that we get in, look at the wage data that we get in, for me to get comfort that we've actually done enough.
Order filled.
Well, while you're all thinking about a couple more questions for Neil, describe for the audience, Neil, does every Federal Reserve president get to vote at the Federal Open Market Committee meetings?
Yeah, Netflix
So there
dying.
are 7 governors of the Federal Reserve Board, they're all in Washington, D.C. They've been appointed by the President of the United States, and they serve for up to 14-year terms, and they're confirmed by the United States Senate. So some of the board members today were appointed by President Trump. Some of the board members today were appointed by President Biden. Then there are 12 Federal Reserve Bank presidents, and we are appointed by a local board of directors. And she's not here today, but a North Dakota, well-known person in North Dakota, leader, Kathy Nezitt, was on our board of directors and was one of the selection committee that selected me 8 years ago for my role.
Order filled.
And the presidents rotate when we vote on monetary policy. So I'm a voter. I rotate with the Kansas City Fed president and San Francisco Fed president. So I'm voting this year, and then for 2 years I won't be voting, and then I'll be voting again. So I voted.
Order filled.
I voted in
info.
2017. It actually makes
we
less
get
of
new
a difference
voters
than
every
you
year.
might think, because we all go to each meeting. We all give our
But it's
own
how we listen
outlook
to
for
you.
what the economy is doing and what it's going to do in the future.
But again,
We
no
all give our
reaction, bro, from any of the
recommendations for where
Fed
we
people
think
today.
interest rates should go.
And then
And then in the
15
last
minutes
30
left,
seconds,
still below VWAP.
read the
Couple of names: Netflix
who's
dying,
voting.
cart
They read certain
ripping.
names and not
Where's
But
what's
that
it called?
way,
RTX.
why is it done this way? Is
I'm still
the
chilling,
framers,
kind
I
of.
guess, of the Federal Reserve. We're trying to find the right balance between having
Order filled.
influence versus all of the regions having
Order filled.
The governors vote every time, and then 4 of the presidents are voting. And so the governors, in a sense, have a bigger sway than the regional banks do because we are rotating around when we're voting.
Thank you. The Minneapolis Fed has a history of thought leadership on the too big to fail problem, including
Order
your
filled.
stances on this issue. What lessons can we draw from the Silicon Valley Bank and other financial instability episodes earlier this spring?
You know, I've been very vocal with my colleagues at the Minneapolis Fed about the issue of too big to fail banks. I was at the front line in the 2008 crisis trying to stabilize the banking sector, and I saw how devastating when a big bank runs into trouble, it's like a nuclear reactor melting down. Governments will spend any amount of money to stabilize
Order
the
filled.
reactor, not for the sake of the power company or their shareholders, but for the sake of society, because the costs of that meltdown are borne by everybody else. Same thing is true when a big bank gets in trouble. So I've been very vocal that we need stronger regulations of the biggest banks in America. Even though I have taken this position, and I've had this position now for a long time, even I was surprised that a bank, quote unquote, as small as Silicon Valley Bank, could be destabilizing for other banks in the country. Because when Silicon Valley Bank got into trouble, it made borrowers question, hey, is my money safe at this other bank that's of similar size? And when you saw this dynamic happening where businesses were moving their money from mid-sized banks to the giant banks because they effectively knew the giant banks had the government.
Order filled.
So the
Order
too big to
filled.
fail status of the giant banks
Order filled.
created a systemic risk for everybody else because they have this preferred position in the banking sector. So the bottom line is we have more work to do in really making sure that our banking system is resilient. You know, community banks were generally much more resilient because they got such good relationships in many cases with their customers. Their customers weren't concerned. It was more the mid-sized banks that ran into stress this last episode. And so, you know, we need to actually do something about the too big to fail issue. So I think we got more work to do.
Thank you. I guess one of the biggest interesting factors as I joined the Federal Reserve Board, and as a banker, of course, I'm thinking of it from the regulatory perspective, But what I was very interested to learn is about your research and your economists that are probably the greatest in the world. Can you talk a little bit about your research department?
Sure. We have each of the 12 Federal Reserve banks has its own team of PhD economists helping to analyze the regional economy, the national economy, and the global economy. And they do research on where's the economy headed in the future, and how do we even analyze the economy headed in the future. So our research director is here, Andrea Raffo. He joined us about a year ago from the Board of Governors in Washington, D.C. He leads our team of PhD economists, helping me understand where the economy is going. And the Minneapolis Fed actually has this very proud research tradition where we've had multiple Nobel Prize winners actually on staff or affiliated with our bank because they've been doing very cutting edge research for thinking about how do you even understand the economy. I'll give you an example of the kinds of questions we're trying to figure out. So what caused this high inflation that we've all experienced? Most of our economic models that we rely on to forecast
5
the economy
seconds, 10-minute
did not
rigged.
forecast the high inflation coming.
My
So what
guy.
caused it? Well, what caused it was a confluence of events of, first of all, when COVID hit, most of the services economy was shut down. You weren't really getting on planes, you weren't going to restaurants, you weren't going to hotels. People were cooped up at home.
Order filled.
Couldn't spend money on services, so people were buying a lot of goods, equipment, bicycles, cars, whatever they needed. So there was a lot of pressure on the goods market. Then you also, at the same time, had a lot of fiscal stimulus go to into people's pockets. But again, they couldn't spend money on services. That money put more pressure on the goods economy. Then
Okay. Thank you, Kishkari. I think we're going to wrap up Kishkari.
Order filled.
Again, he's talking more. I feel like we have heard all of it. I feel like every single piece of that. So either way, he's back, or I guess we're back. But none of the Fed speakers moved anything today. I mean, again, kind of a weird day. Netflix is dumping again. This reminds me of the day where I got into it and then it got even clapped, but they're kind of doing the waterfall there. That's kind of one of the only tech names. I think Microsoft is like barely in the red right now by a quarter. I guess Apple too. All of big tech, but everything else is in the green right now, and a lot of things are moving. Again, RTX, I don't know if some of you guys are going to play that related to the Israel news or not, or again, the dome and the refilling, but I think one of the main things like to focus on today is that, yesterday, even in the recap, people are talking about the Fed. We saw Fed Jefferson moving things, but like today, those Fed speakers, they didn't really say much, nor did they move the market much. So I don't know. Very interesting, but I think you kind of have a weird getting ready.
Order filled.
Data tomorrow. That's the beauty of it. So remember PPI tomorrow.
Order
Morning,
filled.
1 hour before the bell. That has the potential to move the bonds. We'll see again. China
Order
had really
filled.
good news today. If that continues, people will also feel some type of way. I don't think yesterday was Jefferson either. I think people were bringing that up, but I think yesterday was just a mix of nothing. I think we were getting ready for the event.
Order filled.
Kind of
Order filled.
blowing off the fact that nothing bad immediately happened. And even today, I think we felt good about it. I said PPI is tomorrow, Producer Price Index. And
Order
then,
filled.
Thursday is the CPI. So that's what you need. And then you'll be good.
Order filled.
And then literally after Thursday, we should know everything. So that's the problem with tomorrow, is that tomorrow morning, that might even cause a big reaction to PPI.
Order filled.
And then we do the exact opposite on CPI.
Order filled.
And why do I say that? Because that's exactly what happened with the jobs report. And then the week before that, I think even with Powell, we reacted to I think we
Order
reacted to
filled.
PPI and then Powell.
Order filled.
Those lines. SPY's moving a little bit. You got 7 minutes. Wow, the day is almost over, my brethren. That's it. The day is almost gone. Wow. Fascinating. Is it?
Order filled.
Nvidia going down. Everything, a little cheek lace. I mean, if we get a big final 5 move, we'll find out. But you got 1 more minute till then. So we'll see. I don't know. I mean, it felt really good in the morning. I think America, where we end, like, we're probably going to be, I think in line, though. I think one of the Europe indexes closed, or even China was like 0.5 low key. Then Europe, did Europe futures go down? But everywhere in Europe did good. Even Canada, FTSE 100, that's still 1%. You like the pew pew? I'm glad you liked that one. That was a good one. That was a great one.
Pew pew. Defensives. I see you, Cody.
4, 3, 5, 7. All right, you're bouncing off it. Final 5. Maybe didn't someone just say it's going to go to highs off that? We'll see. ARM is ripping. Again, I was looking at CART going up, and then ARM, CART's up 10%, but ARM is trying to even get out of that IPO range. That's quite interesting. Cover me, I'm reloading. No, I can't even hit that right now. Where is it? I don't know. The RTX or DFEN. You could go for any one of those.
Order
I
filled.
kind of want to play it, but I also
Order
think
filled.
we're going to get a lot of pops and drops. The only shit part would be if you missed it. But even then, though, I'm not really sold on it. I think it's going to, this might either happen really fast or very slow and random. Prepping the runway. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. We're really at close right now. It's crazy. Get some quercetin. I think I have some of that. What does it do? I think I have it, but I've never taken it. You got 22 DFEN calls and 1 RTX. I feel.
Order filled.
All right, let's bring it home. Oh, I forgot to give you earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Order filled.
We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 4 p.m. Pacific time out of sunny San Diego, California. That's for the watch list, actually. I messed that all up. But as we make this final approach in this sunny San Diego, California, it's about 71 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day, unless you thought that the volatility or the rebound overseas would mean anything, because it was all random here, and you're up about 0.5% doing nothing. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit 1 row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always,
order filled.
Guys of business, if you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow, baby. Wow. We out here. We out here, baby. We out here. Let's go. You better wrap it up. You got to bring it home. You got to bring it home. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. Chatadonia, I don't know. Tomorrow, Are you going to deal with global headlines? Are you going to deal with bonds? Are you going to deal with the data? You got to get it in here. But Jad, you don't have much time left. You have 1 minute. Oh, that wasn't that bad. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. No matter where you stand, it doesn't matter politically, marketly, whether you're a baby back bitch or not. You got to finalize your plays. Shares, options. You have data before the bell, 1 hour. So options, you better really finalize them. Shares, futures, you got a little bit more flexibility, but wrap it up and bring it home, baby. You got to go. You have less than 20 seconds left. Less than 20 seconds left, baby. Let's go. Bring it home, baby. Bring it home. Bring it home. Show me what you got. Let's go, baby. I hope you're doing good, bro. I hope you're doing good. 2, 1. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ding, 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 ding. Oh,
Order
no,
filled.
let's go. Oh, it's another 7. It's another 7, baby. Let's go. I need my GGs. It don't matter who you are, whether you made it. I need a GG, baby. Let's go. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. It don't matter if you have a voice or not, whether you listened or not, whether member or not. I need a GG. Oh, wait. I forgot. It's members only. So never mind. This has got really awkward. I forgot. GG. I love you. Members, I love you. Even if you're not, GG to you. This one to all the non-members. We still love you, baby. You're able there. Even on the Twitch, baby. We love you. God bless you.